Chapter 249. Shao Chun found an opening and took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring. He tossed it to Yun Kursen and said, "Use my saber first." Yun Kursen nodded her thanks and caught the roaming dragon saber. The instant her right hand grasped the saber hilt, a ripple appeared on her previously calm face. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a heaven-ranked spirit weapon." Yun Kursen's stable mental state actually wavered for a moment. She suspected that Shao Chun had tossed the wrong spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, he casually tossed out a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Bang! A strong wind blew and a dangerous aura arrived. Yun Kursen suddenly recovered her wits. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, dodging the scarlet demonic snake swing. The scarlet demonic snake, which had recovered from the two fatal strikes, was thoroughly enraged by the endless attacks of the two. Its 100-meter-tall upper body stood upright and its huge tail spun around in the air. Unexpectedly, it actually grew longer. In the end, the tail grew longer and sharper. The sharp tail tore through the air and gave off ear-piercing sonic booms. It stabbed at Shao Chun continuously. It was as fast as lightning, startling Shao Chun and causing him to quickly retreat. Bang! 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 There was a loud sound where Shao Chun was standing earlier. A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Shao Chun retreated continuously. That awl-like tail chased after him relentlessly. Bottomless holes appeared on the ground. The speed of the snake tail increased every time. Shao Chun did not even have the chance to turn around. While the snake tail attacked Shao Chun, the scarlet demonic snake did not stop opening its mouth. Streams of horrifying black flames flew towards Yun Kursen. However, Yun Kursen's situation was slightly better than Shao Chun's. She had obtained the inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, the roaming dragon saber. Even if she could not dodge the black flames, she could still knock them away with a full-powered strike. Wang! There was a dragon roar and Yun Kursen suddenly stopped dodging while holding the roaming dragon saber. The cold saber suddenly lit up with a boundless brilliance. There seemed to be a swimming dragon circling around the saber in the brilliance. Bang! The saber light chopped the black flames in half. Yun Kursen did not hesitate to charge at the scarlet demonic snake. Under the huge body of the scarlet demonic snake, Yun Kursen's body was like that of a baby. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Yun Kursen rushing at it, a cruel light flashed in its green eyes. The huge mouth stopped swallowing the black flames and swallowed it. Yun Kursen Dragon Kursen. Yun Kursen nimbly dodged and easily dodged. It was like she had eyes on the back of her head. She swung her saber and the sharp saber blade chopped the long red tongue in half. Tian Ling to Xiao Xiao, Tian, He Yun, Xiao Sovereign, Chen, Tian, Kuan Yun, Star is, Yang and Xiao Chen, Kuan Yun in Dragon. Flight on wings, horizontal slash. The light on the snow-white lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and a cold light flashed. With a schwa sound, it chopped off the scarlet demonic snake's 3-meter-long tail. After they landed, Yun Kursen's and Xiao Chen's gazes met. The two of them smiled at each other. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They knew that this scarlet demonic snake was already an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was time to launch its final counterattack. Even if it was an early rank 6 demonic beast, after being struck by the 2-peak Earth-ranked martial techniques, it would suffer from severe internal injuries. Coupled with the relentless attacks from before, every strike of his blade had drawn blood. It was not a joke. The scarlet demonic snake's continuous and terrifying attacks were actually the scarlet demonic snake's final attack. If the two of them could persevere, the scarlet demonic snake would definitely lose. It was only a matter of time. If the scarlet demonic snake could not endure this ferocious attack, it would obtain the final victory. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat to it. Bang! 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 Shao Chun brandished his saber and brought out the Lingyun saber technique state of mountain to its limits. He was as stable as Mount Tai, blocking all the scarlet demonic snake's attacks. This created opportunities for Yun Kursen, who was wielding a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, to attack. One was in charge of defense and the other was in charge of offense. They worked very well together. The scales of the battlefield started to tilt in favor of Xiao Chen and the others. The signs of the scarlet demonic snake's defeat became increasingly obvious. Senior Brother Mu? Senior Brother Zhang? Are you all right? The three heavenly saber pavilion disciples controlled by the shadow demons suddenly walked over. They had nervous expressions as they headed for Gao Xiang and the others. Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? We saw that the commotion here was too big and were worried about you. So we rushed over." The female disciple from the Gongyu Peak helped Gao Xiang up from the ground. "What's the situation now?" Gao Xiang thanked her and said, "It's about time. The scarlet demonic snake is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yi Chun and Yun Kursen should be ending their battle soon." Pu Xi, the opportunity that Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen had been searching for crossed paths in the air. Two resplendent saber lights lit up in the air and a large amount of black blood spurted out. The scarlet demonic snake's huge body was struck by the two of them at the same time. It was instantly split in half. Heavenly melody burst. Yun Kursen shouted and pointed the roaming dragon saber in her hand into the air. A formless saber chi infused into the scarlet demonic snake's broken body. Bang! 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 The sound wave infused into the scarlet demonic snake's upper body exploded. The upper half of its body, which was more than 100 meters long, was blasted beyond recognition. It was covered in blood. It could not be more dead. Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and took out the scarlet demonic beast's rank 6 demonic core. She casually tossed it to Xiao Chun and said, "This is for you. I don't need it." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and caught it. He was in slight disbelief. A rank 6 demonic core that was worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Yun Kursen casually tossed it over as if it was just a worthless rock. Yun Kursen explained, "I do not lack spirit stones. You can just split it with them later. As for how to split it, you can decide." Xiao Chun was not a pretentious person. He nodded and thanked her before putting it away. Yun Kursen did not lack spirit stones. Actually, Xiao Chun did not lack spirit stones either. However, spirit stones were like banknotes in his previous life. The more, the better. Xiao Chun would not dislike having too many. The two of them each swallowed a medicinal pill and took out an inferior grade spirit stone. Then they sat down and adjusted themselves. They finally managed to kill the rank 6 demonic core in front of them without any mishaps. They relaxed slightly. After a while, the essence in the spirit stone was completely absorbed. The two of them stood up at the same time. With their current cultivation, one inferior grade spirit stone could only recover half of their peak essence. The two of them knew that they did not have enough time to recover. Hence, they did not intend to waste any more time recovering their essence. Seeing Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen stand up, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the three heavenly saber pavilion disciples who were possessed by the shadow demon followed them. Zhang Lai and the other two had suffered significant internal injuries. After resting for a while, they were barely able to suppress their injuries. When Yun Kursen saw the other three, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She vaguely gave Xiao Chun a look. Xiao Chun was mildly astonished. He scanned the three of them with his spiritual sense. After a while, he understood what was going on. "Why are the three of you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there?" Yun Kursen asked the three of them calmly. The female disciple from Gongyu Peak replied, "The commotion from the battle was too big. We were worried, so we rushed over." Yun Kursen did not continue to pursue the matter. She said, "Never mind. There is no danger now. However, we cannot continue on our way. Let's go back and rest first." The three of them did not suspect anything. They turned around and headed back the way they came. Pu Xi, Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen attacked at the same time. The roaming dragon saber in Yun Kursen's hand flashed with a cold light in the air. She stabbed the chest of a shadow demon from behind. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. He punched a shadow demon with a heavy force. The two of them continued, one saber and one fist, striking the final shadow demon. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The three shadow demons did not even have time to react before they were struck. Mu Hong and the other two looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Senior Sister Yun? And Yi Chan? What are you doing? Yun Kursen did not reply. She said indifferently, "You will understand in a while." The three people on the ground let out pained cries. Zhang Lai and the others watched in astonishment as black smoke came out from their bodies. The three shadow demons had pained expressions on their faces as they fell to the ground. Clearly, they were severely injured. Hu Qi. Seeing that their companions' identities were exposed, the other shadow demons stopped hiding and came out from the ground. 7 pale shadow demons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3 shadow demons did not hesitate to charge at Mu Hong, Zhang Lai, and the others. The remaining 4 surrounded Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen. The 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had already turned into blood corpses also slowly appeared. They charged at Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen. The battle had just ended. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength when they were in danger again. This was especially so for Mu Hong and the other 2. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength. Under the attacks of the 3 shadow demons, they were in danger. Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen's situation was not very optimistic either. The 2 of them had to deal with 2 shadow demons and a blood corpse respectively. Furthermore, they had only recovered half of their strength. They could not find the time to help Mu Hong and the others. The attacks of the shadow demons were very strange. They were different from the martial techniques of the Tianwu continent. They relied on their instincts to attack. They were very direct and did not have any fancy moves. They were like demonic beasts that stood upright. However, if that was all, it would not be a problem for Xiao Chen. The most troublesome thing was that their movement techniques were very strange. There were no traces to be found. Sometimes, when Xiao Chun clearly struck with his saber, he would discover that he only struck a clump of formless black smoke. If he could strike them, Xiao Chun was confident that he could kill them in one strike. Unfortunately, they were everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. It was very troublesome. There was also the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had been turned into blood corpses. Not only did their strength increase by 20%, they did not feel any pain when they struck them. They continued to attack you. I can't conserve my strength anymore. Otherwise, even if I can escape, Mu Hong and the others will die here, Xiao Chen thought quickly. Chapter 250. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as he fought. Instantly, all the bones in his body started to crackle. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the tiger and dragon slowly formed. Xiao Chun suddenly stopped his move and did not dodge the attack of a shadow demon. When the shadow demon saw that Xiao Chen's movements suddenly slowed down, it thought that his essence could not keep up and an opening appeared. A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its 5 sharp fingers quickly stabbed forward. Kung Chong! The sharp fingers immediately tore through Xiao Chen's clothes. However, when they made contact with his flesh, they gave off a metallic sound and were unable to advance any further. How can this be? The shadow demon thought it was very strange. Although this attack did not pierce into Xiao Chen's heart, it shook his heart, affecting his internal organs. Xiao Chun endured the feeling of his qi and blood surging. Xiao Chun suddenly shouted, and the image of a tiger and dragon flew out from his body. The tiger and dragon roared, and in an instant, his entire body was filled with a horrifying force. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. There was a tiger's roar. Before the shadow demon could retreat, its head was crushed by Xiao Chen's horrifying punch of 6,000 kilograms of force. It was dead. Seeing the remaining shadow demon and blood corpse rushing over to save the situation, Xiao Chun smiled coldly. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun twice. A surging and pure lightning-attributed essence flowed through his meridians and into the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. A resplendent purple light flickered in the dark forest. It was very dazzling. Drawing the saber. This was the first time Xiao Chun infused the pure state of thunder into the rushing thunder saber technique. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared endlessly. It was like a huge army galloping. Xiao Chen's original attribute was the lightning attribute. After he advanced to martial saint, the essence in his body had completely turned into the purest lightning-attributed essence. In such a state, when Xiao Chun used the rushing thunder saber technique, the strength he could bring out was even stronger than the Lingyun saber technique, which required the state of mountains and the state of clouds. 3 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky and gathered on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air, and the other shadow demon was instantly chopped in half. The essence containing the state of thunder still flickered in the wound, not disappearing even after a long time. Arc-light slash. Xiao Chun did not stop moving. Thunder roared in the sky again. Xiao Chen's saber moved in an arc in the air, chopping the fleeing blood corpse in half. It could not resist at all. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and pointed his lunar shadow saber at the sky. Then he soared into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried an indomitable and boundless aura. Chi, chi, chi. Xiao Chen's body was like a bolt of lightning, flashing in the air. With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons surrounding Mu Hong and the others were pierced through, dying in that instant. Xiao Chen's body paused in the air, and the unceasing rumbling of thunder suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before the storm. It was extremely quiet in an instant. Rushing thunder chop, Xiao Chen shouted. He held his saber with both hands and chopped down at the blood corpse surrounding Yun Kursen. Pu Ci. A resplendent saber light tore through the water-like air and appeared above the blood corpse's head. In the next moment, the intense electric light on the saber light exploded. There was a clap of thunder that was even more intense than any of the previous ones. With a schwa sound, the blood corpse was chopped in half by this horrifying saber strike. Then the electric light blasted it into nothing. The rushing thunder second chain chop, the energy accumulated from the 4 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique, was unleashed without any restraint. The shadow demon that Xiao Chun struck did not even have the chance to cry out miserably. The shadow demon that was struck by Xiao Chun was immediately chopped into a pool of blood. The remaining shadow demon was horrified. It decisively gave up on attacking Yun Kursen. Its body turned into a clump of black smoke and quickly flew backward. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and snorted coldly as he watched the fleeing shadow demon. A boundless purple flame started to burn in Xiao Chen's right eye. With one glance, it looked like a sea of flames. The blazing flames started to slowly gather together. Finally, they gathered into a clump and formed a strange purple flame in Xiao Chen's right eye. Purple thunder true fire. Shoot! The strange purple flame formed a purple arrow in the air. It was like a shooting star, silently catching up to the shadow demon that had already fled 1,000 meters away. Explode! A horrifying explosion came from the distance. The purple flame suddenly flashed, and the origin of lightning in the flame blossomed. Countless arcs of electricity filled the entire space. Aside from Yun Kursen, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. They did not dare believe this was real. Xiao Chun stood still and withdrew his hand. He had already expected the rushing thunder saber technique to be very strong after it grasped the state of thunder. However, he was still shocked at its might. He believed that if he completely grasped the saber technique, aside from some peak late-stage martial saints, no one within the martial saint realm would be his match. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun turned his head and discovered Gao Xiong clutching his chest. He was lying on the ground in pain. His lips were black and he was trembling non-stop. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. Xiao Chun quickly walked over and asked Zhang Lai, "What's going on with him?" Zhang Lai had an extremely sad expression on his face. His voice trembled as he explained what happened to Xiao Chun. It turned out that when the shadow demon suddenly attacked, Gao Xiong, who was the slowest among the 3 of them, had yet to recover from his injuries. As a result, he was immediately stabbed in the chest by the sharp fingers of a shadow demon. Originally, the wound was not very deep. At first, Gao Xiong did not pay much attention to it. He often went out for experiential training and had encountered many similar wounds. With the physique of a cultivator, this was not a fatal wound. However, He did not expect the shadow demon's attack to contain a slow-acting poison. By the time he reacted, the poison had already spread throughout his body, and he was unable to force it out. Mu Heng asked from the side, "Yi Chun, do you have a solution?" Xiao Qin shook his head. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there was a medicinal pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin did not have the time to refine it. It was impossible for him to find a cultivation technique. Maybe Yun Kursen has a solution. This thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. This feeling was very strange. It was purely a feeling of intuition. Yun Kursen had rushed over a long time ago. However, she was observing Gao Xiang's situation from the side. She did not say anything. At this moment, she felt Xiao Qin's gaze. She shook her head and said, "I do have a rank 6 detoxification pill. However, the poison has already permeated his bones and heart vessels. Unless someone from the medical sage clan comes personally, or an immortal grade holy herb that is at least 1,000 years old, there is no way to save him." When Gao Xiang heard this, his pained face slowly revealed a gentle expression. He smiled bitterly. "I started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the age of 16. Now I am 26 and am already a medial grade martial saint. I am not satisfied to die like this." It was like the final radiance of a setting sun. The pained expression on Gao Xiang's face suddenly vanished. His complexion started to turn rosy. He took off the bag on his back and handed it to Zhang Lai. He muttered, "These are the demonic cores that I obtained along the way. I originally thought I could exchange them for some medial grade spirit stones after I got out and raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial saint. Now I can only let you guys benefit from it. The path of a cultivator has always been rugged. Everyone who has taken this path should have expected such a day. My misfortune should serve as a reminder to all of you. No matter when you fight, you cannot be careless." After Gao Xiang spoke, his eyes revealed a look of determination. In the next moment, he circulated the last of his essence and shattered his heart, dying from it. Gao Xiang chose to end his own life. This was a somewhat tragic way of dying. Gao Xiang's death caused everyone to feel melancholy. While they felt pity and sorrow, they also thought of themselves. In the Tianwu continent, the strong were revered. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants. If they wanted to kill them, they could do so at will. If they were unhappy, they could trample on your dignity. Under such cruel circumstances, every cultivator would use all sorts of methods to cultivate diligently in order to pursue the path of the strong. However, this path was too difficult. Aside from having to face all sorts of open and secret fights, they also had to be careful during experiential training to avoid dying in the hands of demonic beasts. Life was too fragile on this path. This mission was also a form of experiential training. However, in the end, before they even reached the halfway point, 6 people in the group had already lost their lives. Xiao Chun casually sent out a clump of purple thunder true fire and covered Gao Xiang's corpse. The corpse immediately started burning. Burying the corpse in the forest had already been proven to be a mistake. It would only be used by the enemy. Hence, no one felt that Xiao Chen's actions were inappropriate. When Yun Kursen saw Gao Xiang's burning corpse, an undetectable, complicated look flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash. No one noticed it. After a while, Yun Kursen said calmly, "Rest for an hour. After that, we will continue on our way." Similar massacres were taking place in other places in the forest. Murong Chang's figure moved erratically in the air, creating a cool breeze. After a while, a saber light flashed and a scarlet-clothed man was chopped into pieces. The blood demon's body, which could have merged back together, could no longer do so. It had turned into a corpse. Murong Chang's stern face was expressionless as he wiped off the blood on his saber. Then he sheathed his saber with a schwa sound. The blood demon's corpse on the ground exploded, turning into pools of blood that shot into the air. Behind Murong Chong, there were 2 members of the blood demon. Their lips had turned black and their expressions were unsightly as they fell to the ground. They had also been inflicted with the shadow demon's slow-acting poison. It had spread throughout their entire body. There was no way to save them. Senior brother Morong, do you have any way to save my junior brother? He is about to die, a Gongyu Peak disciple said anxiously. Morong Chong shook his head and did not say anything. He carefully put away the demon core that the blood demon left behind. Then he hugged his saber and sat to the side. He closed his eyes and recovered his strength. Chapter 251. The life of a cultivator was like that of an ant. If they were not strong, they could only be used as cannon fodder by others. Morong Chong thought to himself. Hence, aside from becoming strong, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would end up like these people. On a cliff, in a majestic palace, on a blood-red throne, the blood demon general, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, held a golden wine cup in his hand. He sat expressionlessly on the throne. If one looked carefully, the blood demon general's appearance was not much different from that of a human youth. However, his scarlet eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent on his pale face, causing one to tremble in fear. Below the great hall, there were 12 tall pillars on both sides. 10 blood demons wearing scarlet clothes stood on both sides of the pillars. The blood demon general brought the golden wine cup to his lips and took a sip, leaving a scarlet mark on his lips. Turned out that this was not some fine wine. It was a cup of scarlet human blood. It was very likely that it was left behind by the captured disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The blood demon general wiped the blood off his lips and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said indifferently, "What delicious human blood! I have not tasted it in this space for more than 20 years. Dang! Dang!" Suddenly, a blood demon covered in blood walked over anxiously from the great hall. When he walked forward, he knelt before the throne. He said respectfully, "Lord Demon General, the shadow demons that we sent out have been completely annihilated. According to your instructions, I sent out all the blood demons in the palace 6 hours ago. Because Lord Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, I could only inform you now." The blood demon general revealed a faint smile. He placed the golden wine cup on the table beside the throne and said indifferently, "No matter, it is within my expectations. Dogs. I did not expect it to be of any use. Why bother being a projection? They are not even comparable to dogs, all the more I would not care. You may withdraw first. You have done well. As long as you can block that group of people for one day and wait for the ceremony to be over, everything else will be fine." The person kneeling on the ground quickly got up and left the great hall after thanking the blood demon general. The blood demon general picked up the wine cup again. There was a frightening light in his scarlet eyes. He drained the cup of blood in one gulp and said coldly, "One day, I only need 1 day to turn the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back into rubble. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance?" A cold mocking voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Within the gloomy forest, Xiao Chen's group of 4 continued forward. The scarlet demonic snake's territory in this forest was very large. Even after walking for an hour, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts. After walking out of the scarlet demonic snake's territory, they once again encountered various kinds of demonic beasts. The weakest was a rank 5 primary demonic beast. Occasionally, they would encounter a rank 5 intermediate demonic beast. They even encountered a peak 5th order demonic beast. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the 6th order. Although everyone had a hard time fighting it, it could be considered daunting but not dangerous. Along the way, there were also the constant sneak attacks of various shadow demons, causing everyone to be exhausted from dealing with them. It could be said that every step they took was filled with killing intent, and every step they took was extremely dangerous. As they continued forward, they finally met the master of the shadow demon. It was a demonic person made of blood. Its ability to hide itself was even more horrifying than the shadow demons. Its attacks were even more strange and varied. The most important thing was that its body was a pile of liquid. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill it. Even if one exploded its head or chopped it into pieces, there was nothing to fear. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's lightning-attributed essence could restrain it. His essence contained the state of thunder. After Xiao Chen injured it, the electric light lingered for a long time, preventing it from healing. Yoon Kursen's heavenly melody saber technique was even more horrifying. When the sound wave entered the blood demon's body, it could instantly infuse every drop of blood in the blood demon's body, blasting it into nothing. Lone Peak fatal blow. Zhang Lai shouted explosively, and a chain of saber strikes formed a mountain, instantly killing a shadow demon. After that, he extracted the demon core from its body with a schwa sound. Senior Sister Yoon, how much longer before we can get out? Zhang Lai asked as he lay down on a tree after he finished what he was doing. His breathing was somewhat hurried. Along the way there were endless battles. Aside from the various demonic beasts, they also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the shadow demons and blood demons. Everyone was constantly on high alert. However, the path in the forest seemed endless. No matter how they walked, the scene in front of them was always the same. Large patches of black trees. Even Zhang Lai, who comprehended saber intent and had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators, felt somewhat frustrated. Yoon Kursen tossed an inferior grade spirit stone to Mu Hong and Zhang Lai. She said, "It will not be long. We are walking in a straight line. We should be able to get out by dusk." Yoon Kursen seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inferior grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. After every battle, she would give everyone medicinal pills for treating injuries and recovering essence. If Yoon Kursen exhausted too much essence, she would just give everyone inferior grade spirit stones. If it were not for Yoon Kursen's resources, even if they wanted to fight, they would not be able to. Mu Hong sat down cross-legged and smiled faintly. Just treat it as cultivation. After fighting continuously for a day, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 50%. I also made some breakthroughs in some martial techniques that I could not comprehend normally. The increase in my cultivation is even greater than cultivating in the back mountains for 3 months. Indeed, compared to bitter cultivation, one's cultivation would advance much faster when they went through life and death experiential training. However, there were pros and cons to both. Bitter cultivation was stable and did not endanger one's life. Experiential training could increase one's cultivation, but it was too dangerous. There were too many uncertainties. Overall, both were indispensable. Bitter cultivation and experiential training were not desirable. Only a reasonable arrangement of bitter cultivation and experience could allow one's cultivation to grow at the fastest speed. Pu Xi, Xiao Chun, who had gone out to scout, jumped down from a tree and said, "We can rest for a while. There are no demonic beasts in the surroundings. The closest group of demonic beasts is about 1,000 meters ahead. They are early rank 5 demonic wolves. If they were alone, they would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these demonic beasts live in packs. There are about 500 of them. We will have to fight a tough battle later." Yoon Kursen muttered to herself, "Let's do it the same way. The 3 of us will be responsible for dealing with the demonic wolves. Yi Chun will hold the line and prevent the shadow demons and blood demons from sneak attacking us." After an hour, the group had already recovered their essence and started their journey. "Sweeping mountain destroys clouds," Zhang Lai shouted, and a strong wind blew. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, and the continuous saber aura turned into a lone peak, charging at the pack of rank 5 demonic wolves on the ground. Horizontal saber stance, 7 stars transposition. Mu Hong was not willing to fall behind. A purple light burst out from his body and he turned into a saber. His figure flickered continuously in the pack of wolves. With each rise and fall, his palm slashed through the air, and a wolf head would be sent flying. Within the pack of wolves, the huge wolf king stared at the group with its scarlet eyes as it howled ferociously. It was like they were in a formation. Every time it howled, the formation of the pack of wolves would change. After a while, under the command of the Wolf King, Zhang Lai and Mu Hong, who were advancing like a hot knife through butter, received an intense counterattack. As the pack of wolves advanced and retreated, they managed to block the attacks of the 2 of them. They retaliated without fear of death and even left some wounds on the 2 of them. Chi! Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom on the battlefield. A white figure moved in an arc in the air and landed in front of the Wolf King. The slender saber in Yun Kursen's hand trembled slightly. The huge body of the Wolf King was immediately knocked back. The formation of the pack of wolves immediately turned chaotic. After Yun Kursen delayed the Wolf King, the pressure on Zhang Lai and Mu Heng decreased. Xiao Chun hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes. He spread his spiritual sense to every corner of the battlefield, especially the surroundings of Yun Kursen and the other two. They were constantly on guard against the attacks of the demons. Compared to the demonic beasts, these cunning demons knew how to hide themselves. They were the greatest threat to the group. Shua. In the world of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, a figure that was different from the demonic wolves and humans appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A pool of blood quickly shot towards Yun Kursen from the ground. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Xiao Chun drew his saber with a huangdang sound. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a light that was even more resplendent than the lightning. It was bright and dazzling. Pu Ci. A cold light flashed in the air and the saber stabbed into the pool of blood on the ground. It was so fast that the lightning in the sky did not even have time to disappear. A miserable shriek came from the ground. The pool of blood on the ground turned into a human figure. It grabbed the lunar shadow saber, flickering with electricity with both hands as it roared ferociously. Despicable human. Sooner or later, I will eat up all your blood and marrow. I will let you experience the most painful torture in this world. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "Sorry, you no longer have this chance. Explode." The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the blood demon's chest suddenly burst out with a horrifying electric light. Pai Li Pala. There were crackling sounds as the electric snakes danced around. The blood demon's body exploded into tiny blood droplets in the air before finally disappearing. Suddenly, four shadow demons flew over. They quickly launched themselves at Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were engaged in an intense battle. The timing of the shadow demons was very accurate. It happened to be when the two of them were surrounded by a pack of wolves and could not extricate themselves. A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. It condensed into a clump of purple lightning fire. The flame quickly elongated and turned into a sharp purple arrow. Pu Ci. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, illuminating the dark forest. It moved faster than the speed of sound and silently pierced through the bodies of the four shadow demons. The shadow demons exploded and turned into a black rain of blood, covering the entire sky. In the palace on the cliff, the blood demon general on the throne could not help but be stunned when he heard the sudden mocking. Unexpectedly, someone managed to hide from his perception and sneak into the palace. Pu Ci. In the great hall, the 10 blood demons standing on either side of the throne all cried out miserably. Their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lu Chun, Lu Ruyue, and the others slowly revealed themselves in the great hall. They released their auras and their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the blood demon general on the throne. This was the dream demon that once brought disaster to the heavenly saber pavilion. When the blood demon general saw the 10 of them, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "I was wondering how high your cultivation was to be able to hide from my perception. It turns out you only used an aura-concealing talisman." Chapter 252. Is there no one else in the heavenly saber pavilion? Why did they send you all to die? Lu Chan said calmly, "You were just a projection. It is enough to kill you." The blood demon general's scarlet eyes revealed a cold light. He said indifferently, "Originally, I was a little worried about what kind of people the heavenly saber pavilion would send. It looks like I was worrying for nothing. Coincidentally, the ceremony requires some nourishment. Since you all delivered yourselves to me, I will not stand on ceremony." Boom! Right after the blood demon general spoke, a red light soared into the sky from his body. A horrifying killing chi surged towards the crowd like a flood. His eyes were filled with a scene of purgatory. Countless aggrieved spirits cried out miserably. A horrifying illusion appeared before the crowd. In this strange space, it was hard to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Huang Dang. Everyone drew their sabers at the same time. An orderly sound reverberated in the air. With a schwa sound, the illusion instantly vanished. In the forest, after Yun Kursen killed the Wolf King, the remaining demonic wolves were defeated. Under the attacks of the crowd, they fled in all directions. Zhang Lai and Mu Hang started to clean up the battlefield, extracting the demonic cores of the demonic wolves. Xiao Chun continued to be on guard, preventing any more demons from launching sneak attacks. Boom! Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky under the bright red moon in the distant sky. A horrifying aura spread out from afar. Zhang Lai and Mu Hang, who were cleaning up the battlefield, felt a chill and could not help but tremble. Mu Hang stopped what he was doing and looked at the scarlet light under the full moon. He muttered, "What is this? What a horrifying aura. Who is it?" Actually, everyone had a guess in their hearts. However, they did not dare to confirm it. They could not help but look at Yun Kursen. When Yun Kursen saw that scarlet light, a grave expression appeared on her calm face. When she felt everyone's gaze, she turned around and said slowly, "Your mission is already complete. If you have a divine flame talisman, you may leave now. If you do not, I can give you one." When Zhang Lai and Mu Hang heard this, they were stunned. Doubt filled their faces. They did not understand what was going on. "Senior Sister Yun, didn't you say we were going to meet up with the other teams through the forest?" "Indeed, we are almost at our destination. Why are we not leaving?" Yun Kursen's unexpected words caught the two of them off guard. They could not understand what was going on. The plan was to walk out of the forest, but why was the mission completed before they even got out? When Xiao Chun heard Yun Kursen suddenly say that the mission was completed, he was somewhat stunned. However, when he looked at the top of the mountain, he saw the red light soaring into the sky and the aura filling the entire space. After a while, Xiao Chun understood the crux of the matter. He looked at the sky with a calm face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Chun slowly got up and said to Mu Hang and Zhang Lai, "Go out. After all, each of you has collected 10 demon cores. You have already completed half of the task. 100 medial grade spirit stones is guaranteed. There is also a large number of demonic cores. You have already gained quite a lot." After a pause, Xiao Chun continued, "There is an even more important harvest. After such an intense battle, Zhang Lai, after you go out and cultivate bitterly, your cultivation should be able to reach peak inferior grade martial saint. That should not be a problem." Xiao Chun looked at Mu Hang and said, "There is also Mu Hang. Although your cultivation realm will not increase by leaps and bounds, your strength will probably increase even more than Zhang Lai's." Zhang Lai thought for a long time. At this moment, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He revealed a complicated expression and said, "Yi Chun, that is not what I meant. Gao Xiong and the others." Xiao Chen's calm gaze suddenly gave off a sharp light. He said, "Experiential training is filled with danger in the first place. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go." Mu Hang looked deeply at the calm Yun Kursen and did not say anything. He took out the divine flame talisman from his bosom. After a while, his body slowly turned into a ball of fiery light and disappeared from this space. Zhang Lai was shocked by the sudden look in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not say anything more and took out the divine flame talisman as well. Then, he turned into a ball of fiery light and slowly disappeared from this space. After the two of them left, the atmosphere between Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen slowly turned strange. Neither of them spoke. The forest was extremely quiet. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth began to shake. No, it wasn't the entire earth that was shaking. It was the entire space that was shaking. Trees collapsed one after another. Countless demonic beasts ran around in panic. The entire forest instantly turned chaotic. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was still incredibly quiet. The surrounding chaos did not affect the two of them at all. After a long time, Yun Kursen sighed gently and said, "Are you still not leaving? If you do not have a divine flame talisman, I can give you one." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "There is no need. Can I ask you a few questions?" Yun Kursen's calm face did not change at all. She nodded and said, I knew you would blame me. I also know what you want to ask. I can tell you the answer. That's right, from the very start, the Elders' Assembly did not intend for you people to complete the mission. The ones who completed the mission were Lu Chen's group. The main mission of our 10 teams was to attract the Blood Demon General's attention, so that he would send out all the blood demons from the palace. This would allow Lu Chen and the others to use the aura concealing talisman to sneak into the palace. Then, they would be able to focus on fighting the Blood Demon General. Xiao Chun said indifferently, I guessed that. You misunderstood me. I do not blame you. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are Lu Chen and the others in killing the Blood Demon General? Based on what Yun Kursen said, Xiao Qin had already guessed most of it. To put it simply, the Elders' Assembly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to attract the firepower and create an opportunity for Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Lai could not understand why the Elders' Assembly did not make it clear in advance. Instead, they sent the others to die for no reason. That was why he was dissatisfied when he found out the answer. However, Xiao Chun did not dwell on this problem. It was a very simple logic. If the Elders' Assembly had told them in advance, not even half of them would have participated in the mission. Out of 100 people, less than half would participate in the mission. No one would be stupid enough to volunteer to be cannon fodder. Similarly, this matter could not be blamed on Yun Kursen. At the very least, she was not the one who initiated the mission. As a team leader, she had already done her duty. Every time there was a battle, Yun Kursen would charge to the front lines. When someone got injured, she would distribute spirit stones and medicinal pills to everyone. She did her best to ensure everyone's safety. That was why Xiao Chun used his strong mental energy to calm Zhang Lai down when his emotions were fluctuating. The strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one was just a chess piece in the eyes of those in power. If one was strong enough to become a core disciple, they would naturally give one a divine flame talisman to ensure one's safety. Xiao Chun did not blame anyone, nor did he resent anyone. This matter only allowed him to see the nature of this world more clearly. Without sufficient strength, every step he took was filled with danger. So he had to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Only then would he be able to grasp his own fate in his own hands. Right now, Xiao Chun was only concerned about whether Lu Chen and the others could kill the Blood Demon General. If they could kill him easily, then there would be no need for him to worry about the mission that Lu Tianyu gave him. He could just leave this place. If there was not a high chance of success, he would still make a trip. At the very least, he had to use the heaven-splitting saber technique that Lu Tianyu had hidden in the lunar shadow saber before leaving. When Yun Kursen saw Xiao Chun being so calm, she was somewhat surprised. She muttered to herself for a while before saying, there is a 60% chance of success. Among Lu Chen's group, there are 7 people who have grasped the blood demon body disintegration technique. They can burn their life force and instantly increase their combat prowess. These 7 people did not intend to leave this place alive in the first place. They are the death-sworn soldiers of the Divine Saber Camp. In a situation where there are no losses, they can increase their combat prowess by up to 10 times. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. Lu Ruyue was among the 10. If Lu Ruyue was among the 7, he could not just sit by and do nothing. Sorry, I have to go first. The silver warship flew out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Chun quickly leaped onto it. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, actually, you don't have to blame yourself. You have already done very well. Right after he spoke, Xiao Chun piloted the silver warship and sped through the air towards the palace at the top of the cliff. It was like lightning disappearing in a flash. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Chun left. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She shook the roaming dragon's saber in her hand and muttered to herself, interesting. What is so urgent that he is even abandoning his heaven-ranked spirit weapon? In the forest, Murong Chong looked at the red lights soaring into the sky. He slowly stopped and thought for a long time. Senior brother Murong, why did you stop? One of the team members asked, feeling confused. Murong Chong did not reply. He turned around and walked over to a severely injured core disciple. Then he slowly placed the divine flame talisman on his chest. After that, under the astonished gazes of the others, that person slowly turned into a clump of flames and disappeared from this space. After doing all this, Murong Chong took out another divine flame talisman. He said, "You all stay here. There is no need to advance any further. I only have one divine flame talisman left. I'll leave it to you to make your own arrangements." Murong Chong gently pushed off the ground. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. His body moved through the air, creating intense sonic booms. He quickly flew towards the palace in front. "Senior brother Murong, don't go." When the group of people saw Murong Chong leave behind a divine flame talisman and leave, they could not help but cry out in panic. For them to be able to travel so far with only 3 deaths, it could be said that it was all because of Murong Chong's ability. When Murong Chong left, everyone immediately panicked. The same scene happened in the other teams in the forest. When the core disciples who were leading the teams saw the red light soaring into the sky, they all stopped. However, what these people did was very different from what Murong Chong and Yun Kursen did. They directly used their divine flame talismans and left this space, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded core disciples. A strong wind blew past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes fluttered continuously. Chapter 253. Xiao Chun had an anxious expression on his face as he activated the flying formation on the warship with all his might. He rushed towards the palace without caring about his essence consumption. Xiao Chun consoled himself, elder sister Ryue should not use the blood demon body disintegration technique. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu would not have let her enter this subspace. After all, she was Lu Tianyu's daughter. No matter how much of a bastard Lu Tianyu was, he would not joke around with his own daughter. However, Xiao Chun thought about it. Perhaps that old man had guessed that I was worried about Lu Ryue. That old man might have purposely used this method to force me to stay in the subspace and kill the blood demon general according to his rules. Given that old fox's character, he might really be able to do that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun could not help but increase the speed of the silver warship. Xiao Chen's speed was already very close to the speed of sound. The cold wind felt like knives when it blew on his face. This made Xiao Chun feel some pain. He had to use his essence to block it off. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, intense sonic booms came from behind Xiao Chun, exploding in the air. A figure quickly caught up and landed steadily on the stern of the ship. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. When he saw who it was, he said in surprise, "Murong Chong." Murong Chong held his saber in his left hand and met Xiao Chen's gaze. He said mockingly, "Why are you in such a rush to die?" When Xiao Chun heard this, his face slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "I have no time to waste with you. This is my warship. Please get off." Murong Chong looked like he had heard a joke. He had an extremely amused expression as he said, "Please get off? What if I don't want to? Then I can only chase you off." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, smiled coldly. "I want to see how capable you are to dare to make a move against me, your former senior brother." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chun did not reply. He shouted and executed the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art and Clear Wind Chop at the same time. Suddenly, 9 cool winds blew in the sky. Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. Hu Qi. Amid the cool breeze, the snow-white lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand vanished. He withdrew all his killing qi and combined it with the 9 images. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Just as the saber light was about to strike Murong Chong, something strange happened. A cool breeze blew and Murong Chong's body suddenly disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chun remained calm. His spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the area within 200 meters of him. In the haze, a black dot appeared on the lower right side of Xiao Chen, 100 meters away, and was captured by Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness. Found it, merge. The 9 phantoms in the sky overlapped, and Xiao Chen's speed doubled. The friction in the air created a violent sonic boom. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple electric light, illuminating the scarlet sky. The saber tore through the air and hacked at the black dot at lightning speed. Hoo! When the saber struck the air, it gave off a thunderous sound. However, aside from the cool breeze, there was no sign of Morong Chong. Xiaochen frowned and felt suspicious in his heart. What's going on? Even if he hid himself in the cool breeze, he did not really turn into the air. If I can find the right position, I can still attack. Hoo! Hoo! A cool breeze blew behind Xiaochen. Morong Chong's unhurried voice could be heard. Little junior brother, don't look for the wrong place. I am here. The voice moved with the cool breeze and circled around Xiaochen. After that, it reverberated in the surroundings. It made it impossible to determine where the person who spoke was. Xiaochen revealed a cautious expression. He slowly closed his eyes and sheathed the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Morong Chong had already practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. He had also comprehended the state of wind of the clear wind chop to consummation. The two complemented each other. In a contest of the clear wind chop, Xiaochen was indeed inferior to him. If Xiaochen wanted to find Morong Chong, it would be difficult. Before Morong Chong attacked, he would not be able to find an opening. Xiaochen could only wait for the instant Morong Chong attacked. Only then would he have a chance of finding his position. At that time, he would use the strength of his physical body to make an opening appear. After that, he would use the rushing thunder saber technique to launch an unending chain of attacks and completely defeat him. As long as Morong Chong retreated, he would not be able to dodge the rushing thunder saber technique. A weak cool breeze blew on Xiaochen's face. The gentle energy caused his nervous expression to relax. It's coming. Xiaochen suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. They were as sharp as a saber. Xiaochen shouted, and all the bones in his body crackled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, 100 beasts wave. A force of 6,000 kilograms struck the cool breeze, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Even the invisible wind exploded from this punch. Morong Chong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, had a shocked expression on his face. He was mildly astonished. He decisively revealed himself and gave up on attacking. Then, he removed his hand from the saber hilt. He sent out a palm strike. The palm wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and reverberate endlessly. Surging shockwaves spread out in all directions like the tide. The two of them retreated 5 steps in the air at the same time. One stood at the bow and the other at the stern. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched in this punch and palm strike. The qi and blood in Xiaochen's body surged. His internal organs were shaken. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Xiaochen did not suppress it. He opened his mouth and vomited. Xiaochen had not expected such a result. His physical body had already reached a horrifying level. His full-powered strike was 6,000 kilograms of force. With such a sudden attack, he could kill a superior-grade martial saint. However, not only was Morong Chong fine, he even managed to fight to a draw. The silver warship continued to fly in the sky under the bright red full moon. A strong wind blew past the two of them. Their long black hair and clothes fluttered in the air, making loud sounds. Blood leaked out of the corner of Morong Chong's mouth. His complexion was somewhat pale. He had used essence to execute this palm strike. The quality of his physical body was much weaker than Xiaochen's. The internal injuries he suffered were even more severe than Xiaochen's. Morong Chong slowly wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He revealed a faint smile on his stern face. You are able to force me to withdraw my saber. You already possess the qualifications to challenge me. However, if this is all you have, it is far from enough to chase me back. Hey! Just as Morong Chong was about to make another move, an azure leaf appeared in the air above the silver warship at some point in time. The leaf drifted in the wind. It looked weak and unremarkable, but strangely, it maintained an incredible speed in the wind. It was neither fast nor slow, giving off a soothing feeling. However, in an instant it moved more than 100 meters. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Xiao Chen's silver warship. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the leaf. He felt somewhat suspicious. Who is this? To think that he released his life martial spirit here. Based on the strangeness of this martial spirit, it might be an inherited martial spirit. The azure leaf slowly landed between the two of them. The azure leaf glowed with a white light. Yun Kursen, dressed in white and holding the roaming dragon saber, appeared before the two of them with a calm expression. The two of you, are you still in the mood for a showdown at this moment? Yun Kursen's delicate face did not reveal any expression as she spoke indifferently. It is actually Yun Kursen. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, Yun Kursen was a peak inferior grade martial spirit, yet she was terrifyingly strong. If it was an inherited martial spirit, then it could be explained. Furthermore, along the way, only someone from an inherited clan would not care about these inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "This is my warship. I do not welcome people looking for trouble." Murong Chong ignored him and placed his saber at the side. Then, he sat at the stern and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chun was anxious about Lu Ryue's matter. He did not want to waste any more time with Murong Chong. He turned around and said, "Senior Sister Yun, why are you here as well?" Yun Kursen looked at the palace in the distance, which was glowing with a red light and filled with killing qi. She said, "I have the same goal as you." Xiao Qin found it funny. He said indifferently, "You don't even know what my goal is. How can you say it's the same as me?" Yun Kursen glanced at Murong Chong before looking at Xiao Qin. She said, "Actually, the three of us have the same goal." Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and no longer bothered with this question. He controlled the silver warship at full speed and flew at lightning speed towards the palace. Bang! 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 Inside the palace, the 7 divine saber camp bladesmen, whose combat prowess had increased after the blood demon body disintegration, were filled with killing qi. Boundless scarlet saber qi flew around the palace. Every strand of saber qi was more than 100 meters long. They were incomparably horrifying and contained horrifying energy. When the saber qi struck the blood demon general's body, it forced him to retreat. Wounds appeared all over his body. After the 7 of them underwent the blood demon body disintegration, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular medial grade martial king. Furthermore, with the cooperation of Lu Chun and the other 2, they caught the blood demon general off guard. After that, they suppressed the blood demon general, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Angry Azure River. The 7 of them shouted and a scarlet light surged around their bodies. 7 strands of red saber qi merged into one in the air and turned into a vast scarlet river, surging towards the blood demon general. The blood demon general revealed a grave expression on his pale face. He pushed his palms in the air and a spherical scarlet ball appeared, encasing him within it. Seeing the cool breeze but not the saber, a cool breeze blew in the great hall. Lu Ryue's nimble body flew quickly in the cool breeze. There was a flash of saber light and a crack immediately appeared in the scarlet ball that the blood demon general condensed. Boom! The surging scarlet river entered the crack with a schwa sound. Miserable cries came from the scarlet ball of light. In the next instant, the scarlet ball of light exploded. The blood demon general's body turned into countless tiny blood droplets and disappeared into the air. "Is it over?" Lu Chan said with a bewildered expression as he watched the blood demon general disappear. The others did not let their guard down. It was not easy for them to get to this point. If they were careless, all their efforts would go to waste. None of them could afford to lose. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement in the majestic palace. The great hall was silent. Only the continuous breathing of the crowd could be heard. Chapter 254. Lu Chun muttered to himself for a while before saying, "He should be dead already. After all, it is just a projection. Go and kill the remaining blood demons, and this space will disappear." When the others heard this, they nodded. The blood demon general was indeed horrifying. However, he was just a projection in this space. He did not even have a tenth of his strength. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Countless blood droplets suddenly appeared in the hall. The blood droplets quickly gathered at a certain point in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the blood droplets gathered together. The Blood Demon General's figure appeared behind a bladesman who had executed the Blood Demon's self-disintegration technique. Poo ci. There was a horrifying, miserable shriek. That bladesman's body emitted a hualala sound. The Blood Demon General sucked all the blood in his body. Soon, he turned into a sheet of human skin. High up in the sky, the scarlet full moon shone down a beam of red light. The Blood Demon General's weakened body looked solid once again. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Everyone had no time to react. They were all astonished. The Blood Demon General casually tossed away the human skin in his hand. His pale lips were covered in blood. He revealed a sinister smile. "Foolish humans, do you think I will die so easily?" As the silver warship got closer and closer to the palace on the edge of the cliff, the terrifying murderous aura brought more and more pressure to the crowd. Yun Kursen said indifferently, "Even if it is just a projection, this Blood Demon General is probably as strong as a peak medial grade Martial King." Morong Chong, who was at the stern, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and said, "I'm afraid it is not just that." Coupled with his identity as a demon, his true combat prowess is probably that of a superior grade Martial King. In the Great Qin Nation, a person with the cultivation of a martial saint could be considered as a minor expert. They could become an overlord in a small place like Mo City, receiving invitations and hospitality from various powers. After martial saint, every increase in cultivation realm would result in a qualitative increase in strength. Furthermore, it was incomparably difficult. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to become a martial saint before the age of 30. Furthermore, to become a true expert in the Great Qin Nation, one had to be a martial king. After one became a martial king, one would be the target of all the clans in the Great Qin Nation. To a large extent, a clan's true strength was reflected in the number and quality of martial kings that the clan possessed. Quantity naturally referred to the number of people, while quality referred to the martial king realm. Once a cultivator reached the martial king realm, even a small advantage would immediately determine the victor, not to mention the difference in cultivation realm. That was because it was simply too difficult to increase one's strength at this level. Everyone clearly knew that the difference between peak medial grade martial saint and superior grade martial saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference in combat prowess was tenfold. When Xiao Chun heard Morong Chong's words, his face remained calm. However, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He could only pray that nothing happened to Lu Ryue. Xiao Chun finally understood why Lu Tianyu left such a huge force in the Lunar Shadow Saber. It was because he had expected that the younger generation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be a match for the Blood Demon General. Morong Chong's expression suddenly changed. He felt it was strange as he said, "What's going on?" That Blood Demon General's aura suddenly disappeared. Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen also felt it at the same time. That overwhelming aura actually disappeared in an instant. Furthermore, they could not feel it at all. Yun Kursen guessed suspiciously, could it be that the Blood Demon General was already killed? When a person's aura disappeared, aside from hiding it on purpose, there was only one explanation: death. Given the Blood Demon General's style, there was no way he would hide it on purpose. The only explanation left was death. Who? A beam of red light descended from the full moon. Everyone felt the Blood Demon General's horrifying aura once again. Yun Kursen frowned and said, "Why does this feel like he revived from the dead? What exactly happened in that palace?" The silhouette of the palace had already appeared in everyone's vision. It did not look very far away, but they would need some time to reach it. Xiao Chun remained silent as he stared at the scarlet full moon above him. He had felt that there was something wrong with this scarlet moon a long time ago. The scarlet light that descended from the scarlet moon confirmed Xiao Chen's guess. That scarlet light contained a surging life force. Morong Chong said indifferently, "This moon is a little strange. I am sure that the Blood Demon General was indeed killed to a certain extent. However, the scarlet light of this moon revived him. Eternal life under the full moon? Xiao Chun frowned and thought doubtfully. Xiao Chun did not say anything more. The most important thing now was to fly to the palace. That was the most important thing. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After Xiao Chun absorbed all the energy in the spirit stone, the chi whirlpool in his dantian started to spin rapidly. He used his essence without caring about the expenditure. The speed of the silver warship increased explosively again. After 10 minutes, the three of them finally arrived above the palace. Rumble! The intense sounds of fighting passed through the obstruction of the palace and resounded in everyone's ears. Hu Chi! Murong Chong leaped into the air and jumped off the stern of the warship. He quickly descended to the top of the palace. He sent out a palm strike and a large hole immediately appeared in the roof of the palace. Murong Chong did not hesitate to jump in. Xiao Chun did not hesitate either. He recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped into the hole that Murong Chong created with Yun Kursen. Bang! While the two of them were still in the air, they saw Murong Chong turn into a cool breeze and blow towards the blood demon general silently. With a schwa saber strike, he left a horrifying wound on the blood demon general's body. Anger breaks the azure river. The horrifying scarlet saber chi merged with the Tao in the Great Hall once again and formed a scarlet river. It carried a boundless aura as it surged towards the blood demon general. Anger breaks the azure river was originally a peak earth-ranked martial technique. With so many people working together, the might of this move was already at the level of an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Pu Ci! Pu Ci! An intense explosion resounded in the Great Hall. The entire Great Hall started to shake. With a loud bang, this move killed the blood demon general once again. He turned into countless blood droplets and disappeared from the Great Hall. When Lu Ruyue saw Xiao Chun, she quickly leaped over. She revealed an anxious expression on her pretty face as she said quickly, "Yi Chun, why are you here? Didn't I give you the divine flame talisman?" Xiao Chun said in a soft voice, "There is no need to be anxious. Your father told me to come. He already expected that you are not a match for the blood demon general. He sealed a martial technique in the lunar shadow saber. It should be able to kill him." The blood demon general was killed by the crowd once again. However, this time, no one showed any signs of relaxation on their faces. Instead, they were incomparably anxious. Senior Brother Lu, the blood demon body disintegration technique's duration is almost up. Everyone's strength has already been exhausted. If we use anger breaks the azure river again, its might will decrease significantly. If the blood demon general revives again, the situation will not be good. A divine saber camp bladesman said anxiously to Lu Chun. Lu Chen's expression turned sullen. He already knew what the other party said. However, the situation this time was completely out of his expectations. Originally, by relying on the tenfold increase in combat prowess of the blood demon body disintegration technique, as well as the joint attack anger breaks the azure river, when all the other blood demons had left the palace, it should not be too difficult to kill the blood demon general's projection. It should not be too difficult to kill the blood demon general's projection. However, Xiao Chun did not expect it to reach such a stage where the blood demon general could not be killed. Murong Chong glanced at Xiao Chun, who was standing with Lu Ruyue. A barely detectable rage flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked over to Lu Chen's side and said, "His original body should be that scarlet moon in the sky. There is no such thing as an unlimited revival in this world. If we continue killing him, he will eventually collapse." Lu Chun smiled bitterly and pointed to the 3 human skins on the ground. He said, "I'm afraid that before he collapses, we will not be able to hold on. Let's kill him one more time. If he still does not die, we can only choose to retreat." Pu Ci! Pu Ci! A dense number of scarlet pearls appeared in the hall. They quickly gathered at a certain point. After a while, the blood demon general's figure formed again. However, this time, everyone was more careful. No one was caught in a sneak attack. A scarlet light descended from the scarlet moon again. The blood demon general's originally weak figure instantly became stronger under the illumination of the scarlet light. The blood demon general grinned and revealed a cruel smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and the other two and said, "Another 3 people coming to die? Kill." The blood demon's self-disintegration technique could only last for a limited time. Lu Chen did not want to waste time. The moment the blood demon general's figure appeared, he led the others to charge over. Lu Ruyue, who was beside Xiao Chen, told them to be careful. Then, she charged into the battlefield and fought with the blood demon general. After a few big battles, the 7 people in the battlefield were very well coordinated with each other. It was not good for Xiao Chen and the other 2 to interfere. Otherwise, they would disrupt their rhythm. They could only wait and see, waiting for an opportunity. Blood Demon Death Spear. The blood demon general shouted, and a scarlet ball condensed in his hand. The scarlet ball quickly elongated and turned into a spear. It left a scarlet mark in the air as it flew towards the crowd. The speed of the spear was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Chen. A bright light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly drew a circle in the air with his saber. A whirlwind appeared in front of Lu Chen. Pu Ci. When the horrifying scarlet spear brushed past it, it immediately lost its aim and was sent flying to the side. Bang! The scarlet spear crashed into a huge stone pillar in the hall. There was a loud explosion and a large chunk of the stone pillar immediately corroded. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The top half of the stone pillar that was suspended in the air fell towards the ground. The stone pillar, which was tens of meters tall, fell down. Everyone quickly dodged. Bang! The stone pillar fell and kicked up a large cloud of dust. The hall shook continuously under the intense bombardment. Pu Ci. The blood demon general took advantage of the opportunity when everyone dodged. He laughed strangely and turned into a scarlet liquid, charging at a bladesman who executed the blood demon's self-disintegration technique. That bladesman had just stabilized himself. By the time he felt the danger behind him, it was already too late. Chapter 255. There was a crunching sound as the blood demon general pierced through this person's body. There was a zzz sound as that person cried out miserably. After a while, the blood demon general sucked the dust out of him, leaving behind a piece of human skin. The blood demon general turned back into his human form and laughed. Human blood is always so wonderful, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who executed the blood demon body disintegration, 3 had already died. The remaining 4 had already executed the angry Azure River. Senior Sister Ruyue, we cannot waste any more time. Quickly create an opportunity to execute the angry Azure River. Lu Chen shouted as he knocked the blood demon general back with his saber. The blood demon general also knew how powerful the angry Azure River was. He executed the blood demon death spear continuously, not giving the others a chance to execute it. The spear, which contained a corrosive power, flew rapidly towards the crowd. The crowd had already experienced the might of the blood demon death spear earlier. They did not dare to clash head-on with it. They all leaped and dodged. Bang! 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 The remaining 11 stone pillars in the Great Hall were all struck by the blood demon death spear. One by one, the stone pillars collapsed. Dust was kicked up. The scene was extremely chaotic. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the blood demon general turned into a beam of red light and attacked the crowd continuously. Lu Chen and the others had to guard against the stone pillars falling from the sky as well as the blood demon general's sneak attacks. They did not have a chance to attack the blood demon general. They were too busy dealing with him. Murong Chong raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the palace. His expression changed slightly. Not good. This palace is going to collapse. The palace, which had lost the support of the 12 stone pillars, was shaking non-stop. Gravel kept falling from the ceiling. Just as Murong Chong finished speaking, there was a loud sound and the entire dome collapsed. Countless boulders fell with a crashing sound. Lu Chen said loudly, "Let's get out of here first." Boom! The remaining people condensed a boundless saber light on their sabers and made their moves, shattering the rocks falling from above. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His figure flashed in the air and he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He punched with 5,000 kilograms of force, shattering the huge rocks into countless fragments. Yun Kursen turned into a fallen leaf drifting in the wind amidst the dust, swaying as she floated away. When all the dust had settled, the huge and majestic palace had been completely reduced to ruins. Everyone was covered in dust, looking somewhat miserable. Amidst the rubble, a red light exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and the Blood Demon General's figure appeared under the illumination of the full moon. The Blood Demon General's pale face revealed an angry expression. He said coldly, "Ignorant juniors, how dare you destroy my palace? Today, none of you will leave this place alive." Who? A cool breeze blew, and Lu Ryue's figure suddenly disappeared into the cool breeze. In the next moment, a wound appeared on the Blood Demon General's chest, and blood spurted out. Lu Ryue's figure flashed by the Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General cried out in pain and tried to grab her. However, he did not manage to grab anything. Instead, another wound appeared on his back. Lu Chun quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Prepare your combined martial technique." A cool breeze blew continuously in front of the Blood Demon General. Lu Ryue's figure appeared and disappeared around him, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She left behind many wounds. The Blood Demon General was anxious. His figure flickered quickly, turning into a ball of red light that moved erratically. However, the cool breeze did not give up. No matter where the Blood Demon General hid, no matter what form he took, there would always be a saber light that left a wound on his body. Damn it! The Blood Demon General roared angrily and pressed his palms together. His chi and blood exploded out, and a surging scarlet light spread out from his body. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Ryue, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately revealed a red figure. The Blood Demon General revealed a sinister smile. "I found you. Die!" Blood Demon Death Fist. Lightning Evasion. An electric light flashed, and Xiao Chun appeared in front of Lu Ryue. The bones in his body gave off crackling sounds. His left hand turned into a dragon, and his right hand turned into a tiger. The dragon and tiger merged into Xiao Chen's body, and the images of a dragon and a tiger intertwined with each other. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Bang! The Blood Demon General's horrifying punch landed on Xiao Chen's arms. The horrifying energy gave off a loud sound, and cracks appeared on the ground under Xiao Chen's feet. Above the crack, a strong gust of air gushed out. The boulders on the ground trembled violently. The huge rocks on the ground flew up and spun around Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body, quickly accumulating energy. At this moment, the dragon did not roar, and the tiger did not roar. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I'll let you be arrogant first. In the next moment, Xiao Chun roared angrily and leaned back slightly. He punched ferociously, and the dragon roared and tiger roared continuously. The sound was like thunder. The clouds churned in the scarlet sky, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The image of a dragon and tiger circling behind Xiao Chun poured into Xiao Chen's body. The aura accumulated by the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon was unleashed with this punch. This was the third move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Borrowing the aura of the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon, accumulating supreme energy, Dragon Roar and Tiger Roar. Clearly, the Blood Demon General did not expect Xiao Chun to be able to withstand his Blood Demon Death Fist head-on. All the more, he did not expect Xiao Chun to be able to counterattack so quickly after being struck by the Blood Demon Death Fist. The horrifying punch had already reached 5,000 kilograms of force. It landed on the Blood Demon General's chest. When Xiao Chun punched, a scarlet light shot out. A head-sized hole appeared in the Blood Demon General's chest. Electricity flickered at the edges of the hole, preventing the wound from healing. Xiao Chun endured the surging chi and blood in his body. He pushed off the ground and turned into a purple shadow, retreating 100 meters. Lu Ryue rushed over and asked worriedly, "Yi Chun, are you all right?" In terms of might, the Blood Demon Death Fist was no weaker than the Blood Demon Death Spear. Since Xiao Chun received this punch head-on, it was definitely not as easy as it looked. Xiao Chun swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and said, I suffered some internal injuries, but I can still hold on. Don't worry about it for now. Angry Azure River. The surging Scarlet River blocked the Blood Demon General, who wanted to chase after Xiao Chun. The river surged and waves surged. It contained boundless energy. Damn it! The Blood Demon General stopped in his tracks. He raised his hands, and a surging scarlet sphere covered his body. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he tossed out the saber in his hand. The saber turned into an eagle in the air, flying towards the scarlet ball. He shouted angrily, Open for me! Dang! The eagle pecked ferociously at the scarlet ball, and a saber light flashed. A small crack appeared on the scarlet ball. However, Lu Chen did not have time to rejoice. The surging blood immediately churned and filled up the slits in an instant. In the next moment, the surging scarlet river crashed into the scarlet ball. The scarlet ball did not last long before it quickly crumbled under the relentless attacks of the scarlet river. Although the Blood Demon General's defense crumbled, the might of the scarlet river decreased significantly. When the scarlet river struck the Blood Demon General's body, it gave off an intense explosion. Blood rained down and a scarlet light flashed. After the light scattered, the Blood Demon General was not killed like the previous 2 times. The pool of blood on the ground surged continuously, trying to reform a new body. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong decisively made his move. He drew his saber and 2 crescent moons intersected on the tip of his saber. A figure flashed in the air and the 2 crescent moons spun around. Finally, they formed a scarlet moon behind Murong Chong. Strangely, 2 scarlet moons appeared in the sky. Under the full moon, a sharp scarlet light flashed on Murong Chong's saber. The tip of the saber drew an arc in the air and a scarlet crescent moon formed. Then it hacked at the Blood Demon General on the ground. Eagles gather. Lu Chun stretched out his hand and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Then he made his move at the same time. Countless eagles made of energy flew out behind Lu Chun, covering the sky and covering the sun. Xiao Chun swung his saber and all the eagles in the sky quickly merged together, forming a golden eagle that gave off a glazed light. The eagle spread its wings and let out a drawn-out cry. It tore through the air and left behind a shockwave as it charged at the pool of blood on the ground. Bang! Bang! The eagle and the crescent moon struck the pool of blood at the same time. 2 explosions rang out. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended out from the edges of the pit. The Blood Demon General's aura vanished from everyone's perception once again. Lu Chen sheathed his saber. He looked at the bladesmen beside him, who had turned into withered corpses due to the Blood Demon body disintegration technique's duration running out. His face turned frosty. Shua! Lu Chun took out a divine flame talisman and tossed it over to Lu Ruyue. Then he took out a divine flame talisman for himself, intending to leave this place. Lu Ruyue stretched out her hand and caught it. She said, Lu Chun, the Blood Demon General is definitely not dead yet. Lu Chun said indifferently, I know. However, we no longer have any trump cards. First Elder Jiang Qi already informed us 3 days ago. This is the only thing the royal clan's Imperial Dragon Legion can do. After Lu Chen spoke, he ignited the divine flame talisman. He turned into a ball of fire and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lingyun Mountain Range, Heaven Viewing Platform, Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The people of the Elders' Assembly were anxiously waiting for the results. Who? A clump of fire appeared before everyone. When the fire finished burning, Lu Chen's frosty expression appeared. When the Elders' Assembly saw Lu Chen's expression, their hearts sank. A shadow flashed in their hearts. The second elder held onto a hopeful attitude as he asked, Lu Chun, how did the mission go? Lu Chun shook his head and said, We failed. The Blood Demon General should be severely injured. The time it takes for the seal to break will be delayed. Failed? Someone at the side was in disbelief. He said, How can it be? Although the Blood Demon General is extremely horrifying, reaching medial grade martial sage, he is just a projection in that subspace. His strength should have fallen to Martial King. Furthermore, there are the other disciples to help you lure away the remaining blood demons in the palace. With the tenfold increase in combat prowess from burning the blood demon body disintegration technique and the angry azure river, which is comparable to an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, there should not be any problems. Lu Chen explained, "It is not that simple. There is a strange scarlet moon hanging high in that space. Every time we kill the blood demon general, the scarlet moon will revive him. By the third time, the disciple executing the blood demon body disintegration technique had already burned all his life force. I had no choice but to retreat." Chapter 256. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. They had not expected the blood demon general to be so difficult to deal with. They also could not understand the scarlet moon. Through the reincarnation well, the elders' assembly knew that there was a scarlet moon in that space. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They did not expect to lose here. The second elder muttered, "That scarlet moon should be the energy core of the entire subspace. The blood demon general is probably preparing to use it to break the seal. Now that the scarlet moon has been used up so many times, the time needed to break the seal will be delayed by at least half a month." The third elder, who was at the side, added, "In half a month, the core strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion should be able to rush over. At that time, we should be able to deal with this crisis with the strength of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion of the Great Qin Nation's royal court. There were no more than 10,000 of them. They were led by Nangong Lai, the head of the 10 martial monarchs. The weakest in the legion was a peak superior grade martial saint. Together with the 10 ancient warships and the 2,000-odd peak martial kings, even if they met a regular martial sage, they would be able to kill them easily. Furthermore, they had been in the north for a long time, fighting against the barbarian race which was ruled by the deep abyss demonic world. Their combat prowess was maintained at its peak. The Imperial Dragon Legion was a legion of the Great Qin Nation's peak experts. It could be said to be the foundation of the Great Qin Nation. The first elder, Jiang Qi, shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This group of people has a shocking appetite. They want 1/10 of the Spirit Stone income from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Spirit Vein Mine before they are willing to help." Lu Chen's expression changed. He said in astonishment, "Why are they acting like bandits? If they allow the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to open, half of the Shiha province will be affected. Are they not afraid?" The second elder, who was at the side, said, "At first, they asked for 20%. Because of this, they reduced it to 10%. Furthermore, they can wait until the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed before making their move." Jiang Qi muttered, "The weak do not have the qualifications to negotiate. The people of the royal court can't wait for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be destroyed. If they were not afraid of dying indiscriminately, they would not even agree to help." At this moment, the silhouette of a golden warship appeared in everyone's vision. The warship stopped outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's barrier, not advancing any further. Jiang Qi looked up and saw a black banner fluttering in the wind at the bow of the ship. The word "Ing" was written on the banner. "Take my token and open the barrier. Let it fly in," Jiang Qi said as he handed the token to an elder behind him. The elder nodded. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, silently flying into the distance. This was the strength of a martial king. They could truly fly in the air without creating any sonic booms. A moment later, the golden warship flew rapidly in their direction. When the golden warship arrived above everyone's heads, everyone could clearly feel how huge the warship was. Covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. It was like a moving fortress. "Who?" A petite golden figure jumped down from the bow of the ship. She was wearing a golden battle armor that glowed with a golden luster under the sun. The sunlight cast a faint golden glow on the girl's face. Coupled with her aura, she looked like a goddess of war, valiant and formidable looking. Everyone present guessed the identity of this girl. They all revealed astonished expressions. They had not expected this person to come. Aside from the Great Qin Nation's Princess Yingyu, there was no one else from the royal clan that could astonish the elders' assembly. "Kung Chong!" Yingyu landed firmly on the ground. When the battle armor she wore touched the ground, it gave off a melodious metallic sound. Amidst this sweet-sounding voice, a murderous aura instantly spread out. This was not the owner's intention. Instead, that aura had already merged with the owner of the voice. There was no need for it to be intentional. Everyone could feel it. Greetings to Princess Ingyu. Although the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strong, they still had to put on a show before the most prestigious princess of the royal clan. Ingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. Seniors, there is no need to be so polite. Jiang Qi was somewhat confused as he asked, "It is not the appointed time yet. Why are the Imperial Dragon Legion here so early?" Ingyu smiled and said, "I have some personal matters to attend to. That's why I borrowed the warship to rush over. This will not affect your agreement with the Imperial Dragon Legion. Of course, if there is a need, the people on the warship can enter combat mode at any time." Princess Ingyu had personal matters to attend to at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Jiang Qi and the elders exchanged glances. They did not understand. They could not figure out when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a relationship with Princess Ingyu. However, Jiang Qi was a wily old fox after all. He did not ask about personal matters. He said, "Never mind. Since you are here, then make your preparations. Our people failed. It looks like the Imperial Dragon Legion will have to make a move this time." Ingyu's expression changed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "That's good as well. We can deal with these two matters at the same time." Just at this moment, there was a formless fluctuation in the air. Aside from Jiang Qi, no one else felt it. That fluctuation was indeed heading towards Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi's expression changed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. It seemed like he was in deep thought, or like he was communicating with someone silently. When Ingyu saw the situation, she stopped preparing to summon the group off the warship. She unintentionally glanced in the direction of Qingyun Peak. After a while, Jiang Qi opened his eyes. There was an additional smile on his face than before. He said, "Your Highness, there is a change in the situation. How about we tour the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first and enjoy the scenery of the Lingyun mountain range?" All the elders looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. Why did Jiang Qi suddenly change his mind? Ingyu was slightly stunned as well. She said, "As you wish. That's good. Lu Chun, I will leave Her Highness to you." Jiang Qi smiled gently. He was clearly in a good mood. Above the ruins of the palace on the cliff in the subspace, Xiao Chen, Yun Kursin, Murong Chong, and Lu Ruyue each stood in a corner. They had no intention of leaving. Lu Ruyue looked at the divine flame talisman in her hand. Then, she tossed it at Murong Chong. Puchi! A saber light flashed, and Murong Chong chopped the divine flame talisman in half. Lu Ruyue was so angry that she could not speak. She said, "You?" Murong Chong sheathed his saber. His stern face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Is this the first day you met me? I never leave a way out for myself." Lu Ruyue calmed herself down and her expression returned to normal. She asked Xiao Chen, "Are you not leaving as well?" Xiao Chen replied, "I promised your father that the Blood Demon General must be killed." Yun Kursin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Did you all notice that every time the Blood Demon General revives, it takes much longer than before?" Hearing this, everyone's mind lit up. It seemed to be true. It was the first time they had killed a Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General only took 5 minutes to revive. The second time, it took 10 minutes to successfully revive. The third time, which was now. 20 minutes had passed, and the Blood Demon General had not revived. If it were not for the previous 2 experiences, everyone would have left long ago, thinking that the Blood Demon General had already been killed. Murong Chong said, "I already said it long ago. It is impossible for the Blood Demon General to revive an unlimited number of times. This is not in accordance with the rules of this world. Any energy will run out eventually." Yun Kursin nodded and continued, "Furthermore, every time he revives, there is a period of weakness. Only when the red light of the full moon shines will he recover to his peak strength. If we attack during that period of time, we can easily kill him. That was indeed the case. When everyone thought about it carefully, the scarlet light would only come from the scarlet moon after the blood demon general revived. Lu Rue shook her head and said, "That won't do. That period of time is too short. If we attack so quickly, the might of the attack will be weakened. It will not be a threat to him." Yun Kursen glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Yi Chun, there is a way." A strange look flashed in Murong Chong's eyes. He did not believe it. He could not even execute a powerful martial technique in such a short period of time. He did not believe that someone weaker than him, Xiao Chun, could do it. "He can do it? Stop joking." Murong Chong snorted coldly. "Hu Qi! Hu Qi!" Countless tiny droplets of blood appeared out of nowhere in the space above the rubble. They started to gather at a certain point. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew that this was the prelude to the Blood Demon General's revival. They quickly stopped talking. Xiao Chun remained silent. A fierce flame started burning in his right eye, turning into a sea of flames. The Blood Demon General's somewhat weak figure reappeared. The scarlet light of the full moon was like a ribbon as it descended quickly. The Blood Demon General revealed a sinister smile on his pale face. He said, "Only the 4 of you are left? How unfortunate that brat ran away. Under the full moon, I am an undying existence. I have disappointed you all again. Ah!" Before the Blood Demon General finished speaking, just as the scarlet light was about to land on his head, the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chun had already prepared turned into a purple arrow and pierced into the Blood Demon General's heart. Bang! Electricity shot out in all directions. Before the scarlet light landed on the Blood Demon General's body, his body exploded into countless droplets of blood. Z! Z! In the air, the ground was continuously overflowing. Those tiny beads of blood were all blown into nothingness. The Blood Demon General that had just been revived was killed just like that. Lu Ruyue and Murong Chong revealed astonished gazes. This was especially so for Murong Chong. His eyes were filled with a fiery light. He was in complete disbelief. Although Lu Ruyue was astonished, when she saw Xiao Chen's strength, she still felt happy for him. She asked in pleasant surprise, "Yi Chun, this is a martial technique that you grasped after advancing to Martial Saint, right? If I did not know about it in advance, I would not have been able to dodge this move." Xiao Chen's move allowed the origin energy of the Purple Thunder True Fire to be unleashed. When he attacked with his full power, he could move at the speed of sound. Chapter 257. Unless one was a martial king, if one did not cultivate a special movement technique, they would not be able to dodge it. What Lu Ruyue said was true. And after I advanced to Martial Saint, my state of thunder improved. Then I comprehended this move. However, it exhausts a lot of essence. If I ignore the consequences, I can execute it 3 more times. Xiao Chun told Lu Rue honestly. Murong Chong, who was at the side, simulated his chances of dodging this move if he was within 100 meters of Xiao Chun. The answer he obtained shocked him. He only had a 50% chance of dodging it. The might of this move was so great that it could instantly kill the weakened Blood Demon General. If it struck him, he would definitely die. That was to say, Xiao Chun had a 50% chance of injuring the Blood Demon General within 100 meters. Murong Chong muttered to himself, "It looks like I have to raise my state of wind to 80%. Otherwise, I will not have a high chance of dodging this move." This time, the Blood Demon General took close to an hour to revive. However, the result did not change. The instant the red light landed, Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder True Fire blasted the Blood Demon General into countless blood droplets. Xiao Chun repeated this process 2 more times. Each time, the Blood Demon General took longer to revive. However, each time, he would be instantly killed by the instant the red light descended. After using this move frequently, Xiao Chen's face was completely drained of blood. He was terrifyingly pale. Lu Rue handed him an inferior-grade spirit stone. However, Xiao Chen had used too many spirit stones in a short period of time. Be it the battle in the forest or when he was piloting the silver warship, Xiao Chen's essence was constantly being depleted. Xiao Chen's body had already developed a resistance to inferior-grade spirit stones. Normally, the inferior-grade spirit stone would be able to recover essence in an instant. Now, it was incomparably slow, as though it had no effect. Lu Riyue asked worriedly, "Are you all right? If you can't hold on, use the Divine Flame Talisman to leave first." Xiao Chun shook his head and casually tossed away the inferior-grade spirit stone in his hand. Then, he took out a chi-returning pill and swallowed it. He said, "It does not matter. The martial technique in the saber does not require the support of essence. I have to wait until he reveals his true body before making a move. You only have one chance to make a move." Lu Tianyu's words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, so he didn't dare to make a move. This time, the Blood Demon General's resurrection took so long that it was frustrating. After 4 hours, there was still no movement from the ruins of the palace. However, no one let down their guard. Everyone knew that the Blood Demon General was not dead. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could no longer send out the Purple Thunder True Fire. Hence, they did not dare to be careless. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire space began to shake rapidly without any warning. The blood-red full moon in the sky grew larger and larger as everyone watched in astonishment. "The moon is about to fall." The 4 of them suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Without any hesitation, the silver warship in Xiao Chen's right eye flew out, and the others quickly jumped onto it. Bang! Not long after Xiao Chun piloted the silver warship, a horrifying shockwave smashed over. The silver warship was like a lone boat on a huge wave, rocking back and forth. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the silver warship grew larger continuously. Finally, it became a huge warship more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. Only then did it slowly stabilize. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the scene below. The moment the moon set, the instant the moon fell, the entire cliff shattered into pieces and fell into the abyss of nothingness. As for the moon, it was not a moon at all. It was a huge chunk of flesh dripping with blood. The scarlet flesh was covered in layers of blood. There were also countless tentacles on its surface. The tentacles wriggled continuously, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble. Pooh! Pooh! The huge chunk of scarlet flesh started wriggling nonstop. After a while, it turned into a 200-meter-tall scarlet humanoid monster. A horrifying aura was released from the monster's body. The entire space reeked of blood, and the 4 of them felt pressure. Yun Kursen said in a trembling voice, "Is this the Blood Demon General's main body in this space? This aura gives off the feeling that he is almost a peak martial monarch." Dida, Dida. Blood continuously dripped from the Blood Demon General's new body. He looked at the 4 people on the silver warship and said angrily, "I want to kill you all. The ceremony that I prepared for 20 years was actually ruined by you bunch of ants." Who? When Xiao Chun saw the completely formed Blood Demon General, his face turned calm. He pushed off the bow of the warship and leaped into the air. "Yichen, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen and Lu Riyue exclaimed. The Blood Demon General looked at Xiao Chun flying towards him. He revealed a sinister smile on his mangled face. "How reckless. You forced me to reveal my main body. No one in this space can kill me." Right after he spoke, the Blood Demon General waved his right hand. The huge scarlet hand opened up like a small mountain and moved towards Xiao Chun. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. When he saw the scarlet hand approaching him, he swung his lunar shadow saber and said coldly, "Die!" The snow-white lunar shadow saber immediately left Xiao Chen's hand. It turned into an intense multicolored light in the dark sky. The multicolored light disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that people suspected they were seeing things. Wuxia. The Blood Demon General's huge body split in half from the middle. The mountain-like scarlet hand stopped 1 meter above Xiao Chen's head. There was no startling sound, no magnificent light, no Blood Demon General's huge body. The Blood Demon General's huge body was silently chopped in half. Then, it turned into a scarlet light that filled the sky, not leaving a speck of dust behind. The night sky behind the Blood Demon General was like a piece of black cloth that had been cut open by someone, revealing an endless void that was darker than the darkness of the night. Wuxia. A spot of light flashed quickly in the boundless void. The lunar shadow saber flew back to Xiao Chen's hand. In the next moment, cracks started to appear in the crimson space. This was a sign that the space was about to collapse. This time, the blood demon general was completely dead. He would never come back to life. Of course, his true body in the demonic world would not die. He would only lose some of his energy. Xiao Chun turned around and flew back to the silver warship. When he landed on the bow, he could not help but sway a few times. Lu Riyue quickly supported him. The earlier attack exhausted much more mental energy than Xiao Chun had expected. He felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Riyue said, "Why were you so rash? Even if we did not kill him, we would have completed our mission." Xiao Chun did his best to compose himself. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. This is not my strength. It was given to me by your father. I am just feeling a little exhausted." Hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Murong Chong heaved a sigh of relief. If that earlier attack was Xiao Chen's strength, it would be too horrifying. Murong Chong estimated that no one in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be able to block this attack. The pure strength of this attack seemed to have reached the limits of what a human could achieve. Could even shatter space. Wuxia. Wuxia. More and more cracks appeared in the space. It started to shatter like glass. Before everyone could react, they discovered that their bodies had turned into pieces of glass. The entire space shattered. The consciousness of Xiao Chun and the others went blank for a moment. When their consciousness returned, their bodies had already been transported to the outside world from the reincarnation well. Xiao Chun and the other core disciples who remained in the subspace all returned to the reincarnation well side. After everyone had a clear look at their surroundings, they were shocked. After everyone saw their surroundings clearly, their expressions changed to one of wild joy. They originally thought that no one would die. They did not expect them to return alive. The four old men guarding the reincarnation well revealed gratified expressions on their skinny faces. Only the leader did not show any joy. He said indifferently, "I wonder if we will still be this lucky after 20 years. Not long after the group came out, someone immediately led the way back. Then, that person summoned the heavenly wind vulture and brought the group back to the heaven viewing platform. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the heavenly wind vulture. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body. The series of battles had caused him to feel haggard and fatigued. 2 hours later, when the heavenly wind vulture passed by Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He had already recovered a little. Xiao Chun took out 20 demon cores from the universe ring and handed them to Lu Riyue. "Help me turn in the mission. I have some things to ask your father." Lu Riyue received the demon cores and nodded gently. When Murong Chong saw Xiao Chun jump down from the heavenly wind vulture, he revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said to Lu Riyue, "I did not expect you to receive such a disciple. However, I will defeat him ruthlessly. I will let you know that aside from me, no one else can restore Qingyun Peak to glory." A strong wind blew, causing Lu Riyue's fine black hair to flutter. There was a trace of sadness on her charming face. She said indifferently, "I never intended for him to restore Qingyun Peak to glory. He does not belong to Qingyun Peak, nor does he belong to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Sooner or later, he will leave." Murong Chong was slightly stunned before he said, "In that case, before he leaves, I will give him an unforgettable experience." A trace of anger flashed on Lu Riyue's face. She said, "Murong Chong, don't go overboard." Murong Chong smiled gently and said, "You should be more worried about yourself. On the 15th of next month, I will go to the Elders' Assembly to formally apply for the position of Qingyun Peak's Peak Master. I hope you can advance to Martial King before then." After Murong Chong spoke, he jumped off the heavenly wind vulture without looking back. He gave off a piercing sonic boom as he flew into the distance. On the summit of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun landed firmly in front of Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was sitting cross-legged on a rock as usual, like an old man past his prime. However, Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate this person. He had a faint guess in his heart. If he could leave the rock he was sitting on, he would be able to overturn the entire Qingyun Peak. No one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be a match for him. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chun and smiled gently. Why are you rushing over to my place instead of receiving your reward? Chapter 258. Xiao Chun sorted out his thoughts and said, I just want to know whether that final saber strike was the power you gave me or the power that the lunar shadow saber originally possessed. The power of that final saber strike had reached a horrifying level. Xiao Chun did not think that it was the power that the lunar shadow saber originally possessed. Instead, it was Lu Tianyu's power that was stored in the lunar shadow saber using some secret technique. However, when he personally executed that saber strike earlier, he felt very familiar with that kind of power. It was like it was a part of his body and not something that was given to him by someone else. Lu Tianyu said indifferently, I already said it long ago. This is the power of the lunar shadow saber. It is just that you are unable to grasp it now. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, Why? Lu Tianyu said indifferently, Your current lunar shadow saber is the thunderwood sword that the Thunder King used back then. Although it looks different, it is derived from the Battle Sage origins. The Battle Sage origins are split into 6 parts. Each part contains a different secret technique. As of now, you have already obtained 2 parts, the changing character formula and the strength character formula. The Battle Sage secret technique, the changing character formula, was personally passed down by the Thunder King. You have grasped a little of it. However, this strength character formula, without the guidance of an outsider, it is impossible for you to grasp it. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and said, You are saying that the horrifying saber strike was grasped by the Battle Sage origins that contained the strength character formula? That's right, Xiao Chun said doubtfully. But when did I obtain the strength character formula? Why do I not know about it? Lu Tianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. If you don't know, how would I know? This wily old fox always leaves half of his words unsaid. Even if I continue asking, I will not get any results. I should wait until I wake Ao Jiao up before asking her. Xiao Chun thought quickly and came to the conclusion that Lu Tianyu definitely knew about it. However, there was nothing he could do if he did not tell him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun felt that there was no point in staying here. It was too dangerous to interact with this person. So he turned around and headed down the cliff. Don't you want to know where the 3rd broken blade that contains the Battle Sage origin is? This broken saber was personally broken by the Thunder King back then. If not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion having a divine weapon protecting it, he would have taken it away long ago. Don't you want it? Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind Xiao Chun. His words were filled with temptation. Xiao Chun couldn't be bothered with him. He jumped off the cliff and said, I want your sister. You want my sister? What do you want my sister for? My sister died a long time ago. Hearing Xiao Chen's reply, Lu Tianyu's face was filled with doubt. That's right, Xiao Chun really wanted to know where the 3rd broken blade that contained the Battle Sage origin was. However, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have any more interactions with Lu Tianyu. Nothing good would come out of accepting benefits from this old man. Although Fu Fu had returned safely from this trip to the subspace, it was still a daunting experience. However, the exhaustion of Xiao Chen's essence and mental energy was greater than any other time. Without a week of recuperation, Xiao Chun would not be able to recover to his peak state. Thus, when Lu Tianyu tempted him again, Xiao Chun could not help but complain. The wind blew past his ears. Xiao Chun used the gravity spell and quickly flew towards his courtyard at the waist of the mountain. Due to his insufficient essence, Xiao Chun did not dare to fly at full speed. He flew for an hour before he slowly landed in his courtyard. After returning to his bedroom, Xiao Chun did his best to control his desire to sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, entering a state of cultivation. Huda! Bai jumped out of the Spirit Blood Jade and headed for the window. Xiao Chun could sense its direction and did not bother with it. Since there were other people in the subspace, they didn't dare to let it out. Since she was already at Qingyun Peak, he might as well let her go out and have some fun. After all, there would not be any danger. The purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun quickly. The pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air quickly flowed into his body. After advancing to martial saint, Xiao Chun discovered that if he did not purposely absorb it, all the spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation would be lightning-attributed. This gave Xiao Chun a slight headache. When he executed the rushing thunder saber technique with pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy, its might would naturally be stronger. However, when he executed other martial techniques, such as the Lingyun saber technique, there would be many obstacles. It was very difficult for the state of thunder to merge with the state of mountain, preventing the state of mountain from advancing further. What surprised Xiao Chun was that the state of thunder and the state of cloud could merge easily. This caused the state of cloud of the Lingyun saber technique to rise continuously. This was both a good and a bad thing. To any cultivator, the growth of a state was something that they could not ask for. However, the Lingyun saber technique focused on the balance between the clouds and the mountain. If the state of cloud grew too quickly, it would eventually cause the balance to be lost. By that time, when Xiao Chun executed the Lingyun saber technique, not only would it not improve, it might even decrease in might. As Xiao Chun cultivated, he also pondered. If this continued, if he could not find a solution, he could only look for a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. A regular earth-ranked saber technique was no longer of interest to Xiao Chun. He had to be at least a superior-grade earth-ranked saber technique. The last time he was in the library, he did not find a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. There was only a dual-attributed wind and thunder saber technique. It looked like he had to find an opportunity to go down the mountain. Time slowly passed. Drops of crystalline purple liquid dripped down from the purple chi whirlpool. Xiao Chen's originally exhausted essence was slowly replenished. Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen heard footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. At the same time, there was a huge aura accompanying the footsteps. There is an expert. Xiao Chun quickly stopped circulating his energy. A purple light flashed in his eyes and his spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly pierced out and saw the appearance of the person who came. How could it be her? When Xiao Chun saw the appearance of this person, he was extremely astonished. He did not have time to think. He quickly got up and went out. This was because this person was quickly heading for his bedroom. Creak! The door opened and Yingyu stood in front of it. She was wearing a set of golden female armor. She had a faint smile on her beautiful face as she looked at Xiao Chun. Yingyu's red lips parted and a melodious voice rang out. It's been a long time. I did not expect you to have advanced from an insignificant martial master to a martial saint. When Xiao Chun saw Yingyu's appearance again, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. This girl was simply too beautiful. She was exceptionally beautiful, able to cause cities to collapse. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as someone who could bring calamity to a nation. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun remembered that he seemed to have done some disrespectful things to her in the past. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yingyu to look for him for no reason. If it was because of that matter, it would be problematic. Although Xiao Chun felt flustered in his heart, his expression was still incomparably calm. After all, he still had some confidence in his shape-shifting technique. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I know you, right?" Yingyu glanced at Xiao Chun and did not say anything. She turned around and headed for the courtyard. Xiao Chun quickly and carefully followed her. Yingyu sat down at the stone table and smiled faintly. "Are you still pretending to be ignorant? Should I call you Xiao Chen or Yi Chun? Tell me." Yingyu's tone was extremely calm. In fact, it even sounded somewhat cordial. However, when others heard it, there was an indescribable might to it. This was the innate aura of a ruler. No matter how one tried to hide it, it would leak out unknowingly. It looked like Yingyu knew everything. That was right. With the other party's power, the entire Great Qin nation was under her control. Sometimes, even if one changed their appearance and put in the effort, they would still be able to find out. It was just a matter of time. After all, sometimes one would unknowingly give themselves away without even realizing it. Xiao Chun sat across from Yingyu and said indifferently, "Since you already know, I will not hide it. Just say it directly. Why are you looking for me? If it's because of the Guy Marquis, I have nothing to say. Ingyu took out a wooden sculpture of a woman from her bosom. That woman wore golden armor. Her pretty face was in high spirits. Under the superb skill of the sculptor, it looked like a real person. It was a miniature Ingyu. Xiao Chen's heart was in a fluster. He did not expect what he was afraid of to happen. Ingyu really came for this matter. However, if it was just this sculpture, Xiao Chen would not be afraid. What an exquisite sculpture. The work of the gods. It looks like a real person. I wonder who sculpted it. Hey, it looks exactly like you. Xiao Chen commented on the sculpture as if nothing had happened. Ingyu gently played with the sculpture in her hand. She smiled faintly and said, I would like to know who sculpted this as well. Almost everyone in the upper class of the imperial capital has one. It is even sold for 100 spirit stones each. I did not expect it to be worth such a price. If I lack money in the future, I can look for this sculptor to help me. It is actually so expensive, 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Damn it. In the end, I was still cheated by that damn fatso. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems off. Ingyu smiled gently. Xiao Chen covered it up and laughed. Nothing much. I am just a little depressed. Pa! Suddenly, Ingyu smacked the stone table violently. She released a horrifying aura from her body. When this aura merged with her voice, it startled Xiao Chen. How long are you going to keep up the act? Unexpectedly, you are still not willing to admit it. Ingyu's expression suddenly changed as she took out another wooden sculpture. Based on the appearance of this wooden sculpture, it was no different from the previous one. However, the clothes on it were missing. It was only wearing a thin undergarment. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that the protruding part of the chest of the wooden sculpture had been completely rubbed off. After this incident, the appearance of a perfectly fine sculpture had changed completely. This time, Xiao Chen could no longer sit still. He had an urge to cry. He had overestimated Fatso's character. Kim Taeho had begged Xiao Chen for this sculpture for a long time. However, Xiao Chen did not carve it for him. Later on, Xiao Chen lacked essence light arrows. He had no choice but to carve one for Xiao Chen. Chapter 259. Who would have thought that even a dog can't change its habit of eating shit? His coquettish and wretched character was still the same as before. Xiao Chen quickly explained, I admit that I carved this statue. However, this was all Kim Taeho's idea. It has nothing to do with me. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me on this. Sorry, brother DeBeo. At the crucial moment, I can only use you, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Ingyu smiled and did not say anything. She took out a purple crystal ball and Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He knew this was a special tool that could store a person's voice. However, why did Ingyu take it out? Your Highness, listen to me. This was all Xiao Chen's idea. It has nothing to do with me, fat brother. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me. Kim Taeho's unforgettable voice, filled with his own style, slowly came out from the purple crystal ball. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was stunned. He had not expected Fatso to be so shameless, directly betraying him. Ingyu smiled faintly. Do you have anything else to say? It looked like Kim Taeho had confessed everything. Xiao Chen had no choice but to admit it. However, Xiao Chen's expression slowly calmed down. Xiao Chen thought quickly. If Ingyu was really angry, she would not have wasted so much time talking nonsense with me. With her character, she would have made a move on me long ago. It looked like she still remembered that he had saved her life before. Hence, she was not truly angry. After thinking through all this, Xiao Chen sat down again and said, Yuing, no, I should call you Princess Ingyu now. What do you want to do? Just say it. Ingyu was slightly stunned. The evidence was conclusive. She did not expect Xiao Chen to be so calm. Such an attitude disappointed her. She smiled faintly and said, What do you think I can do to you? Xiao Chen's heart tightened. Ingyu's tone seemed to contain some anger and helplessness. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Ingyu slowly withdrew her smile. she said seriously. As for the statue, I will punish you to carve one for me every month. Furthermore, it has to be different. Then we will forget about this matter. There is one more thing. Feng Feishue recommended you to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. My reply was to make a decision after we met. Now I have a decision. The inheritor of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiao Chun. Are you willing to leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and join the Imperial Dragon Legion? When someone exposed him as the inheritor of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiao Chun was mildly startled. However, when he thought about how Yu and Feng Feishue knew each other, he was no longer afraid. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and asked, I would like to ask why Feng Feishue wants me to join your Imperial Dragon Legion. Given the strength of the Feng clan and the fact that they were in the Imperial capital, it was not strange that they knew Yu. However, why did she recommend him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion? If it were a normal person, even if they did not join the Imperial Dragon Legion, they would still be overjoyed at Yu's invitation. The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion in the Great Qin Nation. After joining, it meant that they would receive a better cultivation environment than the three great sections. Furthermore, the royal clan could strengthen their reputation and status. To most cultivators, it was an excellent place to go. It could even be said to be the best place for cultivators in the Great Qin Nation. However, there was one thing that Xiao Chun could not understand. What was the relationship between him and Feng Feishue? Why would she help him again and again? Furthermore, she did it without asking for anything in return. Yu thought for a while before saying, Firstly, you have offended almost all the noble clans in the Great Qin Nation. Even Feng Feishue would find it difficult to restore Xiao Chen's identity. However, after you join the Imperial Dragon Legion, the royal clan will vouch for you. Naturally, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Secondly, there are a few copies of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques exclusive to the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit in the royal clan. If you join, they can give them to you immediately. Thirdly, the reason is very simple. The royal clan controls the most resources. There is no limit to how much they can invest in the Imperial Dragon Legion. The cultivation environment there is even better than the three great sections. Feng Feishue's intention is not to rush you into making a decision. You can decide whether to reject it or not after you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled faintly. Feng Feishue had thought of everything. Xiao Chun could not think of a reason to reject her. However, he would not agree. The Tianwu continent was boundless. Xiao Chun had never thought of it before. He had set his sights on the Great Qin Nation. Since he had come to this world, he had to work hard to climb to the limits of a cultivator. He did not seek to reach the unprecedented heights of the Tianwu Emperor. He wanted to reach the level of the Thunder King. Then he could move unhindered in the continent, unrivaled. Although joining the Imperial Dragon Legion would allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time, it would be difficult for one to leave in the future. It was very likely that one would be bound to the Great Qin Nation for the rest of their lives. To those cultivators who aimed to become martial monarchs or martial kings, this was not a problem. However, to Xiao Chun it was a big problem. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. Help me pass on a message to Feng Feishue. Thank her for her kind intentions. Yu was somewhat surprised. She asked, Why? The exclusive martial techniques of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit are extremely strong. To you, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, do you intend to use the alias Yi Chan for the rest of your life? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Since the martial techniques are copies, there will definitely be more than one copy. There will always be a chance to obtain them. Furthermore, without proper guidance, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend these martial techniques on your own. As for my identity, of course, I will not use the identity of Yi Chun for the rest of my life. Back then, I said it before. 2 years later, I will personally kill my way to these noble clans and make them take back their decision. Xiao Chen's tone was extremely calm. He did not say any heroic words. However, the resolute gaze in his eyes left no room for doubt. Everyone believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yu revealed a pensive expression. After a while, she smiled gently and said, "Have you never thought about why Feng Feishue always wants you to go to the imperial capital? Be it the first Heavenly Qin School or the current Imperial Dragon Legion, their main base was actually in the imperial capital." After Ying Yu's reminder, Xiao Chun realized this point. "In the future, if I have a request, I hope you can do your best to help me." Suddenly, Xiao Chun remembered what Feng Feishue said when he left Mo City. Could it be that there is something in this world that even Feng Feishue cannot do? After coming out for so long, he had a better understanding of the Feng clan's strength. The Phoenix Feather Merchant Association was much stronger than he had imagined. Their business covered the entire Tianwu continent. They were involved in almost every profitable business. Within the Great Qin Nation, all the big sects and powers had countless connections with the Feng clan. They more or less had some business dealings with them. Furthermore, the thing that made the Feng clan not dare to underestimate them was the fact that they controlled all the spirit stone sales channels within the Great Qin Nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Misty Sword Sect, the Night Spirit Palace, and even the royal clan controlled the spirit stone mines. The spirit stones produced all had to go through the Feng clan's channels in order to obtain the greatest benefits. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, a sect with 10,000 years of history, did not dare to offend such a huge power. Could it be that there was anything that they could not do to Feng Feishue? Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and replied, "I am indebted to Feng Feishue. If she has something to ask of me, as long as I am able to do it, no matter where I am, no matter how urgent it is, I will be at her beck and call. She just needs to say the word, and I will be there." Yingyu smiled faintly. "Never mind. Since she did not tell you, I will not say much. Just remember what you said today. Also, don't forget to carve a wooden sculpture for me every month. I'll take my leave first." Wait a moment. Xiao Chun saw that Yingyu was about to leave. He thought of something and called out to stop her. Yingyu turned around and said, "Is there anything else? Did you change your mind?" Xiao Chun took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Yingyu. He said, "If you return to the imperial capital, help me give this flowing light flower to my cousin." Yingyu's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, she could tell that this flowing light flower was not an ordinary flowing light flower. It should be an immortal grade flowing light flower. She did not expect Xiao Chun to give it away just like that. Yingyu retracted her hand and a strong suction force appeared. The flowing light flower immediately flew into her hand. She brought the golden flower to her nose and sniffed it gently. She said, "It is indeed an immortal grade flowing light flower. Are you not afraid that I will take it for myself?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "With your comprehension ability, the flowing light flower would not be of much use to you. Furthermore, you are a princess. You would not do such a despicable thing." Yingyu retracted her hand and the flowing light flower immediately disappeared. A mischievous smile appeared on her exquisite face. That might not necessarily be the case. Xiao Chun smiled and did not reply. After Yingyu spoke, she did not stay any longer. She rushed out of this place. It was clear that she was in a rush for time. After not seeing Yingyu for a year, Xiao Chun had advanced from an insignificant martial master to an inferior grade martial saint. However, he still could not see through Yingyu's cultivation. Xiao Chun really did not know how she cultivated. She was about the same age as Xiao Chun, but their cultivations were worlds apart. Yingyu's arrival caused Xiao Chun to recall some of the past. This caused him to temporarily lose the will to continue cultivating. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The faint moonlight shone down with a gentle light, illuminating Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chun took out a flask of wine and a wine cup from the universe ring. Xiao Chun poured himself a cup and looked at the full moon in the sky, deep in thought. Unknowingly, it had already been a year since Xiao Chun left Mo City. During this year, he had experienced many things. When he first left, he had been too sharp. In the ancient remnant, he had offended all the noble clans in the Dongming province and the south. After that, his actions at the Flying Snow Manor had pushed him and the noble clans into a dead end. Even Feng Feishue found it hard to mediate. However, Feng Feishue did not blame Xiao Chun for everything that happened. She even took the initiative to help him take care of the Xiao clan in Mo City, not letting these noble clans make things difficult for the Xiao clan. Now that Xiao Chun thought about the things he did in the past, he realized that he did not care about the consequences. He did not even consider the consequences his actions would bring to the Xiao clan. Chapter 260. However, since Xiao Chun had already done it, he should not regret it. When one was young, one had to have some sharpness. Otherwise, as one grew older, that sharpness would completely disappear. To a cultivator, if one was afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, being cautious and careful, thinking too much, one day one would completely lose the sharpness of a cultivator. Hu Qi! Just as Xiao Chun was drinking by himself, a white figure appeared in his vision. It was Bai, who had gone out, returning. When Bai smelled the fragrance of the wine, she immediately jumped onto the stone table. Her watery eyes looked pitifully at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and took out another wine cup. After he filled it up, he placed it beside Bai. Bai immediately drank it happily. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Xiao Chun rubbed Bai's head. He said somewhat ruefully, "From the beginning to the end, aside from the saber in my hand, only you can accompany me." Footsteps came from outside again. The rhythm of these footsteps was very familiar to Xiao Chun. He did not even need to release his spiritual sense to know that it was Lu Suifeng. Indeed, after a while, Lu Suifeng's figure appeared in front of Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun felt Lu Suifeng's aura, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Congratulations. When did you break through to Martial Saint?" Lu Suifeng had just broken through the day before yesterday. When he heard Xiao Chun's congratulations, his face was filled with a smile. He said, "I just broke through not long ago. This is all thanks to your flowing light flower. My comprehension ability has increased significantly. The bottleneck that has troubled me for almost a year is finally over." Bottlenecks were like this. Sometimes, even if one thought about it hard, worrying about it day and night, thinking of all sorts of methods, they would still not be able to break through. Could be 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. However, with just a small breakthrough, the bottleneck would be broken immediately. Xiao Chen's flowing light flower helped Lu Suifeng break through this breakthrough. Lu Suifeng took out a pile of glowing medial-grade spirit stones. He said enviously, "This is what my sister told me to bring to you. There are 200 medial-grade spirit stones here. Take a look." Xiao Chen pocketed all the spirit stones in a flash and said, "By the way, where's your sister? Why isn't she here?" Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, "I nearly forgot. My sister is in closed-door cultivation. She told me to tell you that she will not be able to help you operate the ancient absolute formation for this period of time. She told you to cultivate bitterly first and stabilize your cultivation." Xiao Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He found it strange that she had gone into seclusion all of a sudden. "That's no problem. Do you know why she went into seclusion?" Xiao Chun, who had been comprehending the ancient absolute saber formation for a period of time, already had some idea of listening to the sword and communicating with it. Now, he was just short of an opportunity to barely cross the threshold. In the short term, it would not be a big deal if he did not go to the ancient absolute saber formation. However, Xiao Chun was more concerned about Lu Ruyue. Why was she in such a rush to enter seclusion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. She looked like she had a lot on her mind, so it would not be good for me to ask. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Xiao Chun urged him to stay. "Let's sit down and have a drink before you leave." Lu Suifeng was about to agree when he saw Bai raise his head and glance at him. He immediately changed his words. It's fine. I have something urgent to do and need to leave immediately." Lingyun Mountain Range, at a desolate waterfall in the back of the mountain, there was an unceasing waterfall falling from a high place. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and the faint sound of muffled thunder rang out continuously. Xiao Chun stood at the side of the small river formed by the waterfall. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand, and there was a flash of saber light. Thunder roared in the sky. Suddenly, boundless clouds appeared around Xiao Chun. A resplendent electric light suddenly lit up in the clouds, splitting the layers of clouds apart. At the same time, the thunder in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, and it gave off a deafening roar. Countless splashes appeared on the raging river at the sound of this voice. Everlasting startling cloud. The instant all the clouds scattered, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber gave off a thin saber chi. The saber chi disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it created an illusion. Xiao Chun swung his saber upwards and shouted, "Explode!" With a schwa sound, the thin saber chi that had already dissipated in the air exploded in the air. The purple saber chi was surrounded by countless electric lights. It was like a screen of water spreading out in the air. Pai li pala. The electric light flickered continuously on the screen of saber chi. At the end of the screen, the gushing waterfall was chopped in half by the saber. The electric light surrounding the screen of saber chi lingered for a long time. The gushing waterfall, which carried 5,000 kilograms of force, was stopped by the horrifying electric energy. It just hung there in the air like it had stopped moving. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the purple electric light that had yet to scatter. He said, "After the state of thunder is added to the everlasting startling cloud, its might has increased by 20%. Although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xiao Chun did not reveal any joy on his face. It had already been half a month since Xiao Chun came out of the subspace. During this half a month, Xiao Chun had been digesting his gains in the subspace. Those 2 days of high-intensity battles could be said to be the most intense battle Xiao Chun had ever experienced, be it physically or mentally. There was an unending stream of demonic beasts, as well as the elusive demons who hid in the back and launched sneak attacks. It forced him to maintain a high level of concentration. 2 days of experiential training was much better than a month of experiential training. After half a month, Xiao Chun had completely absorbed all the accumulations from this experiential training. His cultivation had stabilized at inferior grade martial saint. He could break through to peak inferior grade martial saint at any time. Xiao Chen's comprehension of the state of thunder had also reached an even higher level. When he made a move, he could already condense the power of thunder. With the aid of the state of thunder, the might of the state of clouds in the everlasting startling cloud saber technique had increased. However, the state of mountains had stagnated. This resulted in Xiao Chun being unable to comprehend the final move of the Lingyun saber technique. Now, even the state of the 17th move, twisting road around peak, was starting to show signs of instability. Thus, although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xiao Chun was unable to feel happy. The electric light in the air started to slowly scatter. The surging waterfall started to flow again. The sound of splashing water resounded in Xiao Chen's ears once again. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "It looks like I really have to find a lightning-attributed saber technique. In the end, the rank of the rushing thunder saber technique is too low. It is no longer suitable for my current combat style. Furthermore, it is too straightforward. I am unable to adapt to changes in combat." After completing the mission in the subspace, Xiao Chun could freely choose a spirit weapon, martial technique, or battle armor. What Xiao Chun chose was a martial technique. In the past few days, Xiao Chun had taken some time to visit the libraries of the various peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the results disappointed him. There were very few pure lightning-attributed martial techniques. Even if there were, their ranks would be very low. Xiao Chun did not care for them. Since there were none in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he could only search for them at the foot of the mountain. However, before that, he had to do something first. He had to lend the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursen. He did not know why, but Yun Kursen had not returned it yet. Originally, Xiao Chun was prepared to ask her about it a week ago. After all, Xiao Chun had not reached the stage where he could casually give away a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. However, that was the crucial period for Xiao Chen's cultivation. Furthermore, given Yun Kursen's character, she would not go back on her word. Hence, he dragged it out until today. Xiao Chun left Qingyun Peak and asked around for Yun Kursen's whereabouts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He did not delay and went to look for her with a calm expression. Even though half a month had passed, Xiao Chun was not worried that Yun Kursin would keep the roaming dragon saber for herself. His only guess was that she urgently needed the roaming dragon saber, so she took it and used it temporarily. Sometimes, a person's character could be seen from their temperament. Yun Kursin always gave off a calm and indifferent temperament. It was impossible for her to do such a despicable thing. Furthermore, after interacting with her for a period of time, Xiao Chun was sure that this temperament was not fake. Are you saying that Yun Kursin left half a month ago? When Xiao Chun rushed to Yun Kursin's residence, he did not see her in person. There was only a maid cleaning the room. After asking around, he obtained this information. Half a month ago? That is when we just came out of the subspace, Xiao Chun thought to himself. What exactly happened for her to leave in such a rush? When the maid saw the identity token hanging at Xiao Chen's waist, her eyes lit up and she asked, "That's right? Are you Qingyun Peak's young Master Yi?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's right. I am Qingyun Peak's young Master Yi. Here is my identity token." The maid took out a note and smiled. "That's right. Before Miss Yun left, she left a note. She said that if someone from Qingyun Peak was looking for her, I should hand it to it. It has been more than half a month. You have not come. I nearly forgot." Xiao Chun received the note and slowly opened it. He read it in his heart. "Brother Yi, there is an urgent matter at home. I need to borrow your roaming dragon saber. This matter happened very suddenly. I am unable to tell you personally. I hope you can forgive me. There are some spirit stones under the bed. Consider them as compensation for borrowing your heavenly weapon. I will thank you in person another day. I am very sorry." Xiao Chun smiled gently and burned the note. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Yun Kursin did indeed have an urgent matter and needed to borrow the roaming dragon saber. Xiao Chun looked at the maid before him and smiled. "Did you forget? Miss Yun still has something she wants you to pass to me." The maid was somewhat confused. She thought for a while and said, Yes, I remember now. There is a box under the bed. It is very heavy. I do not know what it is. Miss instructed me not to open it. After a long time, I forgot about it." The maid led Xiao Chun to Yun Kursin's bedroom. She found the box under the bed. However, even after using all her strength, she could not move it at all. Xiao Chun quickly stopped her and moved the box himself. However, he did not open the box. He extended his spiritual sense into it and discovered it was filled with piles of inferior-grade spirit stones. After a rough count, there were at least 5,000 of them. Yun Kursin was really generous. She casually placed 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones under the bed. Was she not afraid that someone would steal them? With so many inferior-grade spirit stones, it was a windfall. After Xiao Chen placed them in his universe ring, he left the place. Chapter 261. That night, as Xiao Chun was cultivating in his courtyard, Lu Suifeng rushed over. Xiao Chun had no choice but to stop cultivating and come out to welcome him. In the past half a month, Lu Suifeng had improved every day. Now he was filled with energy. Xiao Chun smiled. "It is already so late. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng was not in a rush to reply. He looked around and did not discover Bai. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "There is a huge auction going on in Shihe City, the capital city of the Shihe province. It is specially organized by Linlang Pavilion for cultivators. There are many good things there. Coincidentally, I am lacking a good spirit weapon and would like to try my luck. I was wondering if you would like to accompany me." Linlang Pavilion's auction. Xiao Chun was excited. He had originally planned to go down the mountain during this period of time to search for a high-ranked lightning-attributed martial technique. Coincidentally, Linlang Pavilion was going to hold a large-scale auction. This saved him a lot of effort. Xiao Chun asked with interest, "How big is the scale of the auction? What rank is it?" Seeing that Xiao Chun was very interested, Lu Suifeng quickly introduced, "The scale is very big. It is a large-scale auction that Linlang Pavilion holds once every 10 years. Only spirit stones are allowed to be used for transactions. The standards are no weaker than the large-scale auctions in the imperial capital. With Linlang Pavilion's strength, It should not be difficult for them to collect some high-ranked martial techniques. I can go and take a look. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun did not hesitate and agreed. Lu Suifeng smiled. Then it is settled. All right, if you are lacking spirit stones, you can tell me. I will go and get my second uncle to help you get some in advance. Lacking spirit stones? Xiao Chun shook his head calmly and smiled. There is no need. I have enough spirit stones. Xiao Chun had not used the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones he obtained in the underground world. These medial grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There were also the 200 medial grade spirit stones from half a month ago and the 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones that he had just obtained today. If he added the demonic cores in his universe ring that could be exchanged for inferior grade spirit stones, Xiao Chen's spirit stones might even be more than what the already declined Qingyun Peak had. With so many spirit stones, it would be more than enough to buy a superior grade Earth-ranked lightning-attributed martial technique. There was no need to worry. Lu Suifeng said, "That's good. I will come and find you tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng arrived as scheduled. Shihe City was 25,000 kilometers away from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was a long journey. Naturally, the two of them could not walk there. When they arrived at the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion reared spirit beasts, the two of them each took out their spirit stones and rented 2 dragon blood horses that could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. They did not say anything and went down the mountain. Not long after the two of them left, Song Qianhe, who was on Biyun Peak, went to Song Kei's room in pleasant surprise. The moment he opened the door, he smiled and said, "Father, you told me to send people to keep an eye on Xiao Chun. He has gone down the mountain." On the bed, Song Kei, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A vicious look flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Is this true? Where are they going? What are they planning to do? How long will they be gone for? Tell me everything in detail." Song Qianhe quickly said, "I heard from the Spirit Beast Hall that they are going to Shihe City to participate in the decennial auction. With the speed of the dragon blood horses, the round trip would take about a month. I finally found an opportunity. There are people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting you, so I have no way of killing you. However, once you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, let's see who can protect you." How reckless! Song Kei got up and smiled sinisterly. "I have some old friends who are going to the decennial auction. I can ask them for help." The dragon blood horse could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. If they traveled day and night, it would not be a problem for them to travel 2,500 kilometers. However, be it man or horse, they could not travel day and night. They might meet with some dangers along the way. The two of them had to maintain their peak condition. On average, the two of them could only travel 2,000 kilometers a day at most. 3 days later, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng stopped in front of a savanna. Lu Suifeng introduced, "This savanna is called the Devil Savanna. The entire savanna is about the size of 3 Lingyun mountain ranges. There are countless spirit beasts in the savanna. There are also hundreds of bandits. This is the most dangerous part of our journey." Xiao Chun dismounted and said, "Then let's rest for a while. After that, we will continue on our way at full speed. Let's try to get out of this place as soon as possible." The two of them found a clean patch of grass and started to set up camp. They had been eating and sleeping in the open along the way, so they were very familiar with setting up camp. Soon, 2 small tents were set up. After they took out their rations and water to replenish themselves, the two of them started to rest. Night slowly fell. The two of them discussed for a while and decided that Xiao Chun would stand guard tonight while Lu Suifeng would rest. Roar! Xiao Chun started a bonfire in front of his tent and sat there quietly. The roars of spirit beasts came from the distance. The light of the bonfire shone on Xiao Chen's face, flickering non-stop. Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably calm. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense spread out like a halo. He could see everything within a kilometer in his mind. There is a group of superior grade rank 4 demonic beasts to the northwest. There are about 200 of them. The Wolf King is already close to a rank 5 demonic beast. There is a rank 5 demonic beast lightning ox to the northeast. It is the strongest demonic beast in the surroundings. There are also 3 demonic blood lions to the south. Xiao Chen slowly got up and looked to the northeast. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like the 2 of us are really popular. Unexpectedly, so many spirit beasts are targeting us. I will start with you." Lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the pitch-black night sky. As the lightning descended, Xiao Chun appeared beside the lightning ox. As a lightning-attributed spirit beast, the lightning ox was very sensitive to lightning. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm came from the lightning ox's horn and struck at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said coldly, "Just a grain of light and you dare to compete with the sun and the moon? You are seeking death." The clouds in the sky started to collide. Before Xiao Chun made his move, the momentum of the state of thunder had already formed. Kasi. The lunar shadow saber was drawn at lightning speed. An explosion of thunder resounded in the silent savannah as Xiao Chun drew his saber. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. The bolt of lightning was attached to the saber. In comparison, the bolt of lightning that the lightning ox shot out was like a baby meeting an adult. It was instantly swallowed up. The momentum of the saber did not change and its might did not decrease. The lunar shadow saber hacked down on the huge body. Wuxia. The horrifying electric saber light chopped the lightning ox in half. The electricity lingered on the wound and the fragrance of roasted beef wafted through the savannah. When the remaining spirit beasts saw Xiao Chun deal with the strongest lightning ox in one move, they immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Xiao Chun did not bother with them. After he took out the lightning ox's spirit core, he returned to his tent. Seeing that the bonfire was about to extinguish, he added some more firewood. What happened? Lu Suifeng, who was startled awake by the thunder, asked as he walked out of his tent. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Nothing much. I just chased away some spirit beasts. You can continue sleeping." Lu Suifeng nodded and returned to his tent. He was rather confident in Xiao Chen's strength. As long as he did not meet with the peak spirit beasts of the Devil Savannah, he would be able to move about freely. 1,000 meters away, in a place where Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not reach, there were 2 bandits on a small hill, each carrying a large saber on their back. They were riding tall horses and had seen the earlier scene. One of the bandits was somewhat astonished as he said, "What strength!" He killed the rank 5 lightning ox in one strike. "First leader, are we still going to make a move?" The bandit who was addressed as the first leader had a long scar on his face. He was tall and sturdy, looking very ferocious. He smiled cruelly and said, "The stronger they are, the more good things they have on them. It is just 2 people. Our bandit group has a total of 200 people. When have we been afraid of anyone in this savannah?" The other bandit continued, "They should be going to participate in Shiha City's auction. Recently, I heard from the brothers of the other bandit groups that they have already done a few such transactions. They have gained a lot. In fact, just one transaction would be worth tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. However, these 2 people seem to be core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Are we afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge by targeting them?" The first leader laughed loudly. "What's there to be afraid of? We will silence them and destroy the corpses. Who would know that we did it? At worst, we will just go out and lie low for a while. At that time, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion comes to take revenge, the other bandit groups will suffer. They will help us kill off some of our competitors for free." When the other bandit heard this, he smiled and said, "First leader is wise. That way we will not lose out no matter what." The first leader said coldly, "Gather the brothers. We will make our move tomorrow at noon." When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng mounted their dragon blood horses and continued on their way. Not long after, Xiao Chun suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped as well and asked cautiously, "Is there a situation?" Xiao Chun nodded. "We are being targeted by a bandit group. There are 200 of them, and the weakest of them is a martial grand master. There are about 10 of them who are martial saints and above. The leader with the highest cultivation is a superior grade martial saint. What should we do? When Lu Suifeng heard that there were so many people, he could not help but worry. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Kill the one with the highest cultivation. The rest are nothing to be afraid of." Rumble. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun said. Not long later, a group of 200 bandits arrived before the two of them in a grandiose manner. The leader of the other party was the first leader from yesterday. When he saw the two of them, he revealed a sinister smile on his horrifying face. He did not bother saying anything and charged over while roaring. Xiao Chun slapped the back of the horse and immediately soared into the air. In an instant, countless hidden weapons and arrows flew towards him at high speed. Azure Dragon Tail Whip! Xiao Chun shouted and turned into a purple arc. It was like a flood dragon swaying in the air. All the arrows flying at him fell to the ground with a hua-la-la-la sound. At the end of the arc, Xiao Chun instantly appeared in front of the first leader. He drew his lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. A horrifying lightning glow with the aura of a thunderbolt struck towards the head of the leader. Chapter 262. Everything happened in a few blinks of an eye. Before the first leader could react, the lightning-like lunar shadow saber was already nearing his head. The first leader was startled. He quickly took out the saber on his back and used it to block above his head. Bang! The first leader's hasty move was unable to block Xiao Chen's lightning-fast strike. There was a loud bang, and he was knocked off his horse. His body knocked into a few bandits before landing heavily on the ground. The first leader's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He was horrified. He got up from the ground and shouted, "This is troublesome. Let's get rid of this brat first." The other martial saint bandits quickly gave up on Lu Suifeng and chased after Xiao Chun. On the other side, Lu Suifeng's saber chi was moving about. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation realm, the group of bandits could not get close to him. There should not be any danger in a short period of time. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, a martial saint bandit immediately charged over. He swung the mace in his hand at Xiao Chen's head. Cultivators who used huge weapons had a very direct fighting style. The might of the martial techniques they learned was also very strong. When they used their full power, the force they could achieve was rather impressive. Xiao Chun swung his saber upwards and the mace immediately fell down, blocking the handle of the lunar shadow saber. After that, no matter how much force he used, he could not move it any further. Pu Ci! Pu Ci! The other bandits continuously sent out saber chi and sword chi at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and exerted some force with his right hand. The bandit using the saber immediately felt a huge force. The saber in his hand flew out and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Swirling mountain destroys clouds. Xiao Chun shouted, and the image of a mountain peak infused into the lunar shadow saber. A strong wind blew from the ground in front of him, scattering all the saber chi and sword chi flying at him. Lone Peak's fatal blow. Xiao Chun quickly took a step forward and hacked at the cultivator using the mace. A lone peak appeared above his head. The saber carried a huge force and chopped the bandit in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Clear Wind Slash. Xiao Chen's momentum was like a rainbow, and he continued to advance triumphantly. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew in the field, and each breeze hit a figure. Poochie Poochie. Xiao Chun could only see the cool breeze and not the sabers. The 9 figures seemed illusory and real. There was no killing chi at all. Even the saber lights could not be seen. There was no way to avoid them. Immediately, 9 spurts of blood sprayed into the air, filling the sky. Huge wounds appeared on the chests of the 9 bandits, and blood poured out. The first leader was already within 100 meters of Xiao Chun when he saw the situation. Knowing that something was amiss, he quickly halted his footsteps and bellowed, "Stop him!" After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and fled. Immediately, some fearless mounted bandits rushed towards Xiao Chun, blocking Xiao Chen's path. "Courting death!" Xiao Chun shouted coldly. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with electricity and drew a purple arc in the air. Lightning flickered on the arc, emitting a constant sizzling sound. This was the second move of the rushing thunder saber technique, Arclight Chop. The surrounding martial Grand Master bandits were immediately chopped in half at the waist by the arclight. Electricity crackled on their wounds, charring them. Immediately, no one dared to get close to Shao Chun. Taking advantage of this time, the Great Master rode a horse and galloped for 1,000 meters. Shao Chun took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow from the Universe Ring. He drew the bow, drew the bowstring, and released. Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom in the air. The Essence Light arrow turned into a meteor and caught up to the fleeing Great Master in the blink of an eye, piercing through his chest. After the Essence Light arrow killed the Great Master, it continued flying for a few hundred meters before it slowly descended. With the death of their leader, the remaining bandits completely lost their confidence. They did not want to fight a meaningless battle, so they scattered. The two of them casually killed a few bandits and did not chase after them. Shao Chun walked over to the Great Master's corpse. As for Lu Suifeng, he remained where he was and searched the corpses of the Martial Saint bandits. Shao Chun had long felt that the potential of the Soul Slayer bow was limitless. Back then, when Shao Chun's physical body reached small perfection, he managed to kill the Jiang clan's first elder with one arrow. Now that Shao Chun's physical body strength had reached 6,000 kilograms of force, the might of the Soul Slayer bow would definitely increase significantly. However, killing a defenseless superior grade martial saint with one arrow still shocked Shao Chun. It looked like the might of the Soul Slayer bow was not limited to this. He wondered what kind of might a cultivator with a sage body could achieve when using the Soul Slayer bow. It might even be able to shoot down the stars in the sky. With such thoughts in mind, Shao Chun slowly walked over to the Great Master. He removed the spatial ring on his right hand and poured out tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. This greatly astonished Shao Chun. He did not expect the business of these bandits to be so good. No wonder there were so many bandits in the Devil Savannah. Shao Chun smiled faintly and swept all the inferior-grade spirit stones into the ring. Then he started to search for other things. There were still some trash spirit weapons and all sorts of secret manuals on the ground. They were not very useful, so Shao Chun tossed them into the Universe Ring. Suddenly, a map glowing with spiritual light appeared in Shao Chun's vision. Shao Chun picked it up and looked at it. There were mountains and rivers on the map. There was also an arrowhead indicating a route. The end of the route was a river, and it was marked with a very eye-catching red dot. The end of the river seemed to be a vast ocean. The location marked with the red dot was an island. Shao Chun was not familiar with the geography of the Great Qin nation, so he did not know where the red dot on the map was. The material of the map was extraordinary. It gave off a very dense spiritual energy. It should be made from the skin of a high-ranked spirit beast. After he put away the map, Shao Chun muttered, "Looks like this map is not simple. If I have time in the future, I should find an opportunity to search for the end. Who knows, there might be a fortuitous encounter there." To all cultivators, fortuitous encounters were things they dreamed of. In reality, all the famous experts in history had more or less had their own fortuitous encounters. It was still the same in the current world. Many ordinary cultivators experienced an explosive increase in strength after a fortuitous encounter. Under the same conditions, talent, comprehension ability, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques, all geniuses would be able to break out of the encirclement. If they wanted to fight their way out of the encirclement and take the lead, it would depend on how many fortuitous encounters each genius had. Shao Chun's fortuitous encounter in Savage Forest could also be considered a fortuitous encounter. It was just that he did not gain much from that fortuitous encounter. Now that he thought about it, he only gained some inferior-grade spirit stones and a broken sword from that fortuitous encounter. The true benefits were probably all obtained by Chu Xiaoyang. "Shao Chun, how was your harvest?" "I found 4,000 inferior-grade spirit stones from that group of people. There were also many medicinal pills and spirit cores of spirit beasts. In total, there are more than 8,000 inferior-grade spirit stones." Just as Shao Chun was thinking, Lu Suifeng's excited voice came from behind. Shao Chun stood up and smiled faintly. "Not bad. There are more than 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones in this fellow's spatial ring. Lu Suifeng was flabbergasted. He said, "This group of bandits is really extraordinarily rich." Xiao Chun looked around the vast grassland. When he looked up, all he could see was withered yellow grass. When the wind blew, it was like a wave moving about. This place is a good place to be a bandit. When there are merchant groups or lone cultivators passing by, they will rob the merchants. When there are no merchants, they will kill spirit beasts. It would be hard to become skinny in such a situation. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Based on what you said, we would be rich after we clean out all the bandits this time." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "That is not realistic. We can think that way and others can think that way as well. However, the bandits on the grassland are still very active. There must be something we do not know." Lu Suifeng nodded and said, "That's right. I once heard that the 3 inherited clans of the Shiha province surrounded the bandits on the Devil Savannah. However, they all died in the end. If I think about it, it should be the same as what you said." The 2 of them stopped discussing and found their own dragon blood horses. Then they continued their journey quickly. In the clouds 5,000 meters high in the sky, an old man hid himself in a white cloud drifting in the wind and saw everything that was happening on the ground. After a while, he revealed a cautious smile. "It looks like Song Kei's deal is not going to be easy. I knew that 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones would not be so easy to obtain. This brat has not revealed all his trump cards yet. I will continue to observe him for a few more days. Song Kei is not easy to deal with. I am just an inferior-grade martial king. I have to be even more cautious." This old man was called Yu Mingshan. He was an inferior-grade martial king and a lone cultivator. He was a cautious person and was somewhat famous in the Shiha province. He had been friends with Song Kei for a long time in the past. After he agreed to help Song Kei kill Xiao Chun, he became more cautious. Song Kei actually offered a price of 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones for an insignificant inferior-grade martial saint. After Yu Mingshan confirmed that Song Kei was only an inferior-grade martial saint, he became even more cautious. There was definitely something strange going on. Yu Mingshan was very clear on what kind of person Song Kei was. If even he found it difficult to deal with someone, it would definitely not be easy. Indeed, after a few days of observation and today's battle, Yu Mingshan's guess was verified. Although Xiao Chun was only an inferior-grade martial saint, his combat prowess could easily kill a superior-grade martial saint. Xiao Chen's actual combat prowess was probably comparable to a peak superior-grade martial saint. Yu Mingshan muttered, "If that is all, I am not afraid. If he has an inherited martial spirit, then I might as well forget about this deal." Xiao Chun and Yu Mingshan did not know that they were being watched. They continued to gallop across the vast Devil Savannah. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The 2 of them ran into a few more groups of bandits. In the end, all the bandits did not return. They were robbed clean by the 2 of them. In the past 5 days, the 2 of them had gained another 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Of course, along the way, they ran into some strong groups of bandits. The leaders were martial kings and there were more than 1,000 of them. Xiao Chun maintained a vigilant state. He kept his spiritual sense out. Hence, when he ran into these bandits, he would avoid them when they were 2 kilometers away. He would not overestimate himself. Chapter 263. On this particular day, the 2 of them cleared out another group of bandits. After Lu Suifeng looted the corpses on the ground, he said joyfully, "Originally, I thought there would be some danger in this Devil Savannah. I did not expect there to be so much unexpected wealth. The spirit stones I obtained are even more than what I brought." Xiao Chun shook his head in his heart. It seemed like things had been going too smoothly for the past few days, causing Lu Suifeng's confidence to swell. In reality, this Devil Savannah was filled with danger. It was not like what Lu Suifeng said. If it were not for Xiao Chun accompanying him, Lu Suifeng would not have been able to travel so far alone. Any group of bandits could easily kill him. Even Xiao Chun did not dare to let his guard down in this Devil Savannah. A few days ago, Xiao Chun had personally seen a group of bandits led by a peak martial king. A regular heavenly saber pavilion elder would not be a match for the leader of the bandits. I have to warn Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chun said, in that case, you will have to continue the rest of the journey alone. That way, I won't have to split the spirit stones with you. When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. Then, he remembered that his words were indeed inappropriate. He said, Yi Chun, don't worry. I was just saying. I am still clear about the situation here. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Lu Suifeng was a reasonable person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Kill, kill, kill. As the two of them spoke, a cool breeze carried the sounds of killing into their ears. Their expressions changed and they quickly stopped talking, listening intently. Lu Suifeng said, it seems like a group of merchants was robbed by bandits. Should we go and take a look? At the end of the Devil Savannah was the Black Dragon River that traversed the Great Qin Nation. There was a huge harbor there. Using the harbor, the goods of the Great Qin Nation could be transported to the various countries of the Tianwu continent. Hence, there were many merchant groups coming and going in the Devil Savannah. The two of them had seen many merchant groups in the past few days. When they came across anyone that needed help, they would lend a hand. That was why Lu Suifeng asked. Xiao Chun nodded and said, there's a slope there. We should be able to observe the scene ahead. Let's take a look first. To the best of his abilities, Xiao Chun would try his best to help the caravan. However, if the bandit group was too strong, Xiao Chun would not be so foolish as to risk his life. Caution was the most important thing. The two of them rushed to the high ground and finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. There was indeed a caravan being surrounded and attacked by a group of about 500 mounted bandits. The bandits were unstoppable, beating up the merchant group's guards until they could not retaliate at all. All of them shouted excitedly. This caravan was rather strange. All the boxes and carriages were inlaid with a layer of dazzling gold, which was extremely dazzling under the direct sunlight. Moreover, the two of them did not see the flag of the Chamber of Commerce, which meant that this was a very small Chamber of Commerce. It was not important whether or not the flag was displayed. Lu Suifeng said suspiciously, why is this caravan so ostentatious? It is like they are luring the bandits to rob them. Those bandits do not seem difficult to deal with. Should we make a move? Xiao Chun felt it was very strange as well. Normally, caravans would be very low-key, doing their best not to attract the attention of the bandits. Some caravans would even purposely dress up in tatters. However, this caravan was different. From the boxes to the carriages, everything was inlaid with gold. Even the saddles on the horses were made of pure gold. Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, there is definitely something strange about this caravan. Let's wait a while more. At this moment, the bandits in the distance were already near the core of the caravan. There was a very luxurious carriage parked there. The carriage was led by 5 pure gold horses. It was 100 square meters large. The decorations on the handrails and the wheels were all made of pure gold. How tacky! Xiao Chun thought to himself as he shook his head. This is simply a moving treasury. It would be a miracle if it was not robbed in the Devil Savannah. Ha ha ha! Another fat fish has taken the bait? Suddenly, a vulgar laughter came from the luxurious carriage. Hu Chi! A fat figure flew out from the window of the carriage. That person held a huge golden coffin lid in his hand. The fat figure flashed quickly in the air. His speed was uncoordinated with his body. It was unbelievably fast. Bang! The coffin lid swept through the air and struck the leader of the bandits. The saber that the leader of the bandits wanted to block was smashed into pieces by the coffin lid. The coffin lid carried a huge force. With a schwa sound, the first leader of the bandits vomited blood and was sent flying. He could not resist at all. Fatso smashed the coffin lid heavily on the ground, giving off a loud sound. The entire ground started to tremble. The horses on the ground were startled. They swayed left and right, and the bandits on them fell to the ground. Fatso shouted, "All of you, stop pretending. Stand up for this fat lord." The bandits on the ground felt it was strange. Who is pretending? We really fell down. Even if you don't tell us, we will stand up. Shwa! Shwa! However, something shocking happened. The guards that they had knocked to the ground earlier all stood up energetically. It was as if nothing had happened to them. The aura they gave off was ferocious, and a ferocious light shone in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. They looked even more like bandits than the bandits themselves. The bandits stood up and slowly gathered together. Only then did they realize that they had unknowingly been surrounded by the guards of this caravan. They immediately panicked. Bang! Fatso suddenly jumped on the ground. He smashed the coffin lid in his hand at the bandit leader who had just stood up. Before the bandit leader could react, he was smashed to the ground again. Blood flowed out of his head. This time, he could no longer stand up. Fatso stomped on the bandit leader, who was struggling to stand up again. He placed the golden coffin lid heavily on the ground and scolded. "Did this fat lord say that you could stand up? You are still standing? This fat lord will trample you to death." A ferocious glint flashed in Fatty's eyes as he swept his gaze across the bandits. When the other bandits saw the fate of their leader, they immediately understood Fatty's intentions. One by one, they immediately crouched down. Suddenly, Fatso laughed loudly. "I hereby announce that this is a robbery. Aside from your underwear, leave everything behind for this fat lord." The situation instantly turned around. Under Fatso's strong aura, the bandits on the ground did not dare to resist. They prostrated themselves on the ground obediently, not daring to move at all. Just look at the first leader's situation. Even now, he was still being trampled on. This time, they could only admit defeat. After a while, a person walked over quickly. This person was the manservant from Whitewater City. "Young master, I have counted everything. There is a total of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Adding the other goods, there is a total of 15,000 inferior grade spirit stones." Fatso frowned slightly and said something that caused all the bandits on the ground to vomit blood. "Why is it so little? Did you follow my instructions? Did you even search the underwear?" On the slope, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng looked at the situation. They were both astonished. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. He was just about to settle the score with Fatso. He did not expect to meet him here. Actually, he should have thought of it long ago. Only this damn Fatso, Kim Tae-ho, would dare to use such a tacky and tasteless carriage. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood. So, it is the Jin clan's Kim Tae-ho. No wonder he dared to be so ostentatious. I actually misjudged him earlier. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He asked, "You know him?" Lu Suifeng nodded and explained. "He is the young master of the #1 merchant association in the Great Tang Nation, the Golden Rock Merchant Association. At the same time, it is one of the 5 great merchant associations in the world. It is on the same level as the Great Qin Nation's Phoenix Feather Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association was not very famous in the Great Qin Nation in the past. However, in the past few years, this person and the people from the Heavenly Craft Manor got on good terms. Now, they are very active in the Great Qin Nation, one of the 5 great merchant associations. I did not expect this Fatso to have such a great background." When Xiao Chun heard Lu Suifeng's explanation, he sighed in his heart. He had already guessed that this person's background was not simple. However, he did not expect it to be so horrifying. Lu Suifeng had some panic in his eyes. He said, "Yi Chun, let's leave quickly. This person has a bad reputation. It will not be a good thing if we are targeted by him." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "Why?" Lu Suifeng said, "His reputation in the Shiha province is very horrifying. Rumor has it that the heir of the Yen clan, one of the 3 noble clans of the Shiha province, was ruthlessly humiliated by this person in the Dongming province. After Yen Qianhe returned, he could not bear the humiliation and felt too ashamed to face anyone. Hence, he disappeared." Xiao Chun felt ashamed in his heart. This rumor was extraordinarily horrifying. He clearly killed Yen Qianhe. Now, it turned out that he could not bear the humiliation and disappeared. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "It is just a rumor. Let's go. I still have a score to settle with this Fatso." Under Lu Suifeng's astonished gaze, Xiao Chun had already leaped over the mound and was quickly flying downwards. Fatso had a pleased smile on his face. He inadvertently glanced at the approaching Xiao Chun and was startled. He thought he saw wrong. He looked again to confirm it. Then, he quickly let go of the first leader and moved back. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun shouted and moved in a purple arc in the air. It was like a flood dragon moving in the air. With a schwa sound, he arrived before Kim Tae-ho. "Brother Debeo, we meet again. Don't you recognize me? Why are you running so fast?" Xiao Chun smiled gently as he stood before Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho revealed an embarrassed smile. He placed the coffin in his hand into his spatial ring and said, "I really don't recognize you. I thought you were some powerful expert." Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Stop pretending. You went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago. Do you have anything to explain?" Kim Tae-ho had a righteous expression as he said, "It was that woman who forced me. You have to believe me. She had something on me. I was forced to say that because I had no other choice. It would be strange if I believed you." Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. He said, "I knew you would say that. Stop speaking nonsense. This sculpture actually sold for 100 inferior grade spirit stones each. How many spirit stones are you prepared to split with me?" Kim Tae-ho smiled embarrassedly. "What kind of relationship do we have? Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Come, let's go to my carriage. Don't say anything, I'll take good care of you." Chapter 264. Lu Suifeng rushed over quickly. When he saw Kim Tae-ho smiling at Xiao Chun, he was astonished. He had not expected the incredibly difficult Kim Tae-ho to reveal such an expression. Up in the sky, on a floating cloud, Yu Mingshan frowned slightly. He said, "I can already confirm that he does not have an inherited martial spirit. However, he is actually mingling with the people of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It looks like I can only find another opportunity to make a move." Inside the luxurious carriage, Xiao Chun and Kim Tae-ho each sat at a table. Compared to the decorations outside, the interior of this luxurious carriage was much simpler. As the carriage moved quickly, it was very stable. Xiao Chun, who was seated inside, did not feel any bumps. Kim Tae-ho glanced at Bai, who was seated beside him. He smiled and said, "This Bai is becoming more and more adorable." Pu Si. Kim Tae-ho was just about to stretch out his hand to rub Bai's head. However, before he could touch it, Bai's claws scratched him. He said in astonishment, "You are still so ruthless. Fortunately, this fat lord's skin is tough, so I am fine." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and asked, "How is your investigation of the Tianwu Emperor's tomb?" Xiao Chun had always been very curious about the Tianwu Emperor's tomb in the ancient remnant. However, he did not have the time to investigate. Now that he coincidentally met Kim Tae-ho, naturally he had to get to the bottom of it. Kim Tae-ho withdrew his smile and shook his head. "There is no useful information. I can only confirm that the corpse of the last Tianwu Emperor was indeed taken away by Chu Chaoyun. After that, Chu Chaoyun has been in closed-door cultivation in the Misty Sword sect. He only came out recently." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Honestly speaking, he had been out for a long time and had rarely suffered a loss. However, he had suffered more than once at the hands of Chu Chaoyun. He was very afraid of this person, so he wanted to find out more about him. He continued to ask, "How is his cultivation now? Do you have a specific reference?" Kim Tae-ho said, "I have not seen it personally, but it is probably a peak superior grade martial saint at the very least. That golden coffin would definitely help a cultivator cultivate faster. To be able to cultivate so quickly while lying in a coffin was a little strange." Xiao Chun asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Fatso chuckled and said, "Don't forget, your Lord Fatty also snatched a coffin lid. After studying it for such a long time, I can confirm this conclusion." Xiao Chun had a deep impression of the golden coffin lid just now. When he waved it, it seemed ordinary, but his divine sense sensed that the space around him seemed to be fluctuating. As he waved his hand, he seemed to shatter the void, forming an immature little world. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and asked sullenly, "Did Chu Chaoyun obtain the heavenly flame inherited by the Tianwu Emperor?" This was the question that concerned Xiao Chun the most. Although the inherited heavenly flame was only a tenth of the original, its might was still very horrifying. If he could completely grasp it, it would be even stronger than Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire. Xiao Chun was not afraid of Chu Chaoyun's cultivation being higher than his. As long as it was not an entire cultivation realm higher, he would not fear a peak martial saint with his combat prowess. However, if Chu Chaoyun grasped the heavenly flame, he would be feared. His innate martial technique, cultivation technique, and martial spirit were all at the peak of the same generation. If Chu Chaoyun completely grasped the heavenly flame, he would be unrivaled among martial saints. Kim Tae-ho had a grave expression as he said, "Prepare yourself for the worst. I estimate that he can use at least a quarter of that tenth of the heavenly flame. Furthermore, he should have obtained the inherited martial technique of the Tianwu dynasty, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay." If it were in the past, Xiao Chun might have doubted Fatso's words. However, after knowing that he was the young master of the Golden Rock Merchant Association, he was certain of it. In terms of intelligence, even the royal courts of the various nations would not be as comprehensive as these merchant associations. When doing business, information was always the most important thing. Suddenly, Kim Tae-ho thought of something and said, "That's right. You should be going to Shiha City to participate in the Linlang Pavilion's auction. Right? Chu Chaoyun will be participating as well. You might run into him." Chu Chaoyun was going to participate in the auction as well. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that this auction might be more complicated than he imagined. Xiao Chun cupped his hands to Fatso and said, "Thank you. I will be careful and try to avoid him." Fatso laughed loudly. "What are you thanking me for? What kind of relationship do we have? Furthermore, let me tell you some news. The strength of your old opponents have increased by leaps and bounds. Duanmuking has already practiced the profound ice incantation to the 9th layer. Her strength is even more horrifying. Just looking at her now makes me feel like I have fallen into an ice cave. Hua Yunfei's martial spirit has already undergone a deep awakening. He has already practiced the blood shadow sword technique to great perfection. His entire person has become incomparably evil. It is very strange. Of course, the most horrifying ones are not these two but the Gi Marquis and Ji Chongkong. In terms of gains, their gains in the ancient remnant are probably second only to Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean? Our gains are not small, right? Could it be that their gains are even greater than ours?" Fatso smiled in disdain. "Our gains are nothing. Let's talk about the Gi Marquis first. This brat obtained the Tianwu dynasty's inherited holy weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Originally, I thought it was just a holy weapon with an incomplete Dao. It was not a big deal. After all, although such incomplete holy weapons are rare, they are not particularly precious. However, now I know that this brat is really lucky. That sky-splitting sword has been passed down from the first Tianwu emperor until now. The Dao of that heaven-splitting sword is actually complete. It only lost some in the past 1,000 years. After 10 years, it will be completely restored." The so-called holy weapon referred to the weapons used by the sages of the ancient era. At that time, the cultivation realms of cultivators were different from now. The difference between the ancient era's sages and the current martial sages was huge. In terms of strength, the ancient era's sages were equivalent to the current Emperor Wu. The current martial sages were nothing in front of the ancient era's sages. The classification of weapons at that time was also different from the current one. There was no such thing as heaven, earth, profound, or yellow spirit weapons. The sages had already seen a trace of the heavenly Tao. Every move they made could affect the laws of heaven and earth. As for the weapons they used, under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, they would slowly gain a trace of the Tao. After these weapons were passed down, after 10,000 years, although the Tao became incomplete, the essence of the weapon was not damaged at all. When a cultivator used a holy weapon, they could use these incomplete Tao to change the laws of heaven and earth when they made a move. They could achieve an unimaginable effect in battle. However, because the Tao was incomplete, it was very difficult to truly change the laws of heaven and earth. There would be situations where it would be ineffective at times. Being able to succeed once out of 10 times was already pretty good. However, if it was a holy weapon with a complete Tao, it would be a different story. One could achieve a success rate of 5 out of 10 times. If one could comprehend the Tao, they would be able to change the laws of heaven and earth every time they made a move. This would raise the cultivator's strength to a horrifying level. Jean Fatso took a sip of tea and continued. As for Ji Chongkong, his luck is even better. That brat's talent is too high. He has already comprehended 80 to 90% of that sage Tao comprehension painting. Every time he makes a move, there is a faint trace of the Tao circulating around it. It is even more effective than a holy weapon. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and did not say anything. This was the so-called fortuitous encounter. Although fortuitous encounters were vague and illusory, they were a kind of great luck. They truly existed in this world. Although it was a fortuitous encounter, some people gained nothing. They were even fed to spirit beasts and died without a burial. However, some people gained many things. Their strength advanced by leaps and bounds, standing out like a crane in a flock of chickens. These were all people with great luck. Many experts in history had such encounters. The cultivators of the same generation as them all became their stepping stones. However, their names were passed down for eternity. Xiao Chun thought to himself, 2 years from now, I have to defeat all these people. Otherwise, I will never be able to compete with them in terms of luck. Even if I have a fortuitous encounter in the future, without great luck, I will not gain much. In the long run, I will become a stepping stone for others. Xiao Chun thought of something and said, From your tone earlier, it seems like you are not going to the Shiha province's auction. Kim Taeho nodded and said, I have seen many auctions and can't be bothered to go. If I really want to find a peak treasure, I would have to go to the underground auction in the ancient desolate land. There is also the peak auction in the great Jin nation. That is the true grand scene. Let me tell you that scene. Seeing that Fatso was about to continue showing off, Xiao Chun knew that he would not stop. He quickly stopped him and said, Stop right there. There is no need to discuss this. Since you are not going to Shiha City, could it be that you are really transporting goods through the Black Dragon River to another nation? Earlier, Xiao Chun had taken some time to use his spiritual sense to scan Fatso's gold boxes. In the end, he discovered that they were all empty. There was nothing inside. Although the fatty had a lot of spatial rings, it was still not enough to transport the goods. Regular spatial rings were only a few dozen square meters. It was impossible for them to transport large amounts of goods. As for the peak spatial rings, not to mention the scarcity of them, even the peak spatial rings were only a few hundred square meters. They would not be able to transport large amounts of goods. Hence, when Fatso said that he was not going to Shiha City, Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. If he was not transporting goods or going to an auction, why did Fatso come to the Devil Savannah? Fatso smiled and said, Of course, it is impossible to transport goods. I have not participated in the trade route of the Devil Savannah yet, so I cannot take this route for now. The purpose of my trip here is for a legend regarding the treasure of the Devil Savannah. Legend? Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely and said, You purposely came to the Devil Savannah just for a legend? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You can't go so far, right? Fatso said, Naturally, there is some basis for it. In the past, there was a group of bandits on this Devil Savannah that made people tremble with fear. The strength of the leader of the bandits was unfathomable. Later on, he was probably a martial sage at the very least. If one wanted to travel through this merchant association, one would have to pay him a toll. Chapter 265. The merchant associations that resisted did not have a good ending. He monopolized this golden trade route. In the end, he accumulated a shocking amount of wealth. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. He was in disbelief. A bona fide martial sage did not cultivate properly. Instead, he came here to be a bandit. Do you think that is possible? When a person reached the martial sage realm, their vision was much higher than that of ordinary people. They no longer cared about worldly things. They would focus their entire life on reaching the peak of martial cultivation. Very few people would be reluctant to part with these worldly possessions. Jean Fatso said, "How is it not possible?" Back then, the three noble clans of the Shiha province surrounded the savannah a few times. Do you think it was to deal with the bandits? It was to obtain the map he left behind. Your heavenly saber pavilion sent people to participate a few times as well. When Xiao Chun heard the word map, he felt excited. He asked, "He left behind a map? What do you mean? Explain it more clearly." Jean Fatso muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Everyone will die eventually. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu was no exception. Naturally, there is no need to talk about martial sages. After this person died, he buried all his accumulated wealth on an island in the Boundless Sea. He left many maps for his descendants. The maps described the location of the island in detail. Furthermore, only by obtaining the map could they open the door to the treasure. Unfortunately, his descendants were not up to expectations. Not long after he died, his descendants were all killed by his enemies. The map was also scattered everywhere. Someone once obtained the map and found the island. However, there was a huge storm outside the island. Even someone as strong as a martial king could not enter. They could only watch helplessly. Later on, someone accidentally found out that this storm would disappear for a period of time every 100 years. Hence, these maps were put to use once again. The treasures were not placed together. Every time, someone would bring out a large number of treasures. Of course, there were many people who died in there as well. The 100 years are about to arrive again. Hence, this fat lord intends to try his luck. My movements are already much slower. I wonder if the people of the three noble clans managed to obtain the map in the previous encirclement? Kim Tae-ho explained slowly but clearly. Xiao Chun immediately understood the reason behind it. I didn't know if the blueprint in my hand was what Fatso was looking for. Xiao Chun thought for a while and asked, "How long until the 100-year deadline arrives?" Fatso pondered for a moment before replying, "About a year. This fat lord intends to spend this year in the Devil Prairie. Even if I can't find the blueprint, I can still earn some extra money." There was still a year left, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Chun thought to himself, "I can put this matter aside for now." After traveling in the carriage for half a day, the two of them bid farewell to Kim Tae-ho and left. Kim Tae-ho continued to play the pig to eat the tiger, while the two of them walked towards the exit of the Devil Prairie. Along the way, Xiao Chun asked, "Suifeng, have you heard of the legend of the treasure map in the Devil Prairie?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he thought for a long time before saying, "I seem to have heard of it before. However, I did not pay much attention to it. I have pretty much forgotten about it already. Do you want to go treasure hunting?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "I do not have the time for now. My main goal now is to quickly grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. I already have some progress and do not wish to be delayed by other matters." The two of them traveled for another 3 days. Because they were nearing the borders of the Devil Prairie, the number of bandits they met slowly decreased. On the other hand, there were more and more merchant groups gathering. That afternoon, the silhouette of a small town appeared in their vision. Lu Suifeng said excitedly, "We finally left this prairie. After this, we will travel by water for another 3 days and land for another half a day before we reach Shiha City." Xiao Chun also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although his body was fine, he was mentally fatigued after spending the past few days in the wilderness. The nameless town in front was specially used to resupply the merchant groups and cultivators that passed through the Devil Prairie. There were inns and trading centers everywhere. Many cultivators training in the Devil Prairie would choose to sell their harvests here. Hence, although the town was small, it was very bustling and noisy. The two of them found an inn and had a good meal. Then, they each chose a room and rested. In the room, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed. The chi whirlpool in his dantian spun slowly. The purple thunder divine incantation flowed along his meridians. ZZ. There were countless electric currents in the room, crackling non-stop. Pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured into Xiao Chen's body continuously. The spiritual energy below the mountain was very thin. It could not be compared to the Lingyun mountain range. Xiao Chen felt that it was at least 50% weaker. With such a huge difference, it was no wonder these great sects were so attractive to cultivators. After 4 hours, Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. The electric currents in the room had not dissipated yet. They flickered occasionally. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "My state of thunder seems to be improving every day. If this continues, I might not even be able to execute the twisting road around peak. I have to find a lightning-attributed martial technique as soon as possible." Bang! 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 Knocks came from the door. Lu Suifeng's voice came from outside. "Yichun, I intend to sell some spirit pills and materials here. Do you want to come with me?" There were many merchants in the town that bought all sorts of spirit beast materials. Earlier, when the two of them were walking, many merchants had asked them about their cultivator attire. Because they were busy resting, they rejected all of them. Now that they had rested, they thought about it and felt that it was a good decision. There were still 3 days before they would be arriving at Shiha City to participate in the auction. With more spirit stones in hand, they would feel more at ease. Xiao Chen did not think too much about it and agreed to this suggestion. The two of them walked out of the inn and headed for the busiest trading area in the town, buying all sorts of wind-attributed spirit cores at a high price. As long as it is wind-attributed, regardless of rank. Buying as many as you can. Only 2 hours. Be quick. Selling 10 rank 5 spirit cores of various attributes. There are also high-ranked spirit beasts pelts. Buying 10 stalks of desolate grass. If there are any cultivators, please look for me quickly. All sorts of clamorous cries entered the two's ears. It was very bustling. There were cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the road. Merchants continuously went over to inquire about prices. Although the place was messy, there were professionals managing it. Without permission, one could not set up a stall here. Otherwise, the town manager would chase them away. Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng arrived at the management area and queued for an hour before they found an empty stall. The manager handed the signboard and various tools for setting up a stall to the two of them. The service was rather good. However, the price made them flabbergasted. Lu Suifeng was not just an ordinary person. Setting up a stall for 2 hours and you have to charge 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen wrote on the signboard, selling spirit cores of spirit beasts and all sorts of materials. Spirit stones for transactions. After Xiao Chen finished writing, he smiled faintly and said, "Never mind. It is just 10 inferior grade spirit stones. To you, it is just a drop in the bucket. Let's go set up the stall first. Hopefully, there will be a big merchant who can sell everything in one go." When they arrived at the stall, they changed the signboard. After a while, a merchant wearing luxurious golden clothes walked over. This merchant was about 40 years old. There were 2 martial saint guards beside him. His slightly plump face was filled with smiles. "2 little brothers, are you selling spirit cores of spirit beasts?" The middle-aged merchant asked with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "The spirit cores are all rank 3 and above. There are about 3,000 of them. Aside from that, there are also some spirit beast skins. They are at least rank 3 spirit beasts. Most of these spirit cores were snatched from the bandits of the Devil Savannah. A small portion of them were spirit beasts that the two of them had personally killed. The space in the spatial ring was limited. Earlier, the two of them had tidied it up and tossed away the rank 2 spirit cores. They only kept the spirit cores of rank 3 spirit beasts and above. Even so, there were more than 3,000 of them. They were worth quite a lot. The middle-aged merchant was mildly astonished. He did not expect to come across such a big deal when he casually asked. His expression did not change as he continued to ask, "Can I take a look at the goods?" Xiao Chen nodded and Lu Suifeng poured out all the spirit cores of the two of them and all sorts of materials from the spatial ring. A large pile of spirit cores filled the entire stall. Immediately, countless gazes looked over. Amidst the greedy and envious gazes, Xiao Chun even felt a few gazes filled with killing intent. This was not strange. The cultivators here were all people who bled on the edge of their blades. They had more or less taken human lives. It was not uncommon to get greedy at the sight of wealth and to kill others to steal their wealth. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He asked, "How about it? State your price." The middle-aged merchant was overjoyed in his heart. However, his expression did not change. He tried asking, "Are the two of you not accepting gold? If you want to use gold, I can give you an even better price." After Xiao Chun saw the use of spirit stones, how could he care about gold? He decisively shook his head and rejected. Lu Suifeng said, "Could it be that you cannot afford it?" The middle-aged merchant laughed loudly. "I am just saying, I am still able to afford this amount of spirit stones. A fixed price of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I want all of them. We can transact on the spot or you can choose the place to transact." The middle-aged merchant also understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Hence, he was very humane and gave out 2 methods of transacting. The 2 of them could choose the place to transact. Xiao Chun thought for a while. This merchant's origins are unknown. Although it is easy to reveal his wealth if they transact on the spot, I have to guard against him if I transact elsewhere. There was a certain amount of risk in both methods. Xiao Chun chose to transact on the spot. At the very least, he would be able to obtain the spirit stones at the first possible moment. This would put him at ease. The middle-aged merchant no longer hesitated and gave some instructions. A guard beside him took out his spatial ring and touched it to Xiao Chen's universe ring. In the next moment, Xiao Chun felt that there were many more spirit stones in his spatial ring. When he counted them, there were exactly 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The middle-aged merchant took out 2 name cards and handed them to the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "This humble servant's surname is Guan. I am working for the Yun Clan's Merchant Association. I hope that there will be opportunities for us to work together in the future. If you use this name card to shop in the Yun Clan shops, you will be able to enjoy a 10% discount." Chapter 266. Yun Clan. Xiao Chun was deep in thought. In the entire Shiha province, only the Yun Clan would be able to take out 10,000 spirit stones so casually. Xiao Chun put away the name card and waited for the merchant to go far away. Then he said, "We cannot spend the night here. We have to rush to the port before it gets dark. Someone is already watching us." Lu Suifeng nodded his head. A transaction of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already a large transaction in this small town. Furthermore, the 2 of them were only inferior grade martial saints. It would be strange if they were not targeted. The 2 of them returned to the inn and packed up. After they restocked their rations, they quickly rode the dragon blood horse out of the nameless town. The sun set in the west. The setting sun looked like blood. Large patches of red clouds dyed the entire western sky red. The afterglow of the sun shone on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng, giving them a faint glow. 2 long shadows appeared on the road. Dong! 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 The intruders were faster than the 2 of them had expected. They had only traveled for about 10 minutes before they were blocked by a group of cultivators wielding weapons and surging with killing chi. Xiao Chun quickly scanned the group in front of him. There was a total of 18 people. The weakest of them was an inferior grade martial saint. 2 of them were even superior grade martial saints. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the 2 of them. One of them was dressed in white. He held a sword in his hand. The tip of the sword gave off a piercingly cold light. Under the light of the setting sun, it looked very dazzling. The other person had his arms exposed. His upper body was covered in battle armor. He held a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. He had a ferocious expression on his face. There was a group of cultivators standing behind the 2 of them. It looked like the 2 groups were together. The white-clothed swordsman slowly walked forward. He looked at Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng and revealed a faint smile. "We are only here for wealth. We do not wish to harm anyone. Leave behind the spirit stones in your hands, and I will guarantee your safety." The other spear-wielding blue-clothed man released his killing intent without holding back. His eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he said viciously, "I do not have much patience. Hurry up and take the initiative. It will be good for everyone. Otherwise, I will make it hard for you to die." The two of them slowly unleashed their superior-grade martial saint auras, pressing heavily on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. The two huge auras merged together. Even the air turned solid, making breathing difficult. Lu Suifeng could not help but panic. He took out his identity token and said, "We are Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciples. Quickly move aside and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Saber Camp." Xiao Qin shook his head. His hand subconsciously moved to the hilt of his saber. This group of people already knew who they were. Otherwise, they would not waste so much time talking nonsense. If Xiao Chun were an inferior-grade martial saint without any background, he would have charged over without any fear. He would not have used such small tricks to threaten and scare him. They were probably afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge. However, since this group of people dared to chase after them, it meant that they were fugitives. They did not fear the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge. It would be best if they did not offend the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If they offended them, they would just have to take a large sum of spirit stones. If they left the Shiha province and hid at the ends of the earth, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be able to do anything to them. They slowly gathered their auras and did not release them. The sky above their heads turned dark without them realizing it. Dark clouds churned. The might of thunder was formed. The blue-clothed spearman smiled coldly. "Do you think I am easy to scare? You are just two inferior-grade martial saint core disciples. Will the Heavenly Saber Pavilion mobilize the Divine Saber Camp for you? I will say it again. Take the initiative to hand over all the spirit stones in your hands." The white-clothed spearman continued to reveal a faint smile. He looked very calm as he said, "The two of you, we are only seeking wealth. We do not have any other intentions. Leave the spirit stones behind. That would be the best for everyone." Of the two of them, one was playing the good cop and the other was playing the bad cop. If it were a sect disciple without much experience, they would definitely hand over the spirit stones in their hands in such a situation. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with them. He swung his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been gathering burst forth and suppressed the auras of the two of them. Rumble! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the quiet sky. A resplendent saber light lit up the sky, resonating with the lightning descending from the sky. Xiao Chen's figure arrived beside the white-clothed spearman in an instant. His saber light flickered and his aura flourished, piercing through the 9 heavens. The white-clothed swordsman was incomparably horrified. He had not expected Xiao Chun to make a move so suddenly. Furthermore, the moment Xiao Chun made his move, it was a lightning-fast strike. His aura completely suppressed the two of them mercilessly. His speed and strength were at the peak. This was not a rookie. From the start, the other party did not intend to flee or hand over the spirit stones. However, the white-clothed swordsman thought that victory was in his grasp. They did not know that the other party was preparing a startling strike. In that instant, the white-clothed swordsman thought of many things. He did his best to retreat. However, he had lost the initiative and his aura fell to rock bottom. How could he dodge Xiao Chen's peak strike with a flourishing aura, which he had been preparing for a long time? Pu Si. The saber light flickered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the white-clothed swordsman's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The saber contained the power of lightning, knocking the white-clothed swordsman back and sending him crashing to the ground. "Who?" The blue-clothed swordsman at the side reacted quickly. He swung his spear, and a fire dragon condensed on the spear, circling it and roaring ferociously. The blue-clothed swordsman wanted to stop Xiao Chun and make him give up on chasing the injured white-clothed swordsman. Bang! The spear roared, and the fire dragon immediately swallowed up Xiao Chen's figure. The blue-clothed swordsman rejoiced in his heart. "I thought you are very powerful, but you are only SOSO. However, before the blue-clothed swordsman could smile, he saw the figure that the spear struck shatter. However, it was only an afterimage. Blue dragon swings its tail, seeing the cool breeze, not the saber. Xiao Chun had already leaped out from the side. He moved in a purple arc, and a cool breeze blew. In an instant, he passed through the crowd and headed for the white-clothed swordsman. The white-clothed swordsman was startled. He spun the sword in his hand and fired it at Xiao Chun, who was flying through the air. Xiao Chun clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at the same time. All the bones in his body crackled as he punched, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The tip of the fist struck the tip of the sword, and the sword immediately shattered into countless pieces. Xiao Chen's essence trembled, and the shattered pieces scattered in all directions. Xiao Chen's momentum did not decrease. Just as he was about to get close to the white-clothed swordsman, the lunar shadow saber in his hand disappeared. He withdrew his killing chi, making it hard for others to grasp it. When the cool breeze blew, the white-clothed swordsman's heart turned ashen. He knew that this was the famous secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the clear wind chop. Once it got close, there was no way to dodge it. Furthermore, the white-clothed swordsman was severely injured. His body was not at its peak. There was no way he could dodge. Furthermore, the others were all dodging. No one would be able to help Xiao Chun with the chaotic saber attacks he just created. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The white-clothed swordsman revealed a ferocious expression as he roared. The dantian in his body glowed faintly. He was going to use a secret technique to self-destruct. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He increased his speed and arrived before the white-clothed swordsman in a flash. When the light was at its brightest, the lunar shadow saber appeared from nowhere and stabbed into the white-clothed swordsman's dantian. The lunar shadow saber appeared from nowhere and stabbed into Xiao Chen's dantian. Xiao Chun did not stop moving. He quickly kicked this person away. Bang! That swordsman's corpse exploded in midair. Instantly, not even his bones remained. Only a rain of blood remained, filling the sky. The white-clothed swordsman was actually not weak. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Chun wanted to kill him, he would need at least 100 moves before he could do so. Unfortunately, the white-clothed swordsman was too careless at the start. He did not expect Xiao Chun to suddenly make a move. He also did not expect Xiao Chen's attack to be so ferocious. He was caught off guard and was severely injured. After that, there was no longer any suspense. After the white-clothed swordsman died, some of the cultivators fighting with Lu Suifeng immediately fled. These were the white-clothed swordsman's subordinates. Since the white-clothed swordsman was already dead, there was no need for them to remain here. Only the blue-clothed spearman and his 8 subordinates remained. The white-clothed swordsman's death caused the blue-clothed swordsman to panic. He no longer had the drive he had at the start. The blue-clothed swordsman knew that this person was not an ordinary inferior-grade martial saint. There was definitely something extraordinary about him. In terms of pure combat prowess, he was already comparable to a superior-grade martial saint. The blue-clothed swordsman's aura had already fallen. If he wanted to reform it, he would have to spend some effort. Using an aura that had fallen to rock bottom to resist the other party's soaring aura was clearly not a wise move. Retreat! The blue-clothed spearman shouted decisively. He stared at Xiao Chun and kept his guard up as he leaped backward continuously. This person was very experienced in combat. He was also very cautious. When he retreated, he did not reveal his back. After the blue-clothed swordsman was far away and was certain that Xiao Chun would not chase after him, he immediately turned around and increased his speed. After a while, he disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, felt it was strange. Given Xiao Chen's character, he would not let the blue-clothed swordsman off so easily. Xiao Chun stood where he was and muttered to himself in silence. The blue-clothed swordsman had left for a long time already. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. His aura did not relax at all. He maintained his guard at all times. When Xiao Chun made a move to kill the white-clothed swordsman, he felt a horrifying killing chi coming from the sky. In that instant, he even felt the danger of death. Furthermore, this aura was very well hidden. When Xiao Chun caught it, It immediately disappeared and everything returned to normal. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense out in all directions. However, he did not catch anything in his mind. However, the more it was like this, the more cautious Xiao Chun became. He did not dare to relax his aura. Lu Suifeng felt that something was wrong. He asked in a soft voice, "Yi Chun, what's wrong?" Xiao Chun looked at a certain cloud in the sky and said, "Along the way, I felt a pair of eyes staring at us. Just now, I finally confirmed that he wants to kill me. This person is at least a peak superior grade martial saint. Furthermore, he knows a flying martial technique. The worst case scenario is that he is a martial king." Lu Suifeng was horrified. He revealed a worried expression as he asked, "What should we do?" Chapter 267. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. "It's fine. There is no need to worry too much. If this person's strength was really horrifying, he would not have followed us for so long. Earlier, he gave up on making a move. He lost the chance to kill me forever. This person is overly cautious. He lacks the sharpness of a cultivator. He will forever be a second-rate expert." Up in the clouds, Yu Mingshan was originally preparing to make a move. However, at the last moment, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun had already sensed his killing chi. Based on the principle of being cautious, a killing move that the opponent had already sensed would not be considered a killing move. This had always been Yu Mingshan's principle. This was also something he had learned as a lone cultivator. He had lived for a long time. There were many opportunities, so he could not attack blindly. Seeing Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng leave, Yu Mingshan said indifferently, "Looks like I have to hide my killing chi even deeper next time. I have to kill him in one move and not leave behind any hidden dangers." When the sun had completely set, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng finally arrived at the port of the Black Dragon River. The port was brightly lit, illuminating the shore like it was daytime. Huge merchant ships appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chen. Most of the ships were 40 to 50 meters tall and 5 to 600 meters long. They were no different from the supertankers in his previous life. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Chun was astonished, he explained, "There are many water monsters in the Black Dragon River. Furthermore, the waves are very strong. A regular medium-sized merchant ship would not be able to withstand even a single wave. Furthermore, many of these merchant ships are going out to sea. The situation on the surface of the sea is even more complicated. If the ship is not made larger, it would not be able to withstand even a normal wave. Not to mention the sea monsters. So that's how it is." The doubts in Xiao Chen's heart cleared up. The two of them found the person in charge of a merchant ship and stated their intentions. Then they paid 10,000 gold taels each and obtained the right to board the ship. The two of them rode their dragon blood horses to the bow of the ship. The deck was very wide, so it did not seem crowded at all. Immediately, a waiter from the merchant ship came over and took their dragon blood horses away. Although the ship was large, horses were not allowed on the ship. The deck was filled with cultivators preparing to hitch a ride on the ship. There were probably many of them who were going to Shiha City to participate in the auction. Xiao Chun stood at the bow of the boat and gently leaned on the railing. A cool breeze blew across the river. The breeze contained a refreshing smell of the river water, making people feel much better. Xiao Chun gazed at the vast dark surface. The night did not affect his vision at all. He could clearly see the scene on the surface of the river. The width of the Black Dragon River was much wider than he had imagined. These huge merchant ships were like black dots on the dark surface, not even taking up 1% of the river. At first glance, if it wasn't for the color of the river, one would have mistaken it for the sea. Lu Suifeng walked forward and said, "Yi Chun, the ship will depart tomorrow morning. There are no more empty rooms on the ship. We will have to spend the next 3 days on the deck." The merchant ship was different from the passenger ship. Most of the space on the ship was filled with goods. Furthermore, the two of them arrived late. It was not strange that they did not have any empty rooms. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "It's nothing much. I have already spent so many days on the savannah. It is just 3 days on the deck." After finding an empty space, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and entered into a state of cultivation. However, there were many people here. If he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it would cause a huge commotion. Xiao Chun did not want to attract too much attention. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art slowly circulated. Xiao Chun was prepared to cultivate this cultivation technique that was specially used for tempering the body. The many cultivators on the deck were all cultivating. Very few of them spoke. The river was very quiet. Early the next morning, the light of dawn broke through the last traces of darkness and shone on the deck. The cultivators slowly woke up. Xiao Chun also opened his eyes. The instant he got up, the bones in his body gave off a pi-li-pa-pa sound. He felt very comfortable and energetic. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art only had a total of 5 layers. The first 2 layers were the foundation. The last 3 layers were the true tempering of the body. Xiao Chun had already practiced the 4th layer, Dragon Roar, Tiger Roar, piercing the heavens. He was currently heading towards great perfection. If he practiced it to great perfection, a casual roar from Xiao Chun would be equivalent to the roar of a dragon or tiger. The drawn-out energy would be able to pierce through the 9 heavens and scatter the clouds in the sky. As for the 5th layer, Dragon Tendon Tiger Bone, pulling mountains and river strength, it would be a true rebirth. Ordinary weapons would no longer be able to injure Xiao Chun. Furthermore, his qi and blood would increase rapidly. His strength could reach more than 10,000 kilograms of force. The crisp sound of bones attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. In that instant, everyone seemed to see an indistinct dragon and tiger hidden in Xiao Chun's body. It is rare to see a cultivator who specializes in tempering the body. The strength of the physical body is still a lower level. After one becomes a martial king, the might of essence becomes incomparably horrifying. A casual punch can split mountains. Tempering the body is just a waste of time. Indeed, in the martial saint realm, a strong physical body might give one an advantage in the early stages. However, in the later stages, the quality of one's essence is the most important. If he wanted to use his physical body alone, he would be a good seedling. Unfortunately, he is cultivating both. Sooner or later, he will not be able to take care of both. In the end, his cultivation will only stagnate. When many cultivators saw Xiao Chun's strong physical body, they all sighed. Their words were filled with pity. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored them. He believed that he was on the right path. This was especially so after he saw the secret manual left behind by the previous pavilion master in the underground world. His conviction grew even stronger. If one cultivated both the physical body and essence at the same time, one's cultivation would indeed be slower than others. Perhaps Xiao Chun would enter the martial sage realm much later than others of the same generation. However, without a strong physical body, it would be impossible for a martial sage to enter the Emperor Wu realm. Or rather, the possibility was very small. At that time, he would surpass everyone else. When Xiao Chun walked to the bow of the ship, he did not know when the huge merchant ship had set off. The ship broke through the huge waves on the river surface as it moved quickly. Xiao Chun was somewhat astonished. He did not expect such a huge ship to be able to move so fast on the water. He did not know what kind of propulsion it used. Lu Suifeng walked over to Xiao Chun's side and asked, "Yi Chun, do you think that expert is still watching us?" Xiao Chun looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not sure. This person hides very well. Cannot feel his aura. However, my intuition tells me that he is still above us." There is a sea monster in front. Just as the two of them spoke, someone on the deck suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng quickly rushed over. They saw a huge whirlpool appear on the water a kilometer in front. After a while, a 200-meter-tall waterspout formed on the water surface and quickly headed for the merchant ship. Hu Chi! Hu Chi! The surface of the water started to ripple continuously. The boat also shook a few times. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and saw a huge, strange black fish at the end of the boat. Lu Suifeng asked suspiciously, "What is that?" Someone at the side replied, "That is a black tuna whale, a peak rank 6 spirit beast. It is considered a tyrant of this Black Dragon River. Comes up a few times every year. The merchant ships that meet it do not have a good ending. How unlucky we actually met it. When the cultivators on the deck heard the name of the strange fish, they started to panic. Seeing the waterspout getting closer, many cultivators made a prompt decision and jumped off the ship. They executed their movement techniques and pushed off the water surface, rushing back. When Lu Suifeng saw the other cultivators jumping off the ship, he asked, "Yi Chun, are we going to jump off the ship?" Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that the people jumping off the ship were the younger cultivators. Although the older cultivators had panic on their faces, no one thought of jumping off the ship. They even looked at the people jumping off the ship as if they were watching a joke. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see first. There is no rush. The older, the wiser." Since most of the old men on the deck did not choose to jump off the ship, there had to be a reason that the two of them did not know. They decided to wait and see first. Pu ci, pu ci. Suddenly, miserable cries came from the river. Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng turned their heads to take a look. They saw the cultivators leaping on the water surface being attacked by the strange fish. They screamed miserably as they fell into the water. When they fell into the water, countless strange fish immediately swarmed over. There was a series of kasie sounds. After a while, only a pile of bones was left. Fresh blood dyed the black surface crimson, attracting even more strange fish. The teeth of the strange fish were incredibly sharp. The essence barriers of the cultivators could not block them. Their bodies were also very tough. When weapons hacked on them, they could not kill them. Not long after, the cultivators who abandoned the ship were all killed by the strange fish. Only a few cultivators with outstanding movement techniques managed to board the merchant ship and were lucky enough to survive. From then on, no more cultivators dared to jump off the ship blindly. With a living example in front of them, no one would be so foolish. A bunch of fools. They are not even martial kings, yet they dare to cross the Black Dragon River. How reckless! Someone mocked. However, when they saw the approaching waterspout and the surging waves, the crowd did not show any expressions of schadenfreude. Hu Qi! Suddenly, two surging sword qi flew out from the bow of the ship. They were 100 meters long. Everywhere they went, they kicked up huge waves on the water, heading for the waterspout. Someone said joyfully, "The guards of the merchant ship made a move. Based on the might of the sword qi, they should be peak superior grade martial saints. A peak rank 6 spirit beast is only as strong as an inferior grade martial king. If there are 2 peak martial saints and we add in some strength, we might be able to avoid this calamity." Normally, a large merchant ship would have strong cultivators guarding it. A high-ranked merchant association would even have martial kings guarding it. However, there were too few martial kings. If it was not a merchant ship of an inherited clan or the royal court, it would be difficult to hire a martial king to guard it. There were over 100 million cultivators in the Great Qin nation. However, only 10,000 of them could become martial kings. Furthermore, these 10,000 people would be divided among the noble clans, sects, and the royal court. Thus, a regular merchant association would only be able to invite peak martial saints to help them. Chapter 268. This merchant ship was able to hire 2 peak martial saint guards. It was already very strong. Bang! 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 2 surging sword qi struck the waterspout and gave off a loud sound. Huge waves surged on the surface of the water. The merchant ship shook a few times before it slowly came to a stop. Under the attack of the sword qi, the 200-meter-tall waterspout weakened significantly in might and speed. However, it did not disappear completely. It continued to surge towards the merchant ship. When Xiao Chun saw the waterspout getting closer, he quickly thought for a while. Finally, he decided to make a move. Firstly, he wanted to test the strength of his physical body. Secondly, he wanted to save himself. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun pushed off the deck and created a purple arc as he headed for the waterspout. Xiao Chen's bones crackled as he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. His body gave off a faint golden glow and a golden tiger image spun around him. "Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains," Xiao Chen shouted. It was like the roar of a tiger. His aura was suddenly raised to its peak state. The image of the ferocious tiger entered his fist and struck the towering waterspout. Bang! The incomparably surging waterspout was stopped for an instant by this punch. The huge rebound caused Xiao Chun to fly back 10 meters. Again! Xiao Chun laughed loudly. The instant he landed on the water, he immediately bounced back up. Xiao Chun continued to punch the waterspout, sending punch after punch at it. As Xiao Chun punched the waterspout, waves surged on the surrounding river. There was a loud rumbling sound as the river water surged in the air. The torrential rain poured down continuously. Xiao Chen's clothes were completely soaked. However, he had a delighted expression on his face. Before everyone's astonished gazes, the waterspout sent out by the black tuna whale was stopped by Xiao Chen's fists. It was unable to move forward on the water surface and slowly disappeared. The waterspout turned into rain that filled the sky and landed on the deck. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! When the surface of the river finally calmed down, countless strange fish leaped out. They flew towards Xiao Chun and opened their mouths. Their sharp teeth flickered with a cold light under the sunlight. Pa! Xiao Chun punched, and the strange fish that crashed into him immediately turned into a pool of blood, fell into the river, dead beyond death. The strange fish that the weapons of the cultivators could not easily kill was killed by Xiao Chun with one punch. A cultivator on the deck said in astonishment, "What a strong physical body! To think I misjudged him. Just based on the strength of his physical body, he has the combat prowess of a peak inferior martial saint. I wonder what his martial techniques and essence cultivation are like. If they are as strong as him in terms of pure combat prowess, a regular superior grade martial saint would not be a match for him. Only a peak martial saint would be a match for him. That is only a slight advantage for now. When he becomes a martial king, if he does not give up on tempering his physical body, he will never have the chance to raise his cultivation." The cultivators on the deck discussed the strength that Xiao Chun displayed. They did not expect Xiao Chen's physical body to be so strong. The old men who sent out 2 strands of sword qi jumped off the merchant ship. They each sent out another strand of sword qi and cleaned up the strange fish in the air. The surrounding strange fish no longer dared to come out of the water. They all fled far away. Xiao Chun noticed that the sword qi that the 2 old men sent out was very sharp. It was much more condensed than a regular sword qi. It was clear that they had put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chun had once heard of people who had no hope of advancing to martial king. They would study their martial techniques and sword qi to their limits to raise their combat prowess. Although such people could not advance to martial king, a regular inferior grade martial king would not dare to let their guard down when they met them. It looked like this was the case for these 2 old men. The might of their sword qi had probably already reached the limits of what a martial saint could unleash. "Little brother, are you interested in killing this black tuna whale with us? Our merchant association will reward you greatly," one of the old men suggested to Xiao Chun. The other old man also said, "Actually, the strength of this black tuna whale can barely be considered a peak martial saint. However, when it is underwater, its combat prowess will soar. That is why people call it a peak rank 6 spirit beast." Xiao Chun thought so as well. There was a huge difference in strength between a rank 6 spirit beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. This black tuna whale might not be stronger than the rank 6 scarlet demonic snake that Xiao Chun dealt with in the past. Back then, Xiao Chun could kill the scarlet demonic snake with Yun Kursen and the others. Now that he was working with 2 peak superior grade martial saints, he might be able to kill this black tuna whale. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Sure." When the 2 old men saw Xiao Chun nod in agreement, they immediately revealed gratified smiles on their faces. They had personally witnessed Xiao Chen's strength earlier. With his help, they would be more confident in dealing with the black tuna whale. The 3 of them stepped on the water and executed their movement technique. They started to rush towards the black tuna whale in front. When they got closer, Xiao Chun could clearly see the appearance of the black tuna whale. The part that floated above the water was more than 100 meters long. There were rows of black bone spikes protruding from its back. Before the 3 of them got close, a huge whirlpool appeared on the water below them. A huge suction instantly sucked the 3 of them to the bottom. The force of the whirlpool was very strong. The three of them were unable to struggle at all. In an instant, they were sucked to the bottom and their bodies started to spin continuously. Caught off guard, Xiaochen drank a few mouthfuls of water and closed his eyes. He did his best to maintain his calm. The essence in his body slowly circulated, allowing his body to adapt to the direction of the whirlpool. The other two old men were much more experienced and knowledgeable than Xiaochen. When they encountered such a situation, they did not panic at all. Xiaochen circulated his essence and breathed internally, looking for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a dangerous aura. He opened his eyes and saw a huge mouth opening up. The whirlpool was currently pulling the three of them towards the huge mouth. As long as the mouth closed up, the black tuna whale would be able to swallow the three of them. Lone peak kill, Xiaochen shouted in his heart and brandished his saber. An image of a mountain appeared above Xiaochen's head. In the next instant, it merged into Xiaochen's body. Immediately, Xiaochen's figure seemed to have turned into a mountain. It became extremely heavy and instantly broke through the pull of the whirlpool. His body quickly fell to the bottom of the river. Bang! When Xiaochen's feet landed on the bottom of the river, there was an intense force spreading out in the water. There was a temporary emptiness around Xiaochen. All the river water was pushed out. The whirlpool that the black tuna whale created was instantly destroyed. The two old men immediately broke free. They each sent out a sword chi at the black tuna whale. The sharp sword chi tore through the obstruction of the river water like an arrow. With a schwa sound, it left 2 wounds on the back of the black tuna whale. The sword chi did not stop there. It pushed away the river water in front of it and shot towards the surface of the water. The area 1 meter around Xiaochen was now empty. He took a deep breath of air. Pushing off the ground, Xiaochen entered the water again and swam towards the black tuna whale. If Xiaochen continued to stand where he was, when the water surface closed up, the force that was pushing the river water would strike him several times over. Even if Xiaochen's physical body was strong, he would not be able to endure it. On the calm surface of the river, pillars of water shot up into the sky from time to time. The huge merchant ship kept rocking on the surface of the water. The crowd couldn't see what was going on under the water. They could only watch the intense battle anxiously, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, blood appeared on the clear river water. The crowd exclaimed, "So much blood! I wonder who it belongs to." This black tuna whale is not stupid. From the start, it dragged the 3 of them to the bottom of the river to fight. Fighting in the water is disadvantageous to the 3 of them. Indeed, in terms of strength, 3 peak martial saints against a peak rank 6 spirit beast should have a 50-50 chance of victory. However, now that they are underwater, their chances of victory are only 40%. How about we go down and help? If they die, the black tuna whale will definitely not let us off. Sure, you go down first. I'll go down soon. Why not you go down first? Call me down. Let's go down together. The crowd argued about wanting to go down and help. However, after arguing for a long time, no one dared to go down. These people were only ordinary inferior grade martial saints. Many of them were only peak martial grandmasters. They did not have the courage to go down. Most of them wanted both sides to injure each other. That would be the best result for them. Since they did not need to make a move and the danger was over, they were all watching. Within the crowd, Lu Suifeng had an anxious expression. However, he was afraid that if he went down, he would bring trouble to Xiaochen. He could only hesitate. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were 3 loud sounds on the surface of the water. It was Xiaochen and the other 2 breaking out of the water. A black dot in the distance was swimming forward quickly. Everywhere it passed, it left a trail of blood. Although the 3 of them had injured the black tuna whale, there was nothing they could do to stop it from escaping. They could only leave it at that. "Many thanks for little friend's help," an old man said respectfully as he cupped his hands to Xiaochen. This was how the world of cultivators was. As long as one had the corresponding strength, regardless of age, the other party would treat you with respect. This person had already seen Xiaochen's strength in the water earlier. His tone was much more respectful than before. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. It's just a small matter. I am just tempering my own martial techniques. The other old man smiled. Ha ha, little friend is too polite. No matter what, you have helped our merchant association greatly. The ship owner will thank you later. After the two old men spoke, they leaped back onto the bow of the ship and informed the ship owner that the danger was over. They could set sail again. When Xiao Chun saw the injured black tuna whale fleeing far away, he felt it was unfortunate. Actually, if he wanted to give chase now, Xiao Chun was confident of catching up. However, if the other party sank to the bottom of the water, it would be troublesome for Xiao Chun to deal with it alone. It would be a waste of time, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 269. Not long after, a waiter came over and brought Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng into the ship's hold. The master of the merchant ship politely took out 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Xiao Chun. Then, he called for someone to arrange a room for the two of them. 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun had no qualms about taking it. The effort he put in was definitely worth the price. After the captain left, Lu Suifeng sighed. Yesterday, you told me that there were no empty rooms. Today, there are 2 rooms available. It looks like you need strength no matter where you go. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. It was good that Lu Suifeng had such an understanding. After this trip, he would probably spend more time cultivating. The room in the ship's hold was no different from a regular inn's room. Xiao Chun sat on the bed and entered into a state of cultivation. From the time they left the mountain until now, it had been almost 10 days. In these 10 days, Xiao Chun had a battle almost every day and gained some benefits. He had gained a lot from the earlier battle underwater. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to peak inferior grade martial saint. Then, he would try to break through to great perfection of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chun basically stayed in his room. During this time, Lu Suifeng asked him to go out for some fresh air, but he rejected him. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chun did not want to waste any time. He had to endure the loneliness. Tong! Tong! There was a knock on the door. Lu Suifeng said, Yi Chun, we are about to reach the shore. I'll wait for you at the bow. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and a bright light flashed in them. Purple electricity flowed everywhere in the room as he thought about it. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and all the electricity gathered in his right hand, forming a ball of burning electric flame. Then he flicked it gently. A flower vase on the table exploded with a bang and turned into powder by the electric flame. The powder landed on the wooden table. Xiao Chun stood up and casually sent out a palm wind to scatter the powder. He said indifferently, My cultivation has finally reached peak inferior grade martial saint. My control of the purple thunder true fire is getting better and better. However, I still need some time to reach great perfection of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer. Cannot be done in one go. I should be able to complete it after the auction is over. Xiao Chun pushed open the door and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. Soon he found Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard footsteps, he turned his head back and discovered that the feeling that Xiao Chun gave him had become stronger. He exclaimed in shock, Yi Chun, your cultivation increased again? Xiao Chun nodded and said, I have already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. It will be difficult for me to advance any further in a short period. After one became a martial saint, it would be incredibly difficult to advance by a grade. The difficulty of advancing from inferior grade martial saint to medial grade martial saint was similar to the difficulty of advancing by a grade. Lu Suifeng could not help but smack his lips. I really wonder how you cultivate. This speed is too horrifying. Xiao Chun replied, Aside from talent and cultivation techniques, there is also experiential training and bitter cultivation. Did you not notice that after coming out this time, your cultivation has actually improved? After that, you need to be able to endure loneliness. While others are immersed in their desires, you can make the best use of the time to cultivate. Naturally, your speed will be faster. Lu Suifeng felt slightly embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Chun was talking about him. He quickly changed the topic. After we reach the port in front, we will reach Shiha City in half a day. Xiao Chun looked in the direction Lu Suifeng pointed. It was a bustling port. Occasionally, ships would enter and leave. The shore was much livelier than the previous port. There was an endless stream of people walking on it. The clamor reached Xiao Chen's ears even from a distance. Suddenly, Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity, "Where's the end of this Black Dragon River?" Lu Suifeng was no stranger to this. He explained, "Shiha province is already at the edge of the Great Qin nation. After the Black Dragon River passes through Shiha province, it will flow through the ancient desolate land. There are tributaries there that lead to other nations. Its final destination is the Boundless Sea in the west." The Boundless Sea? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the river on that map be the Black Dragon River? If the destination is the Boundless Sea, it is very similar. "We have arrived. Let's go and get the horses first." Lu Suifeng's voice interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. He could only give up on this idea for now. Xiao Chun led the dragon blood horse and slowly got off the bow. The two of them immediately mounted the horse and rushed towards Shiha City. After half a day of travel, the outline of a majestic city wall appeared in their vision. The city wall was 100 meters tall. It was so long that they could not see the end of it. Xiao Chun had seen the capital of Dongming province before. It was also as majestic as this. Thus, he did not have much experience. After he paid the entrance fee, he entered the city smoothly. The streets of Shiha City were incomparably wide. There were also special roads for carriages and sidewalks. Thus, although there were many people, it did not seem too crowded when the two of them rode on their horses. After asking around for the nearest inn, the two of them rushed over. After they tied up the horses outside, they walked in through the main doors. Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chun looked at the signboard of the inn and smiled faintly. He did not expect there to be a branch of Liushang Pavilion here. It seemed like he still had a VIP card. There was an opportunity for him to use it. Perhaps it was because of the large-scale auction. The business of the inn was very good. The first floor was full and the second floor was also full. There were even some people waiting in line. Lu Suifeng said somewhat helplessly, "It looks like we can only change to another inn. From the third floor of Liushang Pavilion we need a VIP card." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "There's no need. Let's go to the third floor. I happen to have a VIP card for this inn." Xiao Chun took out his VIP card and showed it to the person standing guard on the third floor. After he took a look, that person immediately respectfully welcomed Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. His attitude was incomparably humble. This was because the VIP card that Xiao Chun took out was of the highest grade. It allowed them to go directly to the fifth floor of Liushang Pavilion. The people who could have such a VIP card had to have a high status. Lu Suifeng said in surprise, "It really is a VIP card of Liushang Pavilion. How did you get it? This thing is not easy to get." Xiao Chun smiled. "This inn was opened by that damn fatso. To him, a VIP card is just a small matter." However, the two of them seemed to have bad luck. There were still no empty tables on the third floor. Xiao Chun looked around and said, "Let's go to the fourth floor. I don't believe that it is so difficult to even eat a meal." After flashing the VIP card, the two of them went to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was different from the third floor. It was all individual booths. It was much quieter. After they called the waiter over, they finally received a reply. There was still an empty booth. "Hold on, I want this booth." Just as the waiter was about to bring Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng over, a discordant voice came from behind them. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and turned around to take a look. It was a group of youths dressed in black. There were 5 of them, both male and female. There were 4 white snowflakes embroidered on the chest area of their clothes. This was the symbol of the Night Spirit Palace. Black represented the night, and snowflakes represented the cold. Only core disciples could embroider these 4 snowflakes. The person leading them had a grave and stern expression. He had an imposing appearance. He had a sword at his waist. When he saw the identity token on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng's waists, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. When the waiter saw this person, his expression changed slightly. He said, "Young Master, sure, this is not good. We have already agreed to give them this booth." This person smiled faintly and walked forward. He did not even turn his head back as he said, "We have not entered yet, right? I will treat them to this meal. We will talk after we finish eating. Go and make some preparations." His tone was very indifferent. He treated Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng like air, completely ignoring them. However, the waiter blocked in front of the man with the surname Shi. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, our Liushang pavilion has our own rules. First come, first served is the basic rule. I hope young Master Shi does not make things difficult for us." A gloomy look flashed on Shi Feng's face. He did not expect that this waiter, who usually gave him face, would say such words at this moment. "Say that again. Do you believe that I can shut down Liushang Pavilion in Shiha City with just one word?" The waiter hesitated in his heart. He did not know what to do. The Shi Feng in front of him was the second son of the Shi clan, one of the three noble clans of the Shiha province. Each of the three noble clans was a huge power, especially the Shi clan. Coincidentally, their headquarters were in Shiha City. They had a lot of power in the area. If they offended the Shi clan, it would be hard for Liushang Pavilion to do business. However, on the other side, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng's status was not just for show. Liushang Pavilion had a limited number of VIP cards. They would not casually hand them out. If they offended them, it would be hard to explain. "Senior brother Shi Feng, since there is such a rule, let's wait for a while," the pretty girl among the five said. One of the five followed up, "Senior brother Shi, I think we should go to another place. There is no need to make things difficult for a waiter." On the surface, it looked like he was advising Shi Feng, but in reality, he was saying that Shi Feng was not magnanimous and only dared to make things difficult for a waiter. Shi Feng glared at this person fiercely. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, he could not say anything in front of the girl. He turned around and smiled at the girl. "Junior Sister Mu, don't worry. My Shi clan is still able to handle this matter in Shiha City. Don't you think so, waiter?" Aside from participating in the auction, one of the main reasons he came down the mountain was because of the girl in front of him, Mu Yanxue. Mu Yanxue was the most beloved daughter of the Night Spirit Palace's second palace master. He had pursued her in the Night Spirit Palace. Be it in terms of appearance, temperament, or status, she was the ideal candidate for him. The most important thing was that if he married this girl, his position in the clan would be even more stable. In the future, when he fought for the position of clan head, he would have an additional bargaining chip. If he could not even secure a small table in his own territory, he would lose a lot of face. Seeing Shi Feng use the Shi clan's name to pressure him, the waiter immediately felt put on the spot. He could not help but look at Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng, hoping that they would take a step back. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly to himself. He did not expect that even a meal would not be peaceful. Everywhere he went, he would run into idiots. The current Xiao Chun was no longer that reckless youth who had just left Mo City. He was much calmer now. He would not casually reveal the sharpness of a cultivator. Xiao Chun turned around and led Lu Suifeng to the 5th floor. Most people would not be able to go up to the 5th floor, so it should not be a problem to have a meal there. Chapter 270. Stop right there. Did I tell you to leave? I already said I would treat you to a meal as compensation for taking up your spot. Are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people not going to give me any face? When Shi Feng saw Xiao Chun turn around to leave, he took 2 steps forward and said unforgiving words. The people of the 3 great sects of the Great Qin nation were not happy with each other. When they met, the smell of gunpowder would be very strong. This was especially so for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Misty Sword sect. When the disciples of these 2 sects met, they would start fighting without saying a word. Of the 3 great sects, the Night Spirit Palace was ranked the lowest in terms of overall strength. If Xiao Chun could trample on these 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, he would definitely be able to leave an impression in Mu Yanxue's heart. Shi Feng thought to himself, the 2 of them are only inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, this is Shiha City. I am confident I can defeat them. Xiao Chun stopped walking and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just because he withdrew his sharpness did not mean he did not have it. Just because he was low-key did not mean he would allow others to bully him. Lu Suifeng said in a soft voice, Yi Chun, this person is Shi Feng, the second son of the Shi clan, head of one of the 3 noble clans of the Shihe province. He has an inherited bloodline martial spirit and is a medial grade martial saint. He is a famous expert among the younger generation of the Shihe province. In a distant booth, a man and a woman wearing the Misty Sword Sex uniform were drinking wine and chatting. When the woman saw the person opposite her looking elsewhere, she could not help but feel it was strange. So she looked over as well. When the woman saw the situation clearly, she revealed an astonished expression. She said softly, It's the people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people are at a disadvantage. They are at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength. Senior Brother Chu, do you recognize them? The man carried a sword on his back and his handsome face always had a calm expression. This was the person that Xiao Chen feared, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine. He said, He seems familiar. However, I can't remember where I saw him before. Let's take a look. Xiao Chen's temperament gave him a very familiar feeling, but looking at that ordinary face, Chu Chaoyun really couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's martial spirit had already entered his body. He couldn't sense the aura of the blue dragon martial spirit, so his intuition told him that he should have seen this person before, but he didn't know who it was. When Shi Feng saw that Xiao Chen had stopped in his tracks, he revealed a complacent expression. He smiled and said, You can stand there. Don't move before I finish eating. How much you want to eat will be on my tab. Junior sister. Let's go. After Xiao Chen spoke, he turned around and led the 4 of them to the room. The person who was on good terms with Shi Feng smiled and said, Senior Brother Shi, I did not expect you to scare 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion people into not daring to move with just a few words. You are really powerful. The complacent expression on Shi Feng's face became even denser. He casually glanced at Mu Yanxue and smiled faintly. They are just 2 inferior grade martial saints. Even without my Shi clan's name, I can easily defeat the 2 of them. There is nothing to fear. However, Mu Yanxue's expression did not change. She only forced a smile. She felt something was wrong in her heart, but she could not tell what it was. It is not that I am boasting, but there is no one in Shihe City who would not give face to the Shi clan. This time, you are here to participate in the auction. If there is anything you want, just tell me. My Shi clan will help you bid. Even a martial king would not dare to mess around. Shi Feng smiled as he walked. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, there was the sound of an intense wind coming from behind Shi Feng. A vast killing qi surged over. The aura was so strong that it caused the 5 of them to tremble. Shi Feng's reaction was the fastest. The instant he heard the sound of the wind, he instantly turned around. When he saw Xiao Chen's figure clearly, he did not panic. Instead, there was some excitement on his face. He smiled faintly. If you did not make a move, I would not be able to do anything to you. If you dare to make a move against me, you can forget about leaving this Liushang pavilion. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Shi Feng. He increased his speed and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Then he punched at Shi Feng's face. Shi Feng mocked. You actually dare to use your fists and legs in front of me? You are seeking death. After Shi Feng spoke, a spiraling azure-colored rock appeared under his feet. This was the Shi clan's inherited martial saint, the Qingtian stone. The rock turned into azure-colored lines and quickly extended towards his right hand. Finally, it formed a strange whirlpool on his palm. Shi Feng clenched his fist and the whirlpool immediately disappeared. It merged with every inch of his palm and carried a horrifying force as it smashed towards Xiao Chen's fist. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, there was an intense explosion in the quiet 4th floor. A horrifying shockwave spread out and smashed some of the surrounding tables into pieces. Shi Feng's body flew backwards. The rock on his arm started to explode from his fist to his shoulder, turning into a pile of stone fragments that fell to the ground. Xiao Chen's body did not move at all. His aura surged and the bones in his body started to crackle. The image of a tiger and dragon intertwined. Xiao Chen shouted and pushed off the ground. He did not hesitate to chase after Shifeng. How can this be? Shifeng actually lost to this person in a fists and legs competition. A Night Spirit Palace disciple said in disbelief. The Shi clan's inherited martial spirit can increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body by 50%. Its defense and strength will be greatly increased. How could he lose so thoroughly? Mu Yanxue muttered to herself in silence. She knew that Shifeng had kicked an iron plate this time. This is good as well. This will save me from doing some strange things in the future, Mu Yanxue thought to herself. Shifeng was incomparably shocked. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he suffered such a disadvantage in a fists and legs competition. So, Shifeng's body sank to the ground. The instant his feet landed, the Qingtian stones wrapped around his feet and grabbed him firmly, preventing him from moving back. When Shifeng saw Xiao Chen charging over with a ferocious momentum, a murderous intent flashed on his face. Xiao Chen shouted and the Qingtian stones covered his entire body. The aura of his innate martial spirit spread out completely. All the cultivators on the 4th floor felt some pressure. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched ferociously. The fist wind broke through the air and gave off a sharp sound. A huge Qingtian whirlpool formed in the air. Shifeng said coldly, "The force of this punch is 5,000 kilograms. Let's see how you break this." Scram! Bang! Xiao Chen had a stern expression as he roared. It was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, piercing through the sky. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow. The image of a tiger and a dragon quickly infused into his fist. Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full force, the force of this punch was already the peak of what Xiao Chen could deliver. The force of this punch reached 6,000 kilograms. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a loud sound. The Qingtian stones on Shifeng's body shattered. Under the shock wave, they turned into powder and drifted away in the wind. Pu Ci. Shifeng vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backward like a sandbag. With a bang, he smashed through the wall of the 4th floor and fell heavily on the 3rd floor. The sudden fall of Shifeng startled the customers on the 3rd floor. They quickly got up and dodged. Some of the cultivators who recognized Shifeng were shocked. They did not know who was so bold as to attack the Shi clan in the Xia province. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen's body passed through the hole in the wall. His figure flashed in the air and he stomped on Shifeng's chest, pushing the struggling Shifeng back. Shifeng vomited another mouthful of blood and coughed a few times. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said in horror, "Quickly let me go. Otherwise you can forget about leaving Xia City." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He said in a deep voice, "You want to use my status as a Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciple to give you face to chase girls? Unfortunately, you found the wrong target. In front of me, you are not even qualified for me to draw my saber." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he kicked Shifeng's waist violently. Xiao Chen did not hold back in this kick. Shifeng, who could not resist at all, was kicked into the air and flew in an arc. He accurately passed through the window of the 3rd floor and landed on the street. On the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion, Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen's back and smiled faintly. "So, it is him. I was wondering why I could not find him." So, he changed his appearance and ran to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The girl opposite asked out of curiosity, "Senior Brother Chu, is that someone you know?" Chu Chaoyun stood up and smiled gently. "Old friend. This fellow will not have peace no matter where he goes. He is like a sharp treasured saber. Even if it is sheathed, the instant it is unsheathed, it will give off a terrifying light." When Mu Yanxue saw Shifei flying out of the window through a crack in the wall of the 4th floor, her expression changed. She quickly said, "Go down and stop him. If we let him go, it will be hard to explain to the Shi clan." The Xia province had a close relationship with the 3 great clans and the various great sections. They were like allies. For example, the Yun clan had a close relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Yen clan had a close relationship with the Misty Sword Sect, and the Shi clan had a close relationship with the Night Spirit Palace. Thus, Mu Yanxue could not just sit back and watch. After Xiao Chun humiliated Shi Fei, he swaggered off. Otherwise, if the Shi clan really chased after him, she would not be able to explain to the Night Spirit Palace. The four of them drew their weapons and quickly jumped down from the crack in the wall. They each stood in a corner and surrounded Xiao Chun. Lu Suifeng was about to jump down as well. However, he discovered that a hand had grabbed his shoulder at an unknown time. Lu Suifeng's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He exclaimed, "Chu Chaoyun, why are you here?" The top expert of the Misty Sword Sect, the archenemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Suifeng was very familiar with this person's appearance. However, what he usually saw was a portrait. This was the first time he saw the person in person. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen to your friend. If you go down, you will only cause trouble for him." Chu Chaoyun's words were very soft. He did not release any aura or killing chi. However, it caused Lu Suifeng to feel a formless pressure. He did not dare to move. The customers on the third floor had already moved to the side. However, they did not go very far. They just watched the commotion on the second floor. So, it is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people fighting with the Night Spirit Palace's people. However, why is there only one bladesman from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? It is dangerous to fight one against four. Chapter 271. Who cares? As long as there is a show to watch, it is fine. The three great sects are not willing to submit to anyone. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The person leading the Night Spirit Palace seems to be the daughter of the second palace master, Mu Yanxue. She is already a medial grade martial saint. Who is the person from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Do you know him? I don't know him. He should have just left the mountain recently. He is probably here to participate in the auction. Discussions rose up in the crowd. It was very lively. Everyone was very excited. Mu Yanxue pointed her sword at Xiao Chun. She said in a melodious voice, "This friend, can you stay here for a while? I do not wish to make a move." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He did not withdraw his aura at all. He said mockingly, "What are you staying here for? Waiting to die? If you want to keep me here, then show me what you are capable of." Mu Yanxue blushed slightly. She did not expect Xiao Chun to be so rude. She shouted coldly, "In that case, let me see what you are capable of." Pu Ci. Right after the other party spoke, the four of them sent out a sword chi each. They tore through the air and flew at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw the sword chi flying at him, he shook his head. Although the sword chi of these four people were very powerful, they were not sharp enough. Compared to the two old men on the merchant ship, they were much weaker. Xiao Chun used his palm as a saber and brandished it left and right. He did not move at all. He executed the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to its limits. When the sword chi struck his arm, it gave off a melodious ding-dang sound. Xiao Chun used the strength of his physical body to block it. The four of them were startled. They did not expect Xiao Chun's physical body to be so strong. They quickly gave up on using their sword chi to attack. The swords in their hands released a blazing sword light as they hacked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun knew that these four people were not trying to kill him. They were just trying to delay him until the Wang clan experts arrived. "I can no longer hide my strength. I have to end this quickly. Otherwise, when the Wang clan experts arrive, I will be in trouble. Even if I leave, it will be difficult for Lu Suifeng to do so." Xiao Chun flipped his palm and the lunar shadow saber immediately appeared in his left hand from the universe ring. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and paused for a moment. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun infused his state of thunder into his saber, raising his aura and state to their limits in a short time. In that instant, dark clouds churned in the sky above Liushang Pavilion. Muffled thunder roared incessantly. The might of thunder instantly formed. Rushing thunder saber art. Drawing the saber. Xiao Chun shouted and unleashed the state of thunder with all his might. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. In the next moment, everyone seemed to see a bolt of lightning leaping out of the scabbard. Bang! The three people in front of them felt their vision blur. A terrifying energy swept over them, and they were immediately sent flying back. Electric currents coursed through the meridians in his body, and the sword moves in his hands were immediately thrown into disarray. He was unable to execute them. Xiao Chun spun around and spun his saber around quickly. Even though he was the last to move, he arrived first and placed it on the neck of the person behind him. That person was caught off guard. The sword in his hand carried a blazing sword light as it hovered above Xiao Chun's head, not daring to move at all. Xiao Chun smiled gently and quickly sheathed his saber. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at that person's chest. With a loud bang, he immediately sent that person flying. With no one blocking his way, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light, flying towards the crack in the 4th floor. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiao Chun summoned out the lunar shadow saber to the moment he made his move, it was only the blink of an eye. The situation immediately turned around. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Someone below exclaimed, "What is going on? Are the people of the Night Spirit Palace so weak?" Mu Yanxue suppressed the violent lightning-attributed essence in her body. When she heard this, she became slightly angry and shouted. It was unknown what movement technique Mu Yanxue used, but her speed increased explosively in a short time. She immediately blocked in front of Xiao Chun. Mu Yanxue looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "You are very fast. However, no one can be faster than me." A sword light flashed and pierced towards Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Xiao Chun quickly dodged. After that, he spun around and pushed off the wall. Then, he turned around and hacked at Mu Yanxue. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a melodious clang that reverberated in the hall. The moment the two clashed, they retreated. They were extremely decisive. They were so fast that everyone could only see afterimages. Two distinct figures in the air, one purple and one black, clashed continuously in the eyes of the crowd. The movement techniques of the two were very good. They flew around the top of the 3rd floor using the walls as a foothold. Unexpectedly, they did not land at all. It was like they were really flying. As the two exchanged moves, their speed was equal. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. Being evenly matched was not the result that Xiao Chun wanted. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Since the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached small perfection, Xiao Chun had not met anyone in the same generation who could match his speed. Mu Yanxue should be practicing a peak Earth-ranked movement technique. Furthermore, it was very likely that she had reached great perfection. Otherwise, she could not be so fast. Hu Qi! Xiao Chun raised his speed to the limit and turned into a purple flood dragon. He roared ferociously in the air, but he still could not shake off Mu Yanxue. That black figure was like his shadow. No matter what he did, he could not shake it off. Strange, why does it seem like the Battle Sage Origins sticky character formula? Xiao Chun muttered to himself. Xiao Chun had experienced this before when he fought Lung Liusu. If you were fast, she would be even faster. If you were slow, she would slowly slow down. She would not be shaken off by your sudden decrease in speed. I have to think of a way. Since I have no way to gain an advantage in terms of speed, then I have to find another way to break through. Xiao Chun shouted and found an opportunity. His body somersaulted in the air. He stomped on the roof of the 3rd floor, and a large hole immediately appeared in the wooden floorboards. Xiao Chun sent out a stream of energy in the air. His body nimbly flashed through the hole and reappeared on the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion. A raging flame started to burn in his right eye, and a huge ball of purple flames shot out of the hole under his feet. Mu Yanxue, who was chasing closely, was startled when she saw the surging purple flame. She quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! The flame did not lose its momentum. It easily burned through the floorboards of the 2nd floor. It surged towards the 1st floor, scaring the customers on the 1st floor into fleeing in a panic. After temporarily escaping from Mu Yanxue, Xiao Chun looked around and quickly found Lu Suifeng. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered Chu Chaoyun standing on Lu Suifeng with a smile on his face. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and gently placed his palm on Lu Suifeng's body. He said, "I'll send you off." Immediately, a huge but gentle force was transmitted to Lu Suifeng's body, and he slowly floated towards the window. Xiao Chun did not have time to think. He jumped out of the window as well. Before he left, he gave Chu Chaoyun a puzzled look. He did not know why Chu Chaoyun helped him. The two of them landed on the street. Lu Suifeng said, "What should we do now? Should we go back?" Xiao Chun felt a headache coming on. He could not think of a way to go, and he did not know where to go. If he were alone, he could just change his identity and hide for a few days. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun said, "Does the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not have any power in Shiha City?" As one of the three great sects, Xiao Chun did not believe that they would be afraid of an inherited noble clan. The two of them were not on the same level of strength. If they really fought in terms of combat prowess, 10 Sher clans would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the pure combat prowess of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they could easily destroy the Sher clan. Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. "We really do not have any power in Shiha City. The royal court has very strict control over the three great cities in the nation. It is very difficult for the three great sects to infiltrate. In the city, aside from the city lord, who has the greatest power, the three noble clans have the greatest power. So we are not in a good position to do anything." Xiao Chun glanced around and saw that Shi Feng, who had fallen to the ground earlier, had already gotten up and gone somewhere. Actually, with Lu Suifeng's identity as a core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Sher clan would not dare to do anything to the two of them. They could only apologize and suffer some losses. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he said, "Never mind. Let's leave the city first. The auction will start in 3 days. We will find an opportunity to come in and take a look." Lu Suifeng nodded. This was the only thing they could do. For now, they could not think of any better ideas. Dong! 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 Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of rushing horses came from the road in front. A group of cultivators wearing the Sher clan's uniform rushed over in an aggressive manner. Xiao Chun stopped and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, the Sher clan is extraordinarily fast. No wonder Shi Feng dares to be so arrogant in Shiha City. The leader of the group was an old man wearing tight cultivator robes. He dismounted from his horse and looked at the two with a sullen expression. The old man slowly walked forward. As he walked, his chi and blood flourished. His eyes were as sharp as sabers. Just by looking at his aura, one could tell that his cultivation was not low. The old man said to the two of them, "Which of you injured my clan's young master?" Before the two of them could speak, a young cultivator of the Sher clan pointed at Xiao Chun and said, "Fourth elder, it was the brat on the right who injured him." Many people in Liushang Pavilion saw it. Furthermore, he was the one who made the first move. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the Sher clan's fourth elder. It was like a sharp, treasured saber staring at Xiao Chun. He said in a deep voice, "Can the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion bully my Sher clan as they wish? To think you dare to be so arrogant in Shiha City. I'll give you an explanation. If you can't explain it clearly, I will teach you how to behave on behalf of your teacher." Lu Suifeng quickly said, "Senior, we did not mean to injure the Sher clan's young master on purpose. He was the one who humiliated us first. We only—" Xiao Chun raised his arm slightly, stopping Lu Suifeng from continuing. His gaze was as calm as still water. He met the old man's gaze without any fear. "There is no need to explain too much. It is just that our skills are not up to par. There is no need to say so much." The Sher clan was clearly being unreasonable. If they were being reasonable, it would be clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong by asking the people around them. What was the point of saying so much nonsense? As for the so-called explanation, Xiao Chun found it laughable. They were clearly not in the wrong. Chapter 272. In the end, the other party acted as though they were wronged. They wanted the two of them to explain themselves. If they could not explain themselves, they would teach them a lesson. This was simply the logic of a bandit. It was inhumane and unreasonable. However, in this world, Xiao Chun no longer held any hope of using reason to resolve things. In this world where human lives were as cheap as ants, the one with the strongest fist was the true reason. Right now, the Shi clan's fist was harder. The other party was right. The surrounding cultivators who witnessed the incident remained silent. No one spoke up for Xiao Chen. This was a typical example. Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably calm. He enunciated every word clearly. I was the one who injured Shi Feng. If you want to make a move, then cut the crap. As long as you are not afraid of bringing a calamity upon your Shi clan, come and fight. In this world, it was easy for a cultivator to live. However, there were not many who could live with dignity. Xiao Chun had always believed that a cultivator did not have to reveal their sharpness. However, they had to have a spirit. No matter what, this spirit could not be lost. One could not be arrogant, but one had to have a lofty character. This was the principle behind it. If Xiao Chun had sullenly explained and apologized, the other party would not dare to do anything to them because of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's position. However, this way, once there was a compromise, there would be a second compromise. In the end, the spirit of a cultivator would be completely gone. If a cultivator lost their spirit, no matter how talented they would not have the chance to reach the peak of cultivation in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not hide his sharpness. His aura flourished and his killing intent was revealed. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. The treasured saber was incomparably sharp, pierced through the air, frightening people. The boundless clouds in the sky suddenly gathered and churned. Muffled rumbles came from within. The momentum of the lightning had been formed. What's going on? Why did the sky turn so dark? The surrounding cultivators suddenly discovered that the dark clouds above their heads had already covered the dazzling sunlight. The sky suddenly turned dark. This is the state of thunder. I did not expect this brat to comprehend it to such a high level at such a young age. He can already affect the power of thunder. This is the sign of a state reaching small perfection. I once saw it on an inferior grade martial king. Without a certain level of comprehension, normal people would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. However, a small perfection state of thunder is not a match for the Shi clan's fourth elder. This old man was already a peak martial saint many years ago. Although he was not a martial king yet, there were few who were a match for him within the martial saint realm. When the Shi clan's fourth elder saw Xiao Chen's aura, he could not stop. In the confrontation between the younger generation of the various major forces, the older generation tacitly chose to remain silent. As long as no one was killed, they wouldn't take action. Originally, the upper echelon of the Shi clan did not intend to make a move. However, they heard that Shi Feng had been thrown into the streets by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people. As one of the three noble clans, the Shi clan's clan head felt embarrassed. If news of this spread, the Shi clan's reputation in Shiha City would be tarnished. This was why the Shi clan's fourth elder brought people to settle this matter. As long as the other party was willing to apologize and admit his mistake, they would let this matter go. However, the Shi clan head did not expect Xiao Chun to be so unyielding. He did not even bother to explain himself. At this moment, in front of everyone, the Shi clan head was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He did not know what to do. After a while, the Shi clan head knew that if he retreated now, he would not be able to face anyone. He made up his mind and said coldly, "You are just an insignificant junior and you dare to be so arrogant. I will teach you a lesson today." The Shi clan head flipped his hand and drew his sword. He sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiao Chen. This sword chi was much sharper than a regular sword chi. It silently tore through the water-like air. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Xiao Chun sent out a similar chi. A purple saber chi moved like lightning and clashed with the sword chi that the Shi clan head sent out. Dang! The sword chi and saber chi did not give way to each other. They clashed intensely in the air. The state of thunder that Xiao Chun infused into the saber chi flickered with resplendent electricity, giving off a zizi sound. Relying on the advantage of the state, Xiao Chen's saber chi managed to fight to a draw with the extremely dense sword chi of the Shi clan head. The Shi clan head was mildly startled. He smiled faintly and said, "Without a state to great perfection, it is just an unorthodox method. I will take you down in 10 moves." After the Shi clan head spoke, he took a big step forward and swung his sword upwards. Sharp stone spikes immediately shot out from the ground and headed for Xiao Chun. Each stone spike was about 2 meters long and incredibly sharp. If one was struck by it, even if they were not severely injured, they would at least be skinned alive. The speed at which the stone spikes extended was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gauged the height of the stone spikes. They were only 2 meters long. Although they extended for a long distance, as long as he used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would be able to leap over them easily. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He scattered the state of thunder and launched himself at the Shi clan head's 4th elder. Seeing Xiao Chun in the air, the 4th elder revealed a pleased smile. He said, "I knew you would fly into the air and not choose to retreat. Pu ci, pu ci." The moment the 4th elder spoke, the stone spikes on the ground shot up and gave off ear-piercing roars. They shot at Xiao Chun. Their speed was actually close to the speed of sound. Xiao Chun was startled. He had not expected such a change. Without much time to think, he shouted and the image of a mountain peak appeared above his head, infusing into his saber. Lone peak kill. When Xiao Chun chopped down, a spiraling force appeared in the air. It was like a real mountain descending from the sky with a heavy force. Bang! 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 A loud sound rang out. The stone pillars in the air were all shattered by the force of this saber. Stone fragments danced in the air and fell to the ground like rain. The figure of a saber pierced through the rain of stones. Everywhere he passed, he crushed all the stones into dust, filling the air with dust. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning. Looking at the dust filling the air, he stabbed out with the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Dang! It was like he struck a hard rock. The force of the saber that Xiao Chun stabbed out was deflected. He immediately lost his balance in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Elder Shi's voice came from within the dust. He sneered, "My inherited martial spirit has already reached the large success realm. With your half-baked state of thunder, you want to break through my defense? That is simply a pipe dream." Rock-splitting arrow. The 4th elder roared angrily. Countless azure rock patterns appeared on his sword. In the next moment, all the patterns gathered at the tip of the sword. There was an explosive sound and a huge azure whirlpool appeared at the tip of the sword. From the center of the whirlpool, a sharp arrow made of azure rock flew out. It flew rapidly towards Xiao Chun. Chi! 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 As the arrow pierced through the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. Ripples appeared in the air from the explosion. It was like countless waves appearing on a calm surface of water. Xiao Chun slowly landed. When he saw the azure arrow flying at him, his expression remained calm. Everlasting startling cloud. Circulating the essence in his body, Xiao Chun executed the state of clouds. After a while, there were large patches of clouds floating around Xiao Chun. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded in the clouds. A tiny strand of purple saber chi split apart the layers of clouds like lightning. It quickly flew towards the azure arrow. In a flash, it was like a ray of multicolored light flying by. It was so fast that it created an illusion. In the next moment, it was as if nothing had happened. The azure arrow that the Shi clan's 4th elder fired was still giving off a piercing sonic boom in the air. It flew towards Xiao Chun. Soon it would catch up to Xiao Chun, who was about to land. The 4th elder snorted coldly. "I thought you were a powerful person. Turns out you are only SOSO. Even if you kill him, the heavenly saber pavilion will not stand up for you." Seeing the azure arrow getting closer, all the cultivators present felt their hearts in their throats. They all felt that it was a pity. At this moment, Xiao Chun no longer had any room to change his direction. He could only passively receive this attack. This was the full-powered attack of a peak martial saint. Even a martial king would not dare to receive it head-on. Xiao Chun was only an inferior-grade martial saint. Wanting to block this move when he landed was no different from a fool's dream. It was an impossible task. Who? The azure arrow was already less than a meter away from Xiao Chen's face. The strong wind from the arrow made Xiao Chen's hair somewhat messy. Xiao Chun raised the lunar shadow saber in his hand and shouted, "Explode!" The purple line, which had disappeared earlier, suddenly reappeared. The instant Xiao Chun spoke, the purple line spread out like a screen of water. With a bang, the green arrow in front of his forehead exploded into stone fragments that filled the sky, disappearing into the air. At the end of the line, the Shi clan's fourth elder, who was in the air, had not expected Xiao Chun to have such a move. Pu Si. The fourth elder vomited a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest were blasted into nothing by the electric light. A small hole appeared on his chest, which was covered in azure rock. Blood flowed out continuously. Although the wound was small, the electric light on it was unusually strong. It crackled non-stop, preventing the wound from healing. The purple electricity in the air moved about chaotically. Occasionally, some of the electricity would accidentally fall to the ground and explode a huge pit. Xiao Chun stomped on the ground. His body was not injured at all as he landed firmly. With a flip of his palm, the remnant electricity in the air all gathered in his palm. It formed a ball of blazing purple lightning fire. With a toss, the purple lightning fire quickly flew towards the Shi clan's fourth elder. The Shi clan's chest was injured, so he could not dodge in time. He could only toss aside the sword in his hand and draw a circle with his hands, condensing an azure whirlpool. Bang! The lightning fire and the whirlpool collided, giving off a loud sound. A strange energy came from the whirlpool, sucking in the horrifying lightning fire strand by strand. The Shi clan's fourth elder scattered the whirlpool in his hand and fell to the ground with a pale complexion. Blood continued to pour out of the wound on his chest. Damn it! I underestimated this brat's state of thunder. If I had expended a little more essence, I would have been able to block his earlier attack. The Shi clan's fourth elder said hatefully. Chapter 273. A cultivator with an innate bloodline martial spirit was indeed stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Chun watched as the azure whirlpool swallowed up all the lightning-attributed fire. Xiao Chun thought to himself, although this was just a casual attack from the purple thunder true fire, it was very fast. Most people would have a hard time dodging it. The other party was able to block this attack with his full power despite being injured. This was enough to show that he was not simple. What are you all standing there for? Go and capture these two brats first. The Shi clan's first elder said angrily as he looked at the wound on his chest that could not be closed. The other Shi clan cultivators immediately dismounted and rushed towards Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng with surging killing intent. Xiao Chun took a quick glance. There were more than 100 people surrounding them. There were 15 inferior-grade martial saints and the rest were peak martial grandmasters. More than half of them possessed the Shi clan's inherited martial spirit. With such a group of people, even if they were to fight a martial king, they would have a 50% chance of victory. Xiao Chun grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said to Lu Suifeng, "I will cover the rear. You find an opportunity to leave first." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I am not very strong, I know that you have no chance of victory against these people." Wang. Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, there was the sound of a saber humming in the sky above the street. At first, the sound was soft and inaudible. Then, it slowly grew louder until it was like thunder, deafening everyone. Lu Suifeng's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, "It's Yun Kursen. She is the eldest daughter of the Yun clan. The Yun clan's influence in Shihe City is no weaker than the Shi clan. We are completely fine now." Boom! The roaming dragon saber, a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The street immediately shook. A sparkling and translucent leaf slowly floated down. The leaf disappeared. Yun Kursen, who was dressed in white, appeared. She drew the roaming dragon saber and pointed it at the Sher clan's people. The instant the roaming dragon saber left, the ground immediately stopped shaking. The Sher clan's fourth elder finally stopped bleeding. When he saw Yun Kursen suddenly arrive, he said loudly, "Yun clan's girl, this has nothing to do with you. Quickly move aside." Yun Kursen's expression was calm. She said indifferently, "Elder Sher, you have gone overboard." The Sher clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He knew that Yun Kursen was saying that he had violated the tacit understanding of the older generation and should not have made a move on the younger generation. If these words were spoken by an elder of the Yun family, the fourth elder of the Sher family would not have refuted them. He would only feel ashamed. However, when Yun Kursen said it, the Sher clan's fourth elder felt even angrier. "Since when did a little girl like you have the right to lecture me? You're not qualified. Get out of the way, don't get in the way of our Sher family's business." Dong dong dong. The sound of horses galloping came from the deadlocked street. The Yun clan's cultivators had finally arrived. The leader, a middle-aged man, dismounted from his horse and slowly walked towards the fourth elder of the Sher family. As the middle-aged man walked, he had a majestic gait. A horrifying aura pressed down on the fourth elder of the Sher clan. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense acutely felt this aura. He was startled in his heart. This was the aura of a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chun could not help but linger on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man was not more than 40 years old. He had an outstanding aura and a grave and stern expression. A light burst out from his eyes as he said coldly, "If my daughter is not qualified, then do I have the qualifications to lecture you?" Before this overwhelming aura, the Sher clan's fourth elder found it difficult to even breathe. His pale face turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji, to personally rush over for this matter. Before the absolute strength of the other party, how could he dare to show any anger? He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Clan head Yun, our clan head personally instructed these two people to apologize to our Sher clan. I hope—" Scram! Yun Yuji was expressionless. Without waiting for him to finish, he scolded, "Scram before I get angry. If Sher Yang insists on apologizing, I can accompany him to the city lord's residence. We can see who is right and who is wrong, and who should apologize to whom." The Sher clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He had not expected the other party to not give him any face. He waved his hand and said, "Yun Yuji, just you wait and see." After he spoke, he immediately led the Sher clan's cultivators away. This time, the Sher clan had completely lost face. First, it was Sher Feng who was tossed into the street by Xiao Chun. Now, his fourth elder was scared off by Yun Yuji's words. It would be difficult for his reputation not to suffer. After Yun Yuji saw the other party leave, he ignored him. He turned around and walked towards Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, "You must be Yi Chun. I heard Kursen mention you. You are indeed a young hero. Come, the two of you will follow me to the Yun residence first. Once you are there, no one will dare to harass you." On the third floor of Liushang Pavilion, Mu Yanxue looked at Xiao Chun, who was with the Yun clan. She muttered, "Sher Feng probably does not know who he has offended. It looks like the Night Spirit Palace and the Sher clan will have to choose a new partner. Senior Sister Mu, just how strong is this person? Why do I feel like I can't even fight back against him? Our cultivation levels are clearly about the same. Why is that?" A disciple from the Night Spirit Palace asked. Mu Yanxue muttered to herself for a while before saying, "Cultivation realm is not everything about a cultivator's combat prowess. True combat prowess includes the cultivator's cultivation realm, the martial techniques and movement techniques they learn. There is also the comprehension of the states in the martial techniques. Finally, there are some external equipment such as spirit weapons, battle armor, and secret treasures. All of these together form the true combat prowess of a cultivator. The martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques that he learns are at least superior grade Earth-ranked secret manuals. Furthermore, he has a strong physical body and comprehension of states. In terms of combat prowess, even 10 of you would not be a match for him. That person was somewhat unconvinced as he said, "Based on what you said, doesn't that mean that even first senior brother is not a match for him?" Mu Yanxue smiled faintly and said, "Mu Chengshue's cultivation is higher than his. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques are not weaker than his. The only thing he is inferior to is the strength of his physical body. The odds of victory are 50-50. Another person said, "Senior Sister Mu, aren't you overestimating him a little too much? From what I saw earlier, Senior Sister could not do anything about him. He is definitely not a match for first senior brother." Mu Yanxue said softly, 3 days later, Mu Chengxue will be participating in the auction as well. If I guessed correctly, this person will definitely be participating in the auction as well. We will know who is stronger and who is weaker when the time comes. Shihe City, in an independent courtyard of the Yun residence, Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen sat at a stone table. Yun Kursen gently placed the roaming dragon saber on the stone table. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Thank you for your roaming dragon saber. It helped me secure the position of the successor of the Yun clan. Spirit weapons could increase a cultivator's offensive prowess. However, the higher the cultivator's rank, the weaker the effect. A profound ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial grandmaster's offensive prowess by 20%. However, it was not even 10% for a martial saint. Only an earth-ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 20%. As for an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, it could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 50%. With Yun Kursen's strength, a regular superior grade martial saint would not be a match for her after her offensive prowess was increased by 50%. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Chun placed the roaming dragon saber back into the universe ring. She asked probingly, "I discovered that the saber in your hand is only an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. Why are you not using this heaven-ranked spirit weapon?" The roaming dragon saber was indeed stronger than the lunar shadow saber. However, Xiao Chun had no intentions of using the roaming dragon saber. This was because the potential of the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than the roaming dragon saber. A future subdivine weapon versus a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chun knew how to choose. Furthermore, he already had a special feeling for the lunar shadow saber. It would be hard for him to part with it for the rest of his life. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "I'm used to it already. I obtained the roaming dragon saber by chance. In the end, it is not as smooth as the lunar shadow saber." When Yun Kursen heard this, she rejoiced in her heart. She said, "If possible, I would like to buy this heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Do you have any intentions of making a move?" Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Yun Kursen wanted to buy the roaming dragon saber. Although there had not been a new heaven-ranked spirit weapon in the past few hundred years, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons. However, the quality of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon was very good. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for it to last for 1,000 years. Hence, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons left in the continent. After all, the roaming dragon saber was only an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When one reached the martial king realm, it would be insufficient. With Yun Kursen's talent, it would not be a problem for her to become a martial king. At that time, it would not be worth it to purchase a heaven-ranked weapon. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you want to buy this heaven-grade weapon?" Yun Kursen nodded seriously, "And you can state your price. I am now the successor of the Yun clan. The resources that I can use are much more than before. I will not let you suffer a loss." Yun Kursen's attitude was very firm. This made Xiao Chun hesitate. He could not use this roaming dragon saber. He could only use it as a backup weapon. If the price was reasonable, it would be fine to sell it. However, the situation was very strange. Xiao Chun found it hard to make a decision. Could it be that this roaming dragon saber had a secret that he did not know? When Yun Kursen saw that Xiao Chun was hesitating, she continued, "Brother Yi, do you know what is the most attractive thing about this auction?" Xiao Chun said, "Linlang Pavilion's decennial auction. Don't they take out some valuable secret manuals, superior grade battle armor, spirit weapons, and some natural treasures? Could it be that there is something else aside from these?" Yun Kursen said calmly, These are just the basics. The highlight of this auction is the secret treasures. Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "Are you talking about the secret treasures? These seem to be present in every auction. However, there are only a few of them." Yun Kursen explained, "It is a little different this time. The ancient desolate land's fiendish demon battlefield is open again. Someone found many complete secret treasures there. This time, there will be a secret treasure in every round of the auction." A complete secret treasure. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he entered deep thought. The method of manufacturing the secret treasures of the ancient era was long lost. Although there were many secret treasures passed down, most of them were not complete secret treasures. The formations in them were more or less missing. Chapter 274. For example, Xiao Chun had obtained the silver warship from the ancient remnant. However, it was badly damaged. After Xiao Chun used the spirit-gathering formation to repair it with much difficulty, he could barely fly. He did not know how long it would take for him to repair the offensive formations in it. There was another secret treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was also badly damaged. After he repaired it with the astral iron, he thought he could still use it. However, there were problems now. The damaged nature of secret treasures caused the value of secret treasures to plummet. However, if it was a complete secret treasure, it would be a different story. Yun Kursen continued, "I believe you know the importance of secret treasures to cultivators. You will definitely fancy some secret treasures in this auction. At that time, you will need a lot of spirit stones." After beating around the bush, Yun Kursen returned to the topic. Xiao Chun could not help but laugh hoarsely. If it was really as Yun Kursen said, and there would be a large number of complete secret treasures, it would definitely attract many strong cultivators to come and bid for them. With so many people bidding, the price of the secret treasures would definitely soar. Even with the 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones that Xiao Chun had, he might not be able to obtain the secret treasure that he fancied. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Very well, state your price." "I will sell the roaming dragon saber." Yun Kursen revealed a faint smile on her delicate face. She said, "You should have guessed that the roaming dragon saber has some secret to it. That's why I am willing to buy it. Are you not afraid of suffering a loss?" To Xiao Chun, the roaming dragon saber was an unexpected gain. It could be said to be something that cost nothing. To him, it was not a loss. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had studied this roaming dragon saber for a period of time. However, he could not make any headway. He only knew that it was a sharp treasure saber. If Yun Kursen could find some secrets in the saber, it would be her fortuitous encounter. It had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said with a smile, "It's not a loss. I don't need the blue sea wandering dragon daggers at all. Besides, since you said you wouldn't let me suffer any losses, I believe you will." Yun Kursen was mildly surprised. She did not expect Xiao Chun to be so open-minded. She hesitated for a while before saying, "Actually, there is an inferior-grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique, roaming dragon incantation, hidden within the roaming dragon saber. My Yun clan has a movement technique that comes with it. It is also called the roaming dragon steps. If we use it together with the roaming dragon steps, its might will increase by many times." When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression changed slightly. Among all the manuals, cultivation techniques were the most valuable. This was because martial techniques and movement techniques could not directly increase a cultivator's realm and cultivation. A heaven-ranked cultivation technique was a true top-notch cultivation technique on the continent. Even if it was just a basic cultivation technique, it was still a priceless treasure. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only had 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques. Only the Pavilion Master's bloodline could practice them. They were the true treasures of the sect. Yun Kursen continued, "However, the cultivation technique inside requires some special methods in order to extract it completely. I promise you that after I obtain the roaming dragon incantation, I will make a copy for you." Xiao Chun took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring and handed it to Yun Kursen. "If you can really do it, I can give you this roaming dragon saber." Yun Kursen received the roaming dragon saber and revealed a faint smile on her face. She said, "This is just an agreement between you and me. The one who truly wants to buy the roaming dragon saber is the clan's decision. The 5,000 medial grade spirit stones will be given to you, not a single one missing. Xiao Chun thought for a while and understood the meaning behind Yun Kursen's words. The Yun clan would definitely not leak out the roaming dragon incantation after obtaining it. Yun Kursen wanted to make a copy for him. She had put in a lot of courage. If the Yun clan knew about this, they would definitely not agree. 3 days later, I will gather the spirit stones and give them to you. You should rest first. After Yun Kursen spoke, she took her leave. Late at night, the Yun clan head, Yun Yuji, and a group of elders gathered in a secret room of the Yun clan. They all had grave expressions. An elder said to Yun Yuji, "Clan head, we still have not found out the identity of that Yi Chun. This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. We only know that he went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with Feng Feishua's recommendation letter." When Yun Yuji heard this, he revealed a grave expression. After a while, he said, "Never mind. Just give him the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. Don't think about anything else." An elder said unhappily, "Clan head, 5,000 medial grade spirit stones is the accumulation of our Yun clan over 100 years. Yun Yuji waved his hand and said, "Spirit stones are inanimate objects in the end. With this heaven-ranked cultivation technique, we can nurture at least 10 loyal martial kings. It would be sufficient for our Yun clan to suppress the other 2 great clans in Shiha City. Furthermore, this person has a close relationship with the Feng clan. If we make a move on him, it will be easy to offend the Feng clan. Furthermore, I do not wish to put Kursen in a difficult position. Don't mention the matter of silencing him again." There were still 3 more days before the auction started. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun did not stop. He made good use of his time every day to cultivate, stabilizing his strength as a peak inferior grade martial saint. He was making preparations to break through to medial grade martial saint. Once he became a medial grade martial saint, Xiao Chun would be able to use the large number of medial grade spirit stones in the universe ring. The spiritual energy contained in medial grade spirit stones was not only pure, but it was also very vast. Using a medial grade spirit stone to cultivate for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a week normally. Furthermore, this was based on the density of Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy. If it was based on the density of spiritual energy on the ground, it would be equivalent to cultivating for half a month normally. This was also why the value of medial grade spirit stones was so high. To cultivators, their lives would come to an end one day. Within a limited amount of time, they would be able to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Their cultivation would also increase. To Xiao Chun, the large amount of time he could save was incomparably important. Xiao Chun only started cultivating at the age of 15. As for those geniuses, they started cultivating from the moment they were born. They were many times stronger than him. Hence, Xiao Chun did not dare to relax for even a moment. Even so, his cultivation was still lower than those geniuses. Hence, he had to think of other methods. Medial grade spirit stones was one of them. It was an important method for him to catch up to those geniuses. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Chun agreed to sell the roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursen. It was because he urgently needed a large number of medial grade spirit stones. 3 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Chun had just opened his eyes when he felt a strong aura slowly heading towards his courtyard. Xiao Chun got up and rushed out. He discovered the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yun, is there something you need from me?" Yun Yuji's gaze was like lightning as he scanned Xiao Chun from head to toe. He nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chun's cultivation was not very high, his essence was calm and reserved. There was no sense of restlessness. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort into it. Furthermore, from the information that he had gathered in the past 3 days, he had gained a deeper understanding of Xiao Chun's strength. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, he was not weak at all. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, his true combat prowess was already comparable to a regular superior grade martial saint. Being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age, his future would be even brighter. Hence, Yun Yuji completely gave up on the idea of killing Xiao Chun to renege on the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If he was not careful and allowed Xiao Chun to escape, the Yun clan would be in trouble when he matured. Instead, he might as well build a good relationship with Xiao Chun before he matured. In the future, the Yun clan might gain a strong helper. Yun Yuji collected his thoughts and smiled. 5,000 medial grade spirit stones is a large sum for the Yun clan. I only managed to gather them now. With a hualala sound, Yun Yuji flipped his palm and a large pile of glittering medial grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. Under the sunlight, they were very dazzling. This was not the first time Xiaoqin had seen so many medial grade spirit stones. However, he still felt somewhat excited in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression. That's right, our Yun clan will be going to the auction today as well. Do you want to come with us? Yun Yuji invited warmly. Xiaoqin preferred peace and quiet. Furthermore, he did not want too many people to know about the things he was auctioning, so he could only reject politely. Yun Yuji smiled faintly and did not force the matter. Then he took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiaoqin. He said, "This VIP card can give you a VIP room in the auction. Keep it. Consider it a small token of this Yun's appreciation." Xiaoqin had always been a straightforward person. This VIP card was useful to him and could save him some trouble. Xiaoqin did not reject it and received the VIP card. He thanked Yun Yuji. "Many thanks for Senior Yun's kind intentions. I will remember this favor." Yun Yuji laughed loudly and said, "It is just a VIP card. It is not much of a favor. I will take my leave first." After Yun Yuji left, Xiaoqin slowly calculated in his heart. Adding the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones from earlier, the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones from the underground world, and the 200 medial grade spirit stones from the mission reward, there was a total of 10,200 medial grade spirit stones. There was a total of 10,200 medial grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum. If converted to inferior grade spirit stones, it would be 100. Such a large sum was comparable to the accumulation of some noble clans for hundreds of years. If he used all of it for cultivation, it would be sufficient for him for a long time. There were also some inferior grade spirit stones. These inferior grade spirit stones came from a variety of sources. Some were exchanged with gold, some with spirit pills, and many were obtained from bandits in the Devil Savannah. All in all, there were about 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. To Xiaoqin, these inferior grade spirit stones were no longer very useful. He could only use them as currency to conduct transactions. Aside from this, there were also some demonic cores that he obtained in the subspace. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, they would be a large sum. After he finished his calculations, Xiaoqin said, "No matter how good the treasures in the auction are, I can only spend 3,000 medial grade spirit stones at most. The remainder have to be used for cultivation." Originally, Xiaoqin's goal in the auction was to obtain a lightning-attributed martial technique. At most, he would only need to spend 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, when he heard from Yun Kursen that there would be a large number of secret treasures in the auction, he had no choice but to have another goal. To a regular cultivator, secret treasures could only increase their combat prowess. However, to Xiaoqin, with the help of the Compendium of Cultivation, he could obtain some complete secret treasures. Who knows, he might be able to refine his own secret treasures in the future.